Secretary, Ministry of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking you and all the staff of the Parliament for enabling us to meet today. I am sure my colleagues will join me, Mr. Speaker, in sending our condolences to the families and friends of those who have lost their lives due to COVID. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of serving the people of Ancillary and Canaries, the community that raised me, fortified me, and in part responsible, along with my family, for who I am today. Mr. Speaker, you will hear throughout the proceedings today. Mr. Speaker, you will hear throughout the proceedings today the achievements of the government over the last 100 days. Likewise, in the constituency of Ancillary Canaries, the Venus Bypass Road will be going ahead. The constituency benefited from the ELSA housing program. We also benefited from back-to-school bursaries, payment of facility fees, payment of the fees for mathematics and English A, and we also look forward to benefiting from the broadband package. We are beginning to see the light at the end of the Jack Melfield lighting tunnel. Mr. Speaker, the shenanigans of the past will not deny the future of this community. The Minister of Health and I did a tour recently of the Ancillary Wellness Center. I want to assure constituents that the government is working to resolve the issues so we can open the facility within the shortest possible time frame. Mr. Speaker, the shenanigans of the past will not deny the future of this community. The Constituency Council for Ancillary and the Constituency Council for Canaries has been sworn in. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the councillors once again for their dedication, their commitment to community. However, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, the seeds of expectation, I deserve better. I am better than my misfortunes. I too can aspire. The pride of and in the community is returning. We have spent far too long providing material for how we have been treated in the past. We are human beings. We should be treated with dignity. Mr. Speaker, equally, I have the honor of working closely with the Prime Minister, a Prime Minister not interested in casting judgment on one's pedigree, but rather in your integrity, your skills, your talent, and your passion. And that is why, in the coming days, the Prime Minister will be launching our Youth Economy Initiative with a grant of $5 million from the Republic of China, Taiwan. No young person needs to fear about the future. Your fired up mind is a powerful resource. We do all of this, Mr. Speaker, to guard against the risk of our young people becoming long-term unemployed. At that point, it becomes far more difficult to engage meaningfully. Let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to extend the profound gratitude of the government and people of St. Lucia to the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the contribution and the continued support and friendship. This government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, has been able to pay all public assistance within the month. We know all too well that what the situation was like before July 26. It will take, in some instances, 3 to 4 months for persons to receive their payment. This government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, has been able to curtail the growth of payables. Honorable Prime Minister, your dedication and enduring commitment to the people of St. Lucia, to putting them first, is truly appreciated. And we thank you for your passion and your leadership. Mr. Speaker, leadership is a touchstone of competence. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I wish to underscore a very important and fundamental point. This country is no longer being run like a business. I thank you.
Minister for Housing and Local Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That 100 days in my mind seem to be 100 years. Mr. Speaker, it was Zig Ziglar who said, and I quote, "No person ever ended his eyesight by looking on the brighter side," end quote. Before July 26 this year, I had no choice, as I felt the compunction to look to the brighter side of the two. I did this without apprehension and without the slightest degree of regret. But then again, Mr. Speaker, I thought I had once again, after July 26, entered the echelons of blindness. I thought come November 26 this year, it would have been 4 months since I remained unfortunately enveloped in a life where I no longer enjoy the luxury of vision. Mr. Speaker, permit me for a slight moment to enter into the realms of fantasy land, where I speak and address an imaginary audience, persons from whom taxes are collected by force if necessary, and I'm saying to them, the time will come when no longer will your tax money be making payments to anyone under false pretense. Alas, this day arrived. And for a moment, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say, God bless my eyesight, but once again, temporarily, I have gone back into the doldrums of the loss of luxury of my eyesight. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank God as well for my hearing this morning and today, because I listened to you, Mr. Speaker, as you skillfully navigated the situation, coming to a conclusion with which I concur, and which I dare say, not even our most superior court would come to a different conclusion. I admire your legal ability, Mr. Speaker. You can give yourself a pat on the back. Mr. Speaker, it was August 5th this year that the Prime Minister, the little black boy from Masha, exercised his prerogative and selected me to be a member of his cabinet and vested in me the relevant authority that came with my ministerial portfolios as responsibilities of housing and local government were laid on my shoulders. Mr. Speaker, today, November 16th, it is exactly 103 days since I took the oath as a minister of government. Yet, because of the benefits that have been bestowed on the average poor St. Lucian, it feels like we have been at the wheel for over 3 years. You see, Mr. Speaker, in that very short period of time, we as a government have done more for the Malawians of this country than the last administration did in the entire 5-year period. Mr. Speaker, from the very first time, and I want to welcome those who ought to have been in the House, but they may be listening elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, from the very first time, for the very first time in the history of governance in this country, this government has introduced a program that was never heard of before, never been experimented before, and it is now called the National Housing Assistance Program. Mr. Speaker, within the next 2 weeks, this government will be rolling out the first tranche of a $10.8 million program to assist the poor and the vulnerable of this country. Not to give to family, friends, and foreigners, which seemingly was the modus operandi of the last administration, but it is to assist the poorer people of this country across the length and breadth of St. Lucia. When this government was elected, it was done so against the renowned mantra of putting people first. This, Mr. Speaker, is one of the exemplifying mechanisms by which people are put first. Mr. Speaker, this COVID-19 pandemic did not embark upon a discriminatory exercise. It did not decide which segment of the population here or worldwide on which it would have unleashed its economical and financial devastation. No one was spared, no business was spared, no one was excluded. The reality is, though, Mr. Speaker, that some were able to cushion the blow better than others. And there is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, the already financially and economically disadvantaged were the ones who found it most difficult to navigate this period of deprived means. Most lower-level workers unfortunately lost their jobs, and in some instances were unable to put food on the table and feed their family. Far less, Mr. Speaker, to pay rent. Persons who own shops and resided in the NHC units, colloquially referred to as the CDCs, were forced, in some instances, to get out. Shop owners were forced to close to militate against the spread of this deadly virus. As a caring government, we recognize the hardship We recognize the hardship our people were forced to undergo. And so the government took a decision that is again the first of its kind in the history of governance in this country, the grant of a total waiver, a complete wipeout of all outstanding rent for both residential and commercial tenants of the National Housing Corporation. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, cost the government some $4.2 million, money which it puts back into the hands of the average poor St. Lucians, whether you are Flabo or Labour. The good deeds of this current government, Mr. Speaker, does not stop there. We have examined persons renting from Castries City Council, and permit me to use this forum, this most august chamber, to make this announcement. All 656 vendors who are currently renting from the Castries City Council, all your outstanding debt accrued before the 1st of November this year is hereby forgiven. To be amenable to be granted such waiver, just pay rent for November and December, and from January, new leases will be executed just like we are doing at NHC. This rent reprieve, Mr. Speaker, is for vendors in the Vendors Arcade, vendors in the Central Market, both provision and craft markets, the various units owned by the CCC, and the individual vending booths all across the city. This move, Mr. Speaker, this additional reprieve will cost the government another $3 million, putting the people first. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the government is helping its people. The people must now help the government by discharging the legal obligations, by paying the rent from January and agreeing not to sublet. Mr. Speaker, those two waivers have cost the government $7.2 million, which is the same amount that the last administration used for COVID to give the entire population as relief. The same amount. Même ladies and Creole, Mr. Speaker. C'est oui, des là qui avant à la place là, craft market là, qui n'est bouffe à la Jeremy Street, à l'autre side là, et c'est ça qui n'est ce t-shop là. L'année 656 vendors. Nous avons all reprieve pour waive toute rent zodwe up to the 1st of November l'année sala. Pour prendre l'avantage, just pay le ayou pour novembre et décembre. Et vini janvier, nous avons ici agreement neuf comme coyon ou d'accord pour payer. Et deuxième, ou pas qu'à éveiller sublet premises in City Council. C'est des moves ça là qu'a coûté le gouvernement $7.2 millions. Ça c'est même mis l'argent gouvernement pour abattre Covid et by all cette ici pour aider quoi yo les prêter plus passer $600 millions. Mr. Speaker, within the first 100 days, all constituency councils were sworn in, and for the first time again in the history of governance of this country, persons at home, abroad, in the diaspora, wherever you find yourself, in whatever corner of the globe, you were able to follow each and every ceremony by way of a live broadcast. This has never happened before, and it shows that this government is setting new trends. Trends, Mr. Speaker, I dare say, that they will be so difficult to follow, persons may opt not to exercise the option of attempting to follow those trends. They don't have the capacity. Again, Mr. Speaker, when you are being led by a man who understands the language of poverty, who appreciates what it is to go to bed hungry, who understands the plight of the people, care and concern will always be exercised in their regard, Mr. Speaker. And so I don't think the trends we are setting now will be easily followed by any cabal led by a not too bright Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, before the elections, the former district representative of Babono had promised the emphasis is on the former, had promised the people who lived on occupied lands at Talvin that he would give it to them. He started at $6 a square foot. When he realized that Dr. Poyot was on his tail, he reduced it to $4 a square foot. Lela fiev election point, idéal kay baye $3. But the current district rep in her retorts only said, I will be part of a Labour government that cares, and whatever price Ezekiel undertakes to give it to you, I will do better. And so he offered it to them at $3. I am pleased to announce that those occupants on the land at Talvin, whom my colleague addressed during the election, will get the lands at $2.50 a square foot. Promises kept, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, NHC will be embarking upon quite a number of developments. Proud as well, quite a number. And I really wanted the member from Miku South to have been here. But I know the member after the next election should be somewhere around. Is he there? Oh, he's there, yes. The real representative is in the van. Because I know for 103 days, no one ever said they didn't see you. You always did. One took flight immediately after elections, and I thought that money was being earned under false pretense. Mr. Speaker, we will soon be tackling the Rich Bois development in Tiroche, Mikud. And I can tell you, government has taken a decision, Mr. Speaker, to give those persons occupying Ridge Bois at the moment the land totally free. It is putting the people first. NHC, Mr. Speaker, will soon be starting a development and land regularization in Angers-de-Risseau. Yes, in Angers-de-Risseau. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, your representative is the one who calls the shots, the one who is at the helm of governance and can give instructions left, right, and center to get promises kept or to execute in favor of your people. But yet, there's a development in Angers that keeps gathering dust on the shelves. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform Jean-Langer-Jean-de-Risseau, Nukavini, we will execute that development and you will get lands at reasonable prices. Mr. Speaker, we will also be tackling Belvedere, as my friend is anxious for us to proceed and Jackmill. We did not come in government to waste time. Mr. Speaker, we came to work to deliver to the people of this country. And I want to say this. I don't know why the sanitation workers at Castries City Council are not given the degree of appreciation which I do think they deserve. I don't know why. I was the minister in my previous ministerial life between 2006 and 2011. And Mr. Speaker, I held parties for them. I gave them awards. I gave them monetary gifts. Because if you want your city clean, you must show appreciation and give motivation to your sanitation workers. That is a fact, Mr. Speaker. And so, whatever they do, Mr. Speaker, I want to let them know that they are fully appreciated. Fully. I had a meeting with them, and they indicated to me in my first, it wasn't 100 days, it wasn't even 10 days. And they said to me that since I left, there has been absolutely no kind of incentive, no gesture to even demonstrate an iota of appreciation. I told them, Mr. Speaker, that I am back. They are so rejuvenated that everyone can now see Castries City is a much cleaner place than it was before July of this year. We have introduced, among other things, a 4 a.m. crew. At Castries City Council, there is now a crew that lives base at 4 o'clock in the morning. By the time pedestrians and motorists come to the city is already clean. This is new thinking, Mr. Speaker. And in that regard, I want to publicly thank the mayor, Mrs. Geraldine Lenda Gabriel, the board at Castries City Council, my attaché, Mr. Dax Norville, Mr. Suma, and all the workers at Castries City Council. I ask them to keep up the good work, please. Mr. Speaker, at Castries City Council, we have now commenced a program of annual medical checkup for all employees that work at Castries City Council. All employees have a free medical checkup, and it started a week ago, Monday. The staff at CCC, Mr. Speaker, are so motivated that for the very first time in a number of years, our expenses, our revenue surpassed our expenses by over $200,000. They are doing their work. That is motivation. Again, at City Council, we have a city police department of about 40 officers. And we have decided to introduce a motorcycle patrol unit to assist with the crime situation. Of the fleet of 4 motorcycles that we contemplate, Courts has made a donation of 2, and the official handing over ceremony is on Thursday at 11 a.m. Let me just announce that the Chamber of Commerce applauds the gesture, and I want to thank Courts immensely for that gesture. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, I visited 7 schools, and as I walked into the Methodist primary school, one of the teachers said, "Sisayokakwi rep," because they had not seen a district representative visiting their schools before I last visited during 2006-2011. No representative. And that is the kind of lack of representation, Mr. Speaker, our people are forced to deal with. And that is why when they ask me, how do you win Castries Central? You first win the hearts of the people. As long as you've won their hearts by proper representation, there is absolutely no doubt you must win their vote. And so, Mr. Speaker, based on the mantra of putting people first, Castries City Council approached the Taiwanese embassy, who have agreed to sponsor a home for the homeless. to the tune of 100,000 US dollars. That home will be built on lands already identified in the Balata area. In this instance, we remove the word people and we replace it with homeless, putting the homeless first. Mr. Speaker, I can't go on and on. If I do, you might force yourself to believe that we have already been in government for 5 years. So I need to cut short on my accomplishments, because I do believe as a government, what we have done in 100 days, it will take the other side 100 years to accomplish it. And yet, if they are led by a not too bright man, darkness will follow them pretty soon. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, in ending, that the government's ability to execute its program is contingent upon the people by whom the government is surrounded. A minister's ability to execute is even to a greater extent much more dependent on the people by whom he or she is surrounded. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, we as ministers could not have done it alone. I certainly could not have done it alone. And in that regard, I want to take the opportunity to thank my peers, my staff at Housing, the board at Housing, the board at NHC, the mayor, my attaché, and everybody else who always execute basically to my speed, because they know I have two speeds. What are my speeds? Fast and faster. Those are my two speeds. You know, Mr. Speaker, let me just pause here to be a little facetious. I got a call from a learned colleague around this table at 1 o'clock in the morning. And the colleague said, I need you to cut the grass here within a confined area. After they cut the grass, Mr. Speaker, they're still there 2 days after cutting bush all over. That is how we do it, Mr. Speaker. But when you are surrounded by people who know your program, who understands the need to execute, who understand the need to bring satisfaction to the people, because the expectations and demands on you are very high, and they assist you in discharging those obligations, you have to thank them, and thank them immensely. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I thank everybody around me, including my ministerial colleagues, I will say this: we will achieve what we set our minds to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in celebrating 100 years. I know it's days, but I'm saying 100 years. Because I heard the member just before me says, we've done so much in such a short space of time. It seems like we've been there for so long. So it feels like we are celebrating not just 100 days. And Mr. Speaker, it is extra special, the feeling that we have today. Because a member earlier spoke, the member for Babono, of the state of affairs when we came in. And it has been difficult, very difficult. And under the leadership of the member from Castries East, we've reached where we are today. So we are celebrating like it is 100 years. But Mr. Speaker, why is it so important to celebrate 100 days in government? It is exceptionally important because it's not just about how much you have done in terms of projects. It is also important in terms of the tone in which you have established in the country. The leadership of Philip J. Pierre, the member for Castries East, has brought civility to this country. The leadership of the St. Lucia Labour Party has brought decency to government in the last 100 days. People are no longer barking dogs. They're no longer jackasses. They are people that are citizens of a country. People that are striving to participate in the national development process. And that is what the member from Castries East has brought to the leadership of this country, Mr. Speaker. So there's been hope to our citizens. And my colleagues have mentioned the many achievements for the 100 days. But we've also had civility in government. Within 100 days, there were persons in this very august chamber boasting of having fired over 1,000 St. Lucians from their jobs, and boasting that they fired them because they were Labour Party supporters. This is what existed. They're no longer here, so I'm not anxious to mention their names, Mr. Speaker. That is what the tone that was established in the first 100 days. It is different, Mr. Speaker. We are not perfect. We will make mistakes. And I trust we will always have the humility when we make a mistake to say we've made a mistake. And our leader has set that tone for us. If you made a mistake, account for it. This is different, Mr. Speaker. So when I celebrate 100 days, what gives me the greatest joy is that there's a different vibe in my country. A different vibe. And we are always reminded, whether you Labour or you UWP, you are a St. Lucian. And we must try to make sure that we govern for all. We've had back to school support given, and our Prime Minister, Member Castries, has insisted that the opposition members get a fair share of support. I never enjoyed that for 5 years. I never did. I did not get laptops to distribute and MiFi to distribute. I didn't get those things, Mr. Speaker. I did not get a single CDP project for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. We'll come to that word at the right time. Mr. Speaker, it is different in this country. It is different. In 100 days, Mr. Speaker. But I need to start, Mr. Speaker, by thanking my constituents for their support. Their support was phenomenal, and I'm ever grateful. They know me, and I know them. So we have a good thing going. No amount of propaganda or misinformation from any source can change the love we have for each other. We will transform Castries South because we will put you, the people of Castries South, first. It is why in 100 days we provided back-to-school support. We paid facilities fees. We paid CXC subjects. We repaired homes damaged by Hurricane Elsa. We provided food vouchers. We started a housing assistance program, and we're already cleaning up the constituency that has not been cleaned for the last few years, all in 100 days. So I'm thankful to my constituents for the support. Mr. Speaker, we lost in 2016. And when we lost, we did not run away. We stayed in our constituency and we worked. The example, and some people never learn from the errors of the past, that they lost and they got so disgusted with St. Lucians, they don't want to live in St. Lucia anymore. So they ran away. And they leave the member from Saltibus very lonely in this chamber. And even now, from the moment the member for Castries Central stood up, the member from Choiseul became lonely once again. You see, if any government tells you that they're governing like a business, and any prime minister tells you he's a CEO, you know he can never love you. He can never put you first. If you're running it like a business, if you are a CEO, profit comes first, not people coming first. So you knew from the start that it could never be about the people. But you know, Mr. Speaker, again, people do not learn. Flabo Friday, big thing on within the elections. And big show this morning, Bacchanal, so low. But they did not tell the people. Let me pause, Mr. Speaker. My paper is in a little disorder, Mr. Speaker. Well, I noted, a member from Castries Central, you spoke about your hearing earlier, so I'm sure you will hear me clearly, that when you started to speak, certain people disappeared from the chamber. But there was big bacchanal, Mr. Speaker, and we did not do that in our 100 days. Every sitting of this House has been decent and civil. Mr. Speaker, remember, in another 100 days, there were barricades outside, only under a Labour Party, only under a Labour Party government, that the people can be outside, no matter which party they support, and express themselves in a democratic manner under the Labour Party. That's what 100 days has brought to this country. We're not barricading the people and preventing them from expressing their democratic sentiments. We're not doing this. This is what we have done in 100 days. And the brutality that was expressed in this House towards the opposition will not happen under us because we are a different government, Mr. Speaker. So our 100 days has been about putting the people first. We're not sitting and saying, y'all fellas don't know nothing, what y'all know? But we'll come to those things at the right time, Mr. Speaker. My portfolio is a very critical one. It is one that requires the utmost attention and commitment because the country economy depends primarily on the functioning of the tourism industry. And it is why, Mr. Speaker, the first thing in 100 days we did was to ask the staff of the ministry to give us a report on the status of the tourism industry, a report on the investment climate, tell us about the creative industries. And the staff within a couple of days provided me with a comprehensive report of what has gone on in the ministry and what the plans are. And the parliamentary secretary and myself, we said to them very early, the philosophy of this government is putting people first. And we had a manifesto that we presented to the electorate on the basis of which we were elected. Whatever plans they have in the ministry must be reoriented and must be guided by a belief in putting people first. Must be. And we said to the staff, we respect you as public servants. We were public servants ourselves. My parliamentary secretary was a school principal, and I have served as a permanent secretary. So let's work together to put the people of St. Lucia first. And that was the basis upon which we started, Mr. Speaker. But we had to explain what putting the people first means in the context of tourism. For us, putting the people first means that St. Lucians must become participants in the tourism industry, but also owners of the tourism industry. Not under the St. Lucia Labour Party will we promote hotel-based tourism. The days of the last government are over in this regard. The hotel and accommodations, the accommodation sector, the hotels in particular, are critical for the tourism industry. But we're not hoteliers who are prime ministers or masquerading hoteliers who are prime ministers. We're not. We're putting the people first. So whatever we do, it must be about the people. We do not judge people by something called pedigree, and they are the favored ones in this country. So one of the first things we're going to do is to ensure that the legislative framework is in place for a tourism industry that recognizes that the people are being put first. Sustainable development, a sustainable tourism industry must be built on the people. The resilience of the tourism industry must be built on the people. And therefore, next week when we meet in Cabinet, we will start the process of reviewing the tourism legislation that exists. We will. And we will ensure that all sectors, especially the sectors that St. Lucians can own, are given its rightful place. And we've started that process. And they couldn't do it because the CEO didn't care about people. The CEO had vested interests. That vested interest does not exist anymore, Mr. Speaker. So we will start revising all the legislation, and we'll be putting the people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had reason to meet with many investors in this country, investors who are interested in this country in the last 100 days. And it is almost bewildering, Mr. Speaker. Not one hotel project started in this country for the last 5 years. Not one. Remember we were promised $1.2 billion in investment? Remember that? But think about it, people. Think about it, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Think about it. When the member for Castries East was Minister of Tourism, they built about 6 hotels when he was Minister of Tourism. When the previous Labour Party was in government, the Minister of Tourism, Non Theophilus, hotels were built. The last government came in when Harbour Club and Royalton was just being completed. And you have a CEO and he can't build one hotel. Isn't there something wrong about that? Not even if plywood, somebody says. You know, not one hotel. And we started to meet with investors, and they started to tell us. They started to tell us why. And why they are happy that there was a change in St. Lucia. There'll be more that will be said later on. And as it is, you know, some of them shared with us some very deep experiences. St. Lucia was not first. St. Lucia was never first, Mr. Speaker. Let me just give you one example, because we've had to deal with this in the 100 days. The expansion of cruise tourism in St. Lucia. Tremendous appetite for St. Lucia as a destination. Members used to come in this house and boast about numbers and numbers and numbers. Boast about numbers. And as soon as the government changed, reached out to us, we started negotiating. There's been a desire to build a cruise ship terminal in the south. But persons were told, don't do it. Anything you do must be part of DSH. Must be part of DSH. And so the project could have been finished by now. And in some ways, it is almost counterintuitive, because you have a chance to build a cruise ship terminal in the south. The people of St. Lucia benefit. You can boast about it as your government's achievement. But there are other interests that comes first. So don't do it. Do it as part of DSH. Well, it was more than 1,000 acres. You didn't know that. But you'll get to know more when we present to Cabinet. So So now, Mr. Speaker, in the 100 days, we have to sit down and we have to start all over. We have to meet with all the stakeholders, all the interested parties, putting St. Lucia first. What's in the best interest of St. Lucia? Apparently, there's going to be a cruise terminal off El Pirata, and there would be an island called Marlin Island, and there would be how many other islands? 23 islands, whatnot, Mr. Speaker. So this brings me, Mr. Speaker, to DSH. And in the last 100 days, we've had reason to meet with DSH and discuss DSH. You know how topical DSH has been in this country. Now I ask, Mr. Speaker, for you to spare me. I really cannot divulge all the details of our discussions because you are in private negotiations with a developer. But I will say one thing to the people of St. Lucia, for you, Mr. Speaker, that we will always put the interest of St. Lucia first. There's going to be some very difficult negotiations to settle this development one way or the other. But one thing we are sure of, what was signed less than a month after election cannot continue. And I can tell St. Lucians, after that first supplementary agreement, 4 others were signed. 4 others were signed. And the document that this House was told was a document that was fake. Remember, we tried to make a document of the House. Mr. Speaker, it was not fake. It was not fake. So the House was lied to by the member for Miku South. Misled the House, misled the nation. That is the quality of person that led this country. And 4 others were signed. 4 others were signed. So now, Mr. Speaker, there's an entanglement between St. Lucia and DSH. We have to find a way to disentangle it. Disentangle it. But DSH has not delivered. There's a racing track. We were told that the racing track is owned in a PPP between St. Lucia and DSH. But then St. Lucia owes DSH money. St. Lucia owes, but we'll come to all those details later on, Mr. Speaker, because time is limited. Mr. Speaker, Carbot is another one. Carbot is another one. Another the guise of the hospitality sector and investment in it. Carbot is the greatest insult on this country. Greatest insult, Mr. Speaker. And I will say something that some of my colleagues, would have heard me say before. You see, we need to be able to say to Carbot and help them understand exactly what the project is about and what it means to people, to St. Lucians. When you take people pension money and give it as a loan to a developer, and foreign investors are supposed to bring in money into the country. You take our money, you've never given it to any St. Lucian before as a loan to develop anything. For the first time using our pension funds, you've actually given it to a foreign investor. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. The member from Castries North, I think he missed that cabinet meeting where it was approved. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the member from Miku South has no apologies, no remorse, Mr. Speaker. He's proud of what he did. And St. Lucians must always remember what they did through Carbot. We now need to sit with Carbot and disentangle that second mess, Mr. Speaker. And in the 100 days, we've had to do so. We've always said we support investment, we support development. But the terms and conditions must put St. Lucians first. It must be in the best interest of St. Lucia. And you cannot expect people to be wondering, how can you do something so bizarre? There must be some motivation, Mr. Speaker. There must be. Mr. Speaker, there must be. But in our first 100 days, we've tackled those 2 major issues head on, DSH and Carbot. And within the confines of the law, we could have been strong-armed and just pursue in a reckless manner, but we've not done so. We've tried to do so in a responsible manner, to engage, and we will continue to engage. Because we want development in this country, we want investment, but we want it in a manner which puts the interest of St. Lucia first. Luckily, we don't have a CEO Prime Minister anymore. We have a Prime Minister that understands people. We have colleagues that understand what it is to put people first. Mr. Speaker, in the 100 days, I've had reason to review some of the projects in the Ministry of Tourism. And there's some exciting projects. I must tell you, and I will admit, there's been a lot of work done in tourism over the years. A lot of work, from Philip J. Pierre, the member from Castries East Days, all the way. And especially when Lon Theophilus was there, when tourism really started taking off and has been on an upward trajectory ever since, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of work being done. And the staff have really tried, and they've briefed me on a lot of what they've been done. But a lot of times staff get directives from politicians. They get directives from politicians. And they implement work sometimes, not because they are totally convinced it's the right thing. Sometimes they offer advice to the contrary. But they are functionaries. And some of them will tell you, once I'm not breaking the law, I will, although I may not agree, I will pursue the policy direction that I'm given. I am comfortable that our policy direction is people first. You can't go wrong with that policy direction, the people first. So we've had the OECS Regional Tourism Competitiveness Project. Excellent idea. I think they originated many years ago. Might have even been when the member from Castries North was Prime Minister. Could have started from those days. But one of the things that struck me about it is that they are seeking to enhance the competitiveness of the destination. And they start from Grosselet, Castries Central, but they skip somewhere and they go to Ancillary. You know where they skip? Castries South. So there is nothing for Marigot, nothing for anywhere in Castries South. So you start Grosselet, Castries Central, they're doing some redevelopment work. Some work was done at the marketplace, and we did a presentation to the member from Castries Central in terms of some of the enhancements that can be done for cruise ship tourism, whatnot. But they skip Castries South. After Soufrière, the most scenic spot in St. Lucia, I dare say, is Marigot Bay. The most scenic spot is Marigot Bay. I know the member from Delhi North will say the valley, but the valley can never equate to the scenic beauty of a Marigot Bay. But not 1 cent was allocated to Marigot Bay, not 1 cent. And I've said, this cannot happen. We need to contact the World Bank, and we need to change the focus of the program slightly. Yeah, Vigi Beach is a special on its own. Because I can recall the member from Castries North making a presentation in the House on the plans he had for Vigi. And I said to the member from Castries East, he's dreaming. If he thinks the Prime Minister ever give him anything, he'll lie. And so said, so done. But this government will take care of Castries North, and will take care of VG. No, we're not moving the comprehensive school. There will be no tsunami under the governance of the St. Lucia Labour Party. There will be no tsunami. None. God forbid. No tsunami. So in the last 100 days, we've re-engaged the World Bank, and we're looking to do a lot of things in Castries South. Because when I will say a few things later on, Mr. Speaker, during under another bill, to show you how structured the attempt was to make sure Unesile do not survive in Castries South. But we'll come to that a little later on in the afternoon. I hope the honorable member from Mico South remains for some of this. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a beautiful Marigot Bay, but we all know the effects of climate change. So the beach at La Basse, the little beach spit in Marigot, is disappearing. The water level is rising. The beach sand itself is eroding. We need to restore it. We have to. or else it would be the first beach that we've lost in St. Lucia. They knew that, but they would not have spent a cent. We have in the last 100 days spoken to the World Bank about spending some money. So we will give a total redesign of Marigot Bay, from the Labas Beach, the mangrove, the waterfront. We will totally transform it, make it a truly touristic site, and the community of Marigot can enjoy it for what it is, Mr. Speaker. There is also 2 other projects: unleashing the blue economy, which I will speak about, and there is village tourism. So let me quickly go through the 3 of them. And in every instance, Mr. Speaker, Castries South was being bypassed. Every single instance. Not a cent would have been spent on Castries South. We want just in time. Just in time we want. Well, I know I saved in Castries South. So we're going to upgrade Marigot. And then the cul-de-sac beach. You know, I was at a ceremony as the parliamentary rep when Buckeye handed over the project to the Prime Minister. Handed over. The US ambassador was there. Beautifully established by Buckeye. Beautifully. And I was there as parliamentary rep. Yo pa mwen de mwen pale, so mwen just acid la. You know, the total disdain and disregard for you as parliamentary rep. And they did nothing for the beach park ever since. So it has deteriorated. You know, under the Ministry of Tourism, Cul-de-sac Beach Park will become the biggest beach park in the whole of St. Lucia. It will have the most facilities for cruise ship passengers to come. And I know the residents of Cicero and Cul-de-sac are looking forward to the project so they can get an opportunity to rent their beach chairs, to sell as vendors, to operate their bars, and a general place of entertainment. We plan to do so. Right on Millennium Highway, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, through your many drives through my constituency, you would see, yes, he does regularly. There will be cruise ship passengers parking alongside, taking out pictures of a scenic piece of rock, and you see the young men diving in that area because it also has potential for a dive site. This is a hazard for all the parking that takes place there. So we're going to spend some money, put in a lay-by, a lookout spot, so the cruise ship tourists can come there in safety, and also the vendors can get a chance, just like they do at the Mon lay-by, and be able, Mr. Speaker, to do so without the fear of being knocked over by a vehicle. That is something that could have been done in the last 5 years. But in the last 100 days, we've reoriented, Mr. Speaker. Reoriented. I have said to the staff, St. Lucia is one of the leading destinations for diving. But I want, under the Labour Party government, for us to become #1 in the Caribbean in the next 5 years. #1. So we will be spending resources, Mr. Speaker, on developing dive sites between Cul-de-sac, Cicero, all the way down to Soufrière. We'll be enhancing some of the diving spots. We'll be creating new ones. And we're even hoping we can establish an underwater sculpture park to make St. Lucia not just #1 in romance tourism, but #1 in diving as well. And a lot of money will be spent on developing the dive sites. So many of our young men want to be on the waters. They love the waters, Mr. Speaker. I know I have a lot of them in my constituency. So we'll be assisting them, Mr. Speaker. And just like Soufrière has had a successful experiment with the marine management area, we want to extend it all the way to Gros-Îlet. So there's proper management of our coastal resources, of our blue economy, and to make sure we spread the benefit across the table, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say a little bit about village tourism. Now, we've had heritage tourism, and I think that was started under the time of the member from Castries East, Mr. Speaker. Under the last government, a lot of work has been done on the concept of village tourism. Personally, I don't like the concept village tourism. And in the last 100 days, I've had a lot of discussions with my staff about it, and I'll tell you why. From a marketing perspective, you speak of village. In Europe, a village is a very romantic notion, those little quaint villages all in the hillsides and all over the place. In the Caribbean, a village is not that. Barbono is not a village. Cul-de-sac is not a village. It's a community. So when you talk about village tourism in cul-de-sac, who can connect with that? We cannot connect with it. So it might be a good marketing descriptive term for some areas, but in terms of our people participation and our people ownership of the product, I don't know that village, the notion of village works. That's my personal view. But we will have a discussion, and I'll make a presentation to Cabinet, and we, together with the stakeholders, will decide whether we call it community tourism or village tourism. But what is important, Mr. Speaker, is that this project has been going on for years in St. Lucia. Millions of dollars have been spent on this program, but the legislation has never come to Parliament. The first set of donate grant funds has already been finished. I heard the member from Answer Canneries said about lighting in Jack Mill. You'd never believe lighting a playing field is a tourism product. It was under the last government. No, it was. It was. $1 million product. It was. By direct purchase. Mr. Speaker, and people only talk about slush fund. Oh, Mr. Speaker, seriously? Leave it alone. Okay, Mr. Speaker. So millions of dollars have been spent on village tourism, and the legislation has not reached the Parliament as yet. Has not reached. It's going to reach. This Labour Party, we're going to meet with all the technical people to go for it. And let me tell you, it's an exciting product. Of all the things I've seen in the Ministry of Tourism, nothing has excited me more than village tourism. Because you speak village tourism, you speak about the policies of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Seriously. It really speaks about putting St. Lucians first in tourism. And I love it. And the staff, and the staff has worked hard at it. So we will implement it. And I want to express, in all honesty, thanks to any person on the previous government that really contributed to it, because it is going to be a signature product in St. Lucia. We're going to work hard to make it successful, because it is a very good idea. We will tweak it a bit. No, we're not stopping it like the Suffrage Square or anything, because it is good. It is good. Mr. Speaker, let me move on, because I know other colleagues want to speak, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot to say about the 100 days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the important for us, Mr. Speaker, is the work of Invest St. Lucia. And I made mention earlier, Mr. Speaker, about what we have found when we've gone out to meet with developers and investors, and why they are once again interested in St. Lucia. And ISL, Invest St. Lucia, has to be at the forefront of this. And we've asked them to be more aggressive. And you heard they were in Dubai at the Expo. They were in the Bahamas last week at the Hospitality Investment Summit. And you know, I was surprised to see also attending the summit was a member from Miku South, saying he's trying to get investment for St. Lucia. When you were Prime Minister, you couldn't get investment for St. Lucia. Not one hotel could start, but you're in the Bahamas meeting officials and saying you're trying to get investment for St. Lucia. I wish you very good luck, member for Miku South. The more investment St. Lucia can get, the better. Chagwe pouvoir. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Invest St. Lucia will work harder, and they will do their utmost best under my leadership to bring more investment into St. Lucia. Genuine investment, Mr. Speaker, genuine investment. I'm also pleased, Mr. Speaker, that Invest St. Lucia is now undertaking a complete retrofit of one of the properties at Vieux-Fort Industrial Estate. They're installing an oxygen generating plant. Now, that could have been done from the start of COVID. from the start of COVID. So when we had a situation of no oxygen at Victoria Hospital, we could have dealt with this. And hopefully, when this is built, we would solve the problem of no oxygen in St. Lucia from time to time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, CIP. And we will see a lot about CIP later. And about a slush fund. I will show you what was the slush fund and who used the slush fund for what, Mr. Speaker. But for now, let me just say to you, CIP will become bigger and better. It will be. I remember sitting across this chamber and being berated by the member from Miku South that I knew nothing about CIP. And nobody knew anything, truth be told. I mean, nobody knew anything but him. Because all his members are now saying they lost because he did everything by himself and he decided everything, which I don't believe, by the way. But, Mr. Speaker, last night? Well, Mr. Speaker, if there was an attempt to expel the member from Cassius North last night, on his behalf, may I say that he's probably expelled them already. He's expelled them already, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just give you a little statistic about CIP. During the period August to October 2021, the unit received a total of 171 applications, showing an increase on last year by 63%. And October, I believe, was the best month ever for our CIP, Mr. Speaker. So we'll have enough time in the future to talk some more about CIP. We're speaking to all the stakeholders about changes that we can make. I'm not going to suggest in any way that the CIP was badly run. I wouldn't say that, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a very good CIP program, but it can be a lot better. It can be a lot better because we can use the money from the CIP by putting the people first. So use the money to help the Minister of Housing to put a housing development on Millennium Highway, Mr. Speaker. We can use the CIP. We can help the Minister of Health introduce universal health care, Mr. Speaker. You know, we can use the CIP and make it better. But first we have to make it bigger. And that would be the plans moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Creative industries, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited about creative industries. The Central Labour Party is very clear. Creative industries must become one of the major drivers of our economy in the coming years. And the first 100 days I have spent talking to all the stakeholders. Well, not all, I still have a few sectors I have to speak to. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when you meet with the creative sector, it's always exciting. So the Parliamentary Secretary and myself, we've had a field day speaking to these creative industry persons. And I must tell you, they're very disappointed. They believe enough has not been done for them. And not just the last government, but even our previous governments. They believe more should have been done for them. They remember all the good things we've done as a Labour Party government for them, but they wanted more. And we promised them that we will lobby for them to get more. We can't promise them they will get all what they want, but they know they have two champions fighting for them now to push the agenda, to make the creative industry, together the youth economy, driving forces in this country. And whilst I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, the big issue of Carnival, Mr. Speaker. Carnival next year. And I was asked by a reporter, will we have Carnival next year? And I want Carnival next year, Mr. Speaker. We will have jazz at some point and we bring it back to Marshall. That will happen, Mr. Speaker. But we first have to deal with Carnival next year. And I've met with the stakeholders. They're making a presentation to me on Thursday, together with the Parliamentary Secretary. And we will advise Cabinet on Monday of the results of the discussions so we can make an announcement, a formal announcement, Mr. Speaker. But they are ready. We are ready. And we hope the Ministry of Health and the other persons will also be ready. And then we will have Carnival next year. Mr. Speaker, let me end by just saying a little bit about information, Mr. Speaker. We've already received a proposal, it was prepared by the information unit on how we can revive Radio St. Lucia. It's a quite interesting proposal, and we're going to discuss it with some other stakeholders before we come to cabinet in terms of how to bring back Radio St. Lucia. Radio St. Lucia is part of being St. Lucian. You know, it's in our soul. You know, we must have it. We must have it. But we might have to have it in a different form. And one of the ideas that was presented was to make it 100% St. Lucian content. So the only content you'll have on the new Radio St. Lucia would be St. Lucian stuff. But that's just one of the ideas. We're still discussing it. And I know that, you know, there'll be a lot more discussion on this idea. So, Mr. Speaker, let me end. I can go on like previous colleagues and say a lot about all the meetings I've had. But I want to reiterate a single point, Mr. Speaker. Most important for me for the last 100 days was the tone in which this government has gone about its business. Some of our people are not very happy with us. They probably want us to be, you know, a lot more forceful, whatnot. But I know we deal with some huge challenges right now. I know we will build St. Lucia back better than it has ever been. I know that, Mr. Speaker. And I know that we're going to put our people first, and we will all have a bigger pie to share from, Mr. Speaker. A bigger pie. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the patience of my constituents who don't see me as often as they used to. I ask St. Lucians to be a little patient. It's been 100 days. We have a lot more days ahead of us, but we're preparing the foundation and the groundwork for the transformation of St. Lucia. And based on our success of the last 100 days, I have no doubt we will achieve that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development, and Urban Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you today on the 100th day anniversary of this government of inclusion. The dawn of this government of inclusion, precipitated by the collective wisdom of men and women of goodwill for the people and country, underpinned by the philosophy of putting people first, has brought new hope, confidence, and a vista of opportunities and possibilities for the sons and daughters of this land that gave us birth, St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the confluence of the Red Sea with a stream of more red, and the blue wave, the tidal wave, has taught us a lesson that, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. And so, Mr. Speaker, was the experience of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, after 5 years of quietly enduring, silently suffering, and patiently waiting, along with those indirectly affected and afflicted and pleading for justice, the silence was broken on the 26th of July, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the resounding outcome of that historic July 26 election victory, in which the patriots from the Blue Wave community recorded a resounding victory with a margin of victory of 2,113, a reflection probably the most convincing in our political history, has taught us once again, in the words of Martin Luther King Jr., that humiliation, abuse, and deprivation cannot be expected to find voice in a whisper. Mr. Speaker, the people found their voice and have spoken. Hence today I'm proud to be part of this St. Lucia Labour Party government of inclusion. In this St. Lucian democracy of the people, by the people, for the people, and the country. And this philosophy I warmly embrace as my philosophy. Mr. Speaker, the inclusive government for the people celebrates 100 days ever since we assumed the office of governance, to serve and govern the affairs of our people in the times ahead. Mr. Speaker, our mandate and mission is to serve the interests of the people of this country and not to squander the resources of their land, nor to humiliate, abuse, or deprive them of the opportunities for their well-being and upliftment of their standard of living. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of fulfillment of the dreams and aspirations of our people, I was appointed following the 26 July general elections to serve in the capacity of Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development, and Urban Renewal, with overarching responsibilities for infrastructure, air and seaports, transport, energy, public utilities, physical planning, land registry, crown lands, architecture, and urban planning, development, and renewal. Mr. Speaker, an expression and demonstration of the confidence of this Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, in me as a patriot, the Blue Wave, in entrusting me with those portfolios. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to report on some of the many initiatives the two major departments under my guidance have taken during the last 100 days or more. Mr. Speaker, most of these initiatives are in an embryonic stage, but are bold, relevant, and achievable. The 100 days, Mr. Speaker, is the last 100 days this inclusive government of the people, by the people, for the people, and for the country has undertaken the following successful initiatives. The first initiative, Mr. Speaker, is the commitment of the Cabinet of Ministers to grant approval to make payments at the soonest of $1.048 million to the National Council on Public Transportation as financial support to minibus operators due to the COVID-19 pandemic, notwithstanding the miserable financial position inherited by this government. The second initiative, Mr. Speaker, is a home communications relief bundle, an offer which was made to the former government, which I was part of then, in October of 2020, and which was left languishing for 10 long months on the desk of a former particular super minister, the Major, has now been rescued, considered, and approved within 30 days of entering office as a government. Mr. Speaker, this program, which has been successfully negotiated, will allow Flow to provide 5,000 needy and marginalized households with internet, fixed line, and 12 local access cable channels at a concessionary monthly rate of 20 EC dollars a month with no installation costs. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, to achieve our national sustainable energy plan, and you hear them giggling and laughing, soon they'll be walking out and flying. As a new government, we have set new deadlines. New deadlines, Mr. Speaker, have now been set to advance the attainment of the new electricity legislation by the first quarter of 2022, an indication of our commitment to advancing in the area of renewable energy for our country. The bill, Mr. Speaker, is currently at an advanced stage, and we have set December 15th as the deadline for submission of all comments on the proposed new legislation. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet also has given approval to the Ministry of Infrastructure on our renewable energy sector development project, financing package with the World Bank to the tune of US $21.862 million to undertake primarily geothermal exploration at 3 locations in the southwest of the island. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office, the portfolio of transport has been taken over, and I have held several meetings with the National Council on Public Transportation, intended and aimed at improving the relationship between the NCOPT and the government of St. Lucia, and to provide the necessary intervention to improve the plight of the minibus sector in coping with the ravages of COVID-19 and the unfortunate and in the upliftment and the good and welfare of the sector. Mr. Speaker, the issue, let me move and pay my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the Department of Physical Development and Urban Renewal. The Department of Physical Development and Urban Renewal, in its mandate to ensure that the development of land in St. Lucia is undertaken in a structured manner to the long-term benefit of the people, has been mandated to focus and drive the following policy initiatives which are actively being pursued. 1, subdivision of land policy. Mr. Speaker, one of the burning issues, vexing issues, which makes of this government or many governments, successive governments, is the issue of land development. Too often, land developers, or sweet talk and fancy talk, convince the Development Control Authority, yet invade the fundamental conditions establishing any subdivision as established by the authority. In most instances, Mr. Speaker, many homeowners, having invested their last dime in the promise of a dream home, are left in abject residential conditions with inadequate road infrastructure, water, and other utilities. Mr. Speaker, the department has been given the responsibility and a mandate to develop a new policy that would ensure that land subdivision will provide guidance on the development of land through a subdivision process, which will ensure the installation of infrastructure, the registration of accesses, and the surveying and establishment of the roads, among other provisions, to be secured by a bond. Mr. Speaker, a very vexing issue in this country for many decades has been the issue of Queen's Chain and access to beaches in this country. The Queen's Chain has for decades been a vexing issue for too many St. Lucians. A ring of land around the coastline of the island, establishing during times of colonization, was institutionalized to serve as a security buffer for island inhabitants. Today, that strip is fought over for the opportunities it presents to development, including the right of access expected by our people. However, its location foremost serves as a cushion between the sea and the land, serving as a home for most vulnerable of aquatic life. Mr. Speaker, in recent times we have seen many proposals coming before government with, of course, an appetite to acquire through lease the Queen's Chain for development, while such development push our people away from our beaches. A policy will be developed, Mr. Speaker, to determine how best to utilize the Queen's Chain, not compromising the use of the Queen's Chain and the beaches by the people of St. Lucia. Another area, Mr. Speaker, that we are presently working on is the policy on open spaces in our community, to provide open spaces for our people so that they can enjoy in their local community and to be able to recreate in a meaningful and peaceful way. Quarries, Mr. Speaker, is one more area of contention, and the department has been given the mandate to develop a policy on quarries so as to rightfully manage and to ensure that the development and the operations of quarries are under effective management and that their activities do not in any way interfere with the living conditions of our people. Mr. Speaker, I believe it was the Minister for Equity who touched on the issue of building codes and guidelines. That is an area, Mr. Speaker, the department has been recently charged with, to look at our building codes and guidelines to ensure that we bring new policy and legislation to guide and keep and establish international standards. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly move to the issues of technical services within the Department of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight a very sensitive subject to do with rehabilitation of our road infrastructure. The objective of that project, Mr. Speaker, was to provide a factual report, rather to assist in rehabilitating our roads throughout the country. Ever since the new administration, Mr. Speaker, we have decided to undertake a financial and technical audit of a number of projects within the department. The objective of this brief statement, Mr. Speaker, on this audit is to provide a factual report to Parliament on the works services provided by two contractors, First Start Construction Company Limited and Nationwide Mobile Concrete Supplies Limited, who were contracted by the government of St. Lucia to undertake works in Rodney Bay, Grosley, and in various other communities throughout St. Lucia. My statement, Mr. Speaker, simply attempts to assess the performance of the two contractors who are contracted and in charge of the works, and to examine the performance of the project manager responsible for the associated supervision, the organization, technical, safety, contractual, and financial aspects during the implementation of the two projects. It shall briefly examine whether the project manager has observed established procedures and/or requirements as per the contract documents and whether he exercised reasonable and adequate professional skills in carrying out his duties. Mr. Speaker, while I have quite a bit of information, I would probably just simply run into some elements of the findings so far as the contracts are concerned. 3 contracts were awarded, Mr. Speaker. One to Fresh Start, totaling $50 million, Nationwide $54 million, and another one, the Rodney Bay, for $15 million. Each of them over a period of 5 years, all design, finance, construct. One of our observations, Mr. Speaker, is that contract rates were negotiated between the project manager between the project manager and the contractors. Roadworks, therefore, were not examined individually to determine actual costs, but rather the agreed contract rate was applied to the total length of road to arrive at a contract sum. Below are some contract rates employed in calculation of contract sums for the 3 contracts. A contract rate of $2.45 million per kilometer, VAT inclusive, was agreed with Fresh Start to upgrade and rehabilitate 20.4 kilometers of concrete road. The contract sum was therefore EC $49,980,000. The contract rate is inclusive of costs for the rental of offices for the staff of the NRP, office furniture, equipment, kitchen furniture, stationery and cleaning supplies, garbage disposal services, 2 project vehicles, office cleaner, and the payment of overtime claims to the project manager, technicians, and drivers. The other contract was granted at a cost of a contract to rehabilitate 17.68 kilometers of asphalt roads and 8.78 kilometers of concrete roads. Also included in this contract was construction of the proposed Deriso roundabout along the East Coast Highway. A contract rate of $1.8 million per kilometer as compared to the previous contract rate of $2.45 million per kilometer and $2.025 million for concrete roads. A further $1.8 million was allocated for the Deriso roundabout. The contract sum was therefore in the tune of $51,403,500. Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, what has been observed by these arrangements is that it brings into question the quality of technical guidance provided for the project, which the Permanent Secretary does not possess. How is the Permanent Secretary, with his limited expertise in the field of civil engineering, provide any technical support for a mammoth $119 million in civil works? But, Mr. Speaker, the Permanent Secretary cannot be blamed for this. He was directed. He was directed to be the person to receive reports by passing the Chief Engineer, which is the person under the Works and Roads Act authorized to supervise and to conduct matters as far as civil engineering is concerned and the construction of infrastructure in the country. Mr. Speaker, there are preliminary observed anomalies in this whole process, and this has taken up a lot of our time at the ministry in the last 100 days. The Rodney Bay Road Improvement Project, 1, no measurement sheets of the records of work quantities against work items. Staff on site had no drawings to work with or to be guided by to inadequately supervise the project. Staff simply observed and described what they saw. Number 3, no evidence of a quality control or quality assurance plan. 4, No evidence of a design report as per the employer's requirements. 5. No drawings or bill of quantities approved by the Office of the Chief Engineer. 6. No evidence of an approved health plan and a traffic management plan. All of that is regarding the Rodney Bay project. Roundabout. 7. No records of quality testing as per the requirements of the contract. 8. No detailed records of the value of the works on ground to date. The project scope was never clearly defined at commencement of construction. As far as I'm aware, the person who first designed the roundabout was an architect who had retired from the police force and done architecture. 9. There was no integrated change control. 10. The project had no scope management. 11. The project had no scope management plan. 12. There was no project schedule and hence no schedule management plan. 13. Project cost management was totally absent as there was no measurement of works on the site. 14. No evidence of compliance to FIDIC, which is the International Federation of Consultant Engineers, an international standards organization, which is called the Yellow Book under the contract. And 15, no evidence of full compliance with the construction contract. Mr. Speaker, those observations apply to the other contracts in which, in many instances, what went on on those projects was just a project manager just being allowed to do whatever the contractor decided to do without having the ability to caution or to bring them in line. It is worthy to note, Mr. Speaker, that a major departure was adopted for the employer's requirements in the two projects. The employer's requirements were so diluted, thus facilitating the contractor with a clear loophole to avoid as much as possible the obligations of standard requirements of the design component of the design finance construct contract. This again brings into question, Mr. Speaker, the quality of the service being received under this contract. The above anomalies, Mr. Speaker, which I mentioned, are only the tip of the iceberg in terms of the inconsistencies or departure from best practice in respect to the projects. In the interest of transparency and ensuring accountability to the taxpayers of this country, it is advised that this government undertake the necessary fiscal and technical audits within the shortest possible time frame. We owe it to the people of this country. One may ask then, where was the minister in all of this? From project inception, the abuse of the minister as it pertains to these projects have been disregarded. Dialogue on these projects have been primarily between the then Minister of Finance, the project coordinator. The power vested in the project coordinator has been nothing short of disrespectful to the office of the minister, the details of which I will not expound upon here. The flagrant disregard and disrespect of the laws of this country and that of the office of Chief Engineer was never brought into question, thus promulgating a culture of absolute authority over these projects by the project manager. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, an initial review brings into question whether laid down procedures, requirements as per the contracts were strictly complied with by the project manager. 2, whether reasonable skill and care have been exercised by the project manager and staff in carrying out their technical duties. There seems to be an absence of the following: organized construction project management, process design and construction, effective utilization of human resources, project cost control and accounting, adequate method of pricing, planning and scheduling, project control and monitoring, quality control and safety procedures, project compliance with the Roads and Works Act and the employer's requirements. In view of these, Mr. Speaker, an in-depth review has been commissioned, and it is hoped that this project will be given the necessary investigation and a report be made to this Parliament. This, Mr. Speaker, forms part of the work we have done in the 100 days. And so, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to take this opportunity to indicate that within the Ministry of Infrastructure and Physical Development, which I hold, it is my intention moving forward that we will exercise due process, transparency, and accountability. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I want to endorse your own commitment to establishing a Contractor General's office to deal with such issues that may go by from time to time unhindered, undetected, and without the necessary action for those culprits in such behavior. And so let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank those who have worked with me over the years, particularly in the last 100 days, in achieving some of what we have achieved. The task ahead is quite a bit. I am confident that we will be able to fulfill the mandate to the people and to deliver to them within the next 5 years. I thank you.
Minister for Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will resist the temptation to assume the posture of an individual who is in a debate on the appropriation bill. And so I will hold back on some of the achievements registered in the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training. And it is my intention to share some of the achievements at another sitting. Mr. Speaker, I rise to share with this Honorable House and by extension the people of St. Lucia the achievements of my ministry within the first 100 days of this government's reign in office. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a challenging situation, one that called for creativity, patience, and above all, it required us to be focused and resolute in the discharge of our duties to the people of this country. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, the achievements have been many. However, today, or at this sitting, I will focus on a few of the more impactful ones. Despite the fears and challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education was able to skillfully and successfully return all students to the classroom for physical instruction, or what we prefer to refer to as face-to-face classes. The Education Access Fund 2021. We facilitated, Mr. Speaker, the disbursement of the $500 bursaries to new students or students moving into the secondary school system for the first time. Mr. Speaker, payment of facilities fees to schools on behalf of the parents of this country amounting to roughly $2.5 million. Mr. Speaker, annually, parents are required to pay school fees. Fees that vary from school to school and include, amongst others, uniform fees, report book fees, insurance fees, and facilities fees. In an attempt to lessen the cost burden on parents, our government, whilst on the campaign trail, Mr. Speaker, as an opposition party, gave the people of St. Lucia the commitment that upon assuming office, we would undertake to pay the facilities fees for every student in the public school system of this country. Mr. Speaker, this promise has been fulfilled, and the government has rolled out, as I said, roughly $2.5 million to meet the cost of this particular initiative. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the parents of this country, in particular the single mothers, are better off with roughly $2.5 million at their disposal to help with the daily challenges of life. Mr. Speaker, CXC fees. In our continued efforts to support our parents in this challenging economic climate, Mr. Speaker, this government has again lived up to its promise and approved through Cabinet the payment of fees for mathematics and English language to all public secondary school students writing the CSEC exams in Form 5. This means that when students are registering for the 2022 June CSEC exams, Mr. Speaker, parents will not be required to pay the fees for mathematics and English language because the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has already covered that cost on their behalf. Provision of 1,200 MiFi devices to students with no internet access. With the start of a new academic year, Mr. Speaker, utilizing the distributed learning approach, approximately 90% of our students were expected to engage in online schooling. Hundreds of households in this country did not have the requisite infrastructure at home in order to utilize the online schooling platform. Consequently, the government had to step in, and so we ensured that by October 2021, 1,200 MiFi devices were distributed to families to bridge that digital learning gap. Mr. Speaker, we distributed 120 tablets to 4 primary schools. This government continues to engage our development partners in supporting our education system. We are indeed thankful to the OCS Commission for their support, Mr. Speaker, especially during this pandemic. 4 schools have recently benefited from a donation of 120 tablets to support the teaching learning process using the virtual modality. The schools included under this initiative are the Lage Combined School, the Debara Combined School, Denny Riviere Combined School, and the Roseau Combined School, each having received 30 tablets. Procurement of an additional 7,800 laptops and tablets. I repeat, the procurement of an additional 7,800 laptops and tablets. Within short time, Mr. Speaker, this government has tendered out procurement for approximately 8,000 laptops and tablets in total, Mr. Speaker. Over 4,000 have been procured under the Caribbean Digitization Transformation Project, and an additional 3,800 are being procured for resources from central government. Mr. Speaker, we launched the Connect Ed activity project, a project that is funded by USAID to the tune of $1 million US. And the objective of that project, Mr. Speaker, is to help St. Lucia as a small island developing state put programs in place so that more of our citizens can become digitally literate. Mr. Speaker, we installed very, very procedural, very basic, but very profound in helping us realize our education mandate to the people of this country, particularly at the tertiary level. We were able to install a new board for the South Louis Community College. It is no secret that the South Louis Community College is currently transitioning to university status and needs proper guidance and direction. It is on that basis a new board of skilled and well-qualified experts has been instituted to govern the affairs of the college. We anticipate new and exciting undertakings and program offerings in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, we signed on to the OECS Pearl, the Program for Education Advancement and Relevant Learning, otherwise known as the OECS Pearl. This US $10 million project is funded by the Global Partnership for Education through the OECS Commission. The project was launched in September 2021. The Pearl focuses on a sector-wide approach to improving the quality of teaching and learning, especially in light of the negative impact of the COVID pandemic in 4 main areas, namely early childhood and special education, leadership and accountability, curriculum and instruction, and monitoring and evaluation. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, our national coordinator is finalizing the work plan which will trigger the first disbursement to the Ministry of Education. ICT leadership training for principals. With assistance from the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, we have been able to provide ICT leadership training to scores of principals prior to the reopening of school. Mr. Speaker, the National Language Policy Implementation Plan. A conference involving national and regional stakeholders was conducted in September to embark on working towards the finalization of the language policy for the teaching of the Creole language, in schools on the island. Gouvernement a pris démarche, Mr. Speaker, pour mettre en place pour nous ça instruire ces lycéens pour ça parler, marcher et puis écrire créole. Et moi quoi l'année chaque municipal dit Mr. Speaker, qui a jeune chaque bénéfice en programme ça, qu'on peut apprendre parler créole, marcher créole et puis comprendre créole. The national language policy seeks to ensure that students at the primary and secondary levels are competent in the reading, writing, and speaking of the Creole language. The draft policy and implementation plan is expected to be presented to the Cabinet of Ministers in early 2022. Access to higher education. Over the last 3 months, the government has facilitated the following to allow our citizens to pursue higher education. A total of 30 persons have received economic cost awards. A total of 98 students have received bursaries for studies at the South Louis Community College, and provisions have been made, Mr. Speaker, to incorporate a further 10 who meet the requirements but for financial reasons are unable to take their rightful places at the college. Mr. Speaker, we've awarded a contract for the rehabilitation of the carpentry and joinery roof at the South Louis Community College. The contract for this project was recently awarded, and the contractor is undertaking preliminary studies, hoping to go into full operation in the coming weeks. As a government, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to the full rehabilitation and restoration of the physical plant at the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. Mr. Speaker, the achievements in the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training are many, as I alluded to at the onset of my presentation. But I will stop here for today. But Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to take my seat before I place on the record my gratitude, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister for having placed his confidence in me to shoulder such a critical portfolio in the government that he leads. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my 2 permanent secretaries and the line staff, as well as the heads of the statutory entities that fall in the remit of my ministerial responsibilities. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Dennery North, who continue to ensure that their sentiments and concerns are given expression in this Parliament through, Mr. Speaker, my continued presence. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more I can say as it relates to me being here after 3 general elections. But I think it would resonate better, Mr. Speaker, in subsequent debates. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say once again how grateful I am to the people of Dennery North who stood with me, Mr. Speaker, after a campaign or during a campaign, arguably the nastiest campaign I've ever witnessed ever since I entered politics. But we stood firm, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that if the elections have to be called again next week or next month, Mr. Speaker, or after 5 years, the simple refrain, Mr. Speaker, will prevail. It will be a case of Sean again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise to deliver this ministerial statement on my first 100 days in office as Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation, and Diaspora Affairs, I must again extend eternal gratitude to the people of the Labrie-Auger constituency for electing me as the parliamentary representative for a 4th consecutive term. Mr. Speaker, I also thank the Honorable Prime Minister for entrusting me with a combination of portfolios which he has the confidence that I can competently manage for the strategic and sustained elevation of St. Lucia's socioeconomic condition. Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of setting the historical context, let us take our mental flight to when I first served as Minister for External Affairs from 2011 to 2016. When we entered office in 2011, we acknowledged in an even bigger way, Mr. Speaker, that with the end of the Cold War in the early 1990s, St. Lucia had experienced a change in the international context in which the state existed. Of particular significance was the fact that this period coincided with the evolution of the era of economic globalization and policy responses that radically changed the international economic policy context in which St. Lucia functioned. Mr. Speaker, this new world situation influenced the tone and style of Caribbean foreign policy and relations in general, St. Lucia being no exception. Hence, the changed international scenario had brought with it new challenges which called for new decisions in the diplomatic sphere to permit external relations to be reshaped along more realistic and multidimensional lines. Therefore, we decided on the following foreign policy objectives. 1, to pursue the security interests of St. Lucians as the highest priority. 2, to pursue economic diplomacy in order to expand St. Lucia's economic links and thereby expand and diversify trade relations and attract foreign direct investment. 3, to promote international respect for human rights and democracy. 4, to promote and pursue international cooperation. To promote and encourage multilateralism at the regional, hemispheric, and global levels. To pursue energy security by diversifying energy supply options to integrate and develop renewable energy resources. To play an important role in leading the international sustainable development agenda and the Paris climate change agreements or outcomes. To pursue public health as a long-term foreign policy objective, and to pursue cultural diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, in pursuance of those broad foreign policy goals, we can adumbrate a few positive outcomes and achievements during 2011 to 2016 period. Mr. Speaker, in this short space of time, I was able to achieve with my missions and staff at Capitol the following. We initiated and negotiated $14.32 million for the Dennery Water Project, secured $7.144 million for the St. Jude's Reconstruction Project, secured over $2 million for livestock production, mobilized over $10 million in the aftermath of the Christmas Eve trough for the rehabilitation of the country, obtained free vehicles for the Ministry of External Affairs, International Trade and Civil Aviation, and secured another 2 vehicles for the use of other ministries of the government of St. Lucia. Presided over the opening of 2 new embassies in St. Lucia, the Moroccan embassy as well as the Argentinian embassy, which unfortunately has been closed under the former UWP government. Signed diplomatic relations with a number of countries, including New Zealand, Palestine, and Honduras. And speaking of New Zealand, we signed a cooperation agreement with New Zealand, which included support for geothermal exploration. We signed a cooperative agreement with Morocco, which included providing fertilizers to assist our farmers, as well as scholarships for St. Lucians. We signed the Schengen visa waiver to allow St. Lucians visa-free access to countries in Europe. But Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding those achievements, the UWP denigrated our performance in office with frivolous and malicious claims. They also reversed many of the gains made due to their unprincipled position, often at the expense of the OECS and CARICOM solidarity, where we coordinate foreign and trade policy. Mr. Speaker, as I entered the ministry on Friday, the 6th of August 2021, I approached matters with an eye of experience and a plan to restore productivity and performance. I had observed in opposition a ministry presided over by a pompous and power-holding prime minister with a minister who could have been productive had she valued her principles more than the privilege of her powerless position. With this morbid scenario, the foreign policy of St. Lucia descended sharply into ridicule. Mr. Speaker, what did we find in the ministry? What have we done? And what are we doing? Mr. Speaker, colleagues may recall that during my previous tenure as minister, when criticisms were leveled at my ministry and the then Prime Minister regarding diplomatic appointments and cost, I remained silent and did not participate in such petty partisan political tribalism. I believe that when people are called to serve the country, especially persons who are qualified in their own right, we ought not to scandalize their names on the altar of political expediency. A university graduate who happened to be the wife of an official of our party was maligned primarily because of her husband's position. And I have made it clear in this House, Mr. Speaker, and elsewhere, that a woman is not a mere appendage to any man. They exist in their own rights. And they criticize the cost of maintaining St. Lucia's strategic diplomatic presence overseas. Would it surprise you to know, Mr. Speaker, that the same people who made those criticisms against me and against us appointed the party chairman to a diplomatic post and escalated the cost of the ministry, excessive expenditure, for example, the dubious case of having more dependents than the Foreign Service allows. But this is what happens, Mr. Speaker. When you criticize conveniently, expediently, and maliciously, and karma comes back to bite you. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not go down the road of malice and misinformation, but will instead adopt a posture of education, elucidation, and elevation. The Ministry of External Affairs, at least under the administrations of Dr. Kennedy Anthony, the member for Beaufort South, and now the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Cassis, the Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, has adopted an orientation and focus of strategic development driver and mobilizer. Therefore, we reaffirm the following foreign policy objectives as outlined in our manifesto, Mr. Speaker. We establish economic diplomacy with non-traditional countries in order to expand our country's economic links and the opportunity for more foreign direct investment. Mr. Speaker, in the search for new sources of assistance that we need badly in this COVID-induced economic and social crisis, new possibilities of political, economic, and strategic relationships and alignments must be explored. And this means that any search for possible alternative alignments with other nations must be strategically planned and coherent. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are also strengthening our bilateral relations with our traditional friends. For example, we are maintaining all free missions in the United States of America, which shall be utilized to strengthen not only our bilateral relations, but to cooperate in attempting to resolve hemispheric challenges, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to be there and be a spectator to those great developments. We are going to engage with the U.S. in trying to navigate the turbulence of our hemisphere. And I know with cooperation, we shall succeed. We are also exploring the possibility of upgrading our presence in Canada to a High Commission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another important example is the appointment of Mr. Anthony Severin as St. Lucia's High Commissioner to the UK, a highly decorated diplomat who served for over 2 decades at the highest levels of leadership in the St. Lucia Public Service in a wide range of capacities. Permanent Secretary, our ambassador in New York. He recently served at the OECS, opening the Moroccan embassy for the OECS. And of course, dealing with a very important architecture of bringing many countries together.
And of course, within the OECS, we have absorbed French territories into the business of the OECS to try to strengthen our internal machinery in this region so that we can face the challenges together, Mr. Speaker. And of course, this is a man who developed the framework for the OECS Africa strategy. A region, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to engage in a more intimate way over the next 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously, the integration of Martinique and Guadeloupe and Cayenne into our affairs obviously will strengthen our relations with the French Caribbean to deepen cultural exchanges and economic activity. Another major policy objective of this new administration. Commit to the concept of multilateralism in international affairs and non-political involvement in the affairs of other countries. As a result, we have left the Lima Group, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to find ourselves immersed in the internal affairs of any country in our hemisphere. And St. Lucia will play a balancing role. St. Lucia has dedicated itself to assisting in the resolution of hemispheric problems. We shall engage with our traditional friends and non-traditional friends through well-established mechanisms like the UN and other regional entities where we can focus on common objectives of humanity as outlined in the SDGs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, continue to provide unwavering support in the spirit of regional integration to the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, and the Caribbean community, and for the harmonization of OECS foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, since our return to office, we have been very much involved in the business of the OECS and in the business of CARICOM, where we sit at the table with our brothers and sisters of the Caribbean to coordinate trade and foreign policy for us to observe and respect our treaty obligations. Invite highly skilled and distinguished St. Lucians in the diaspora back home to share their knowledge, achievements, and experiences as part of an annual event to inspire and motivate our young. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we have appointed a special advisor to the Ministry of External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation, and Diaspora Affairs over the past 100 days. And the key responsibilities to provide strategic advice and support to the Ministry of External Affairs on the development and implementation of St. Lucia's foreign policy, international trade, and civil aviation strategies, taking into account positions of the St. Lucia Labour Party. To review and advise on the organizational structure and functioning of the Ministry of External Affairs and its overseas missions, including the updating of the Foreign Service regulations. To advise on the modalities for cooperation between the Ministry of External Affairs and International Trade and the Ministry of Commerce and Trade Matters. Develop a communication policy for the ministry and coordinate its implementation so as to improve the public image of the ministry and keep the public informed of St. Lucia's activities in external affairs, international trade, civil aviation, and diaspora affairs. We have also improved the capacity of the ministry to perform. And over the past 100 days, we have been putting mechanisms in place to ensure that in the next 2 months, the ministry will take international cooperation to a new level. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear that recovery as a country will require coordinated action at the international level. Consequently, in pursuing our country's economic and social recovery, we shall, in this new dispensation, promote and deepen international cooperation. Our response, Mr. Speaker, for example, to address the immediate, short and medium-term impacts of the COVID-19 crisis will require working together
and involving multilateral banks, bilateral public and private actors, and international organizations. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that the Ministry of External Affairs must assist in the resolution of our social and economic development, in resolving some of the challenges that we face, especially in an environment where COVID has exacerbated our economic problems. Mr. Speaker, international cooperation is critical to coordinate an effective response to this health emergency, as well as the mobilization of financial resources at the global level. And of course, again, it gets back to our fundamental point of organizing ourselves in this region and to respond within our integrated whole at the CARICOM level, at the OECS level. It speaks to regional cooperation and integration because of paramount importance, both to address the urgent consequences of the crisis and also to drive the recovery effort. Regional economic frameworks such as the OECS, CARICOM, OAS, CELAC, and ACS provide a common platform, as is well documented, which members can better promote their collective interest with the rest of the international community and in multilateral arrangements, often advocating for recognition of the specific challenges. As a result, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia has renewed its commitment to pursue the collective task of regionalism, which our countries, small and large, must continually pursue as one of the fundamental instruments towards meaningful economic and social integration and development. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I attended a number of virtual meetings of CARICOM foreign ministers and a face-to-face meeting in Miami, where we discussed a spectrum of issues, including the situation in Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Haiti as a Caribbean family. I also attended the 10th Italy, Latin America, and Caribbean Conference in Rome, where we discussed a number of issues that were of paramount importance to us as small, open, and vulnerable economies. We continue to argue against graduation and differentiation. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to promote the understanding that the international financial architecture should promote economic advancement of developing countries like St. Lucia, not impede it. And we were blessed with the presence of the representative from the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. We advocated for a better relationship between the CARICOM states, in fact, a framework based on constructive cooperation and mutual accountability between our developing and developed countries, without needless blacklisting of our countries. So we are going to sustain diplomacy as a major tool to ensure that we enter those conversations and we keep the pressure and place our issues at the forefront of our agenda. Mr. Speaker, given that the parameters of St. Lucia's international relations have now shifted to the promotion of interest in an environment that is dominated by economic imperatives rather than ideological considerations, both macroeconomic policy and international relations are at the heart of foreign policy. Therefore, St. Lucia's foreign policy needs to be shaped by the very best economic analysis. In view of the foregoing, economics and use of evidence and analysis are crucial in formulating and executing St. Lucia's foreign policy. Hence, during the budgeting process, within the 100 days, we made provisions to secure the services of a highly skilled and experienced economist that will ensure that St. Lucia's foreign policy is underpinned by sound economic analysis. In this regard, that individual will be equipped with the necessary training and experience to provide both analytical economics and policy support in a wide range of roles. For example, to distill the strategy and plans of the new SLP government as contained in its 2021 manifesto into specific policy recommendations to ensure that they are anchored within the strategic development priorities of the country. To ensure that those strategic priorities that frame St. Lucia's internal development and inform its external relations lead to the macroeconomic stability and fiscal sanity of the country and are in consonance with common objectives of humanity as outlined, like I said before, in the UN SDGs. Conduct analysis that support priority foreign policy areas, including providing economic and analytical support to the various departments and policy teams in St. Lucia's Ministry of External Affairs. Analyze the impact of developments in the global political and economic environment that impact St. Lucia, including trade, new trade arrangements, and the COVID-19 impact and recovery in St. Lucia. Determining with the Ministry of Economic Development the structural changes required to improve the macroeconomic framework of St. Lucia and deciding upon the requirements of the new St. Lucian economy. Mr. Speaker, in pursuance of St. Lucia's national interest and projects in the context of mutually beneficial relations, provide policy advice on convergence between foreign policy and international cooperation, including tackling global challenges with international partners. Work with a range of key stakeholders, including other government departments, consultancies, international organizations, partner governments in other countries, and academia in strengthening and developing a global partnership for development. Mr. Speaker, this term in office will therefore be directed towards formulating approaches to the foreign policies of our country, which are intended to be innovative responses in consonance with the present times. It is a gross misconception to consider the Ministry of External Affairs solely as a cost center. Mr. Speaker, you have often heard the debate on the streets, and a lot of people are not aware that the Ministry of External Affairs do not get the most monies. When you have big cost ministries like education, and they need the money that they have, Mr. Speaker, by virtue of all the schools and paying salaries, over $100 million in recurrent expenditure, another set in capital expenditure, next the Ministry of Health. But all of those things are important. Even when we spend monies on marketing the country, people don't mind because tourists come and they spend, they see it. But the Ministry of External Affairs have brought a lot into this country. I alluded to a number of millions, tens of millions, the stadium, monies you get for hospitals. And in many, many respects, Mr. Speaker, a lot of things you hear in line ministries actually come from the Ministry of External Affairs, by virtue of our external relations. The minister alluded to a few of them. In supporting tourism, Mr. Speaker, for example, we issue licenses at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For example, we issue a license to Virgin Atlantic for a period of 5 years, authorizing the airline to operate scheduled service between London and Iwanora International Airport after flights between the said destination had been halted previously. Appointment of a new air transport licensing board to facilitate that within the 100 years. Approval of new flights with WestJet, 100 days. WestJet adding aircraft to the fleet on the Canada-St. Lucia route. Issuance of new permit to Kingfisher Airways to allow cargo flights into St. Lucia, especially in these pandemic times when the demand for such a service has increased exponentially. Approval of one-time permit for Skybus SAC from Peru to operate flight on behalf of Amerijet to address a backlog of air cargo from the United States into St. Lucia, which benefits many St. Lucians who shop online. Issuance of permit to TUI Airways to allow resumption of passenger service from the United Kingdom into St. Lucia. I can go on and on to show that the various departments in the ministry contribute significantly. And I just want to of course, end on that note about carriers with Qatar Airways. We just approved permission for Qatar Airways to code share with JetBlue and British Airways, which would cause an increase in passengers reaching St. Lucia from places that Qatar Airways operates, or to also allow St. Lucians the option to be able to travel to places that Qatar Airways operate by starting off with JetBlue of British Airways in St. Lucia and connecting seamlessly onto Qatar Airways for onward journey. Mr. Speaker, within the 100 days, as the Minister responsible for civil aviation, I paid an official visit to the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority in Antigua to re-establish political will and the commitment of St. Lucia to the reattainment of Category 1 status for St. Lucia and the OACS as it relates to regulatory safety oversight of our civil aviation industry. Mr. Speaker, ECA was not given any attention by the former administration. They even threatened to break away from institutions that we built together in the OACS that are working for us. They wanted to go to Trinidad, they wanted to go all over the place. But St. Lucia is back supporting the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on in terms of talking about the achievements in the Washington Embassy, millions of benefits to us coming into the country. What we have signed on to empower women on $3 million project with $500,000 already secured from the United States of America. And we can go on and on. But of course, before I end, I just want to allude to some achievements from just Martinique, Mr. Speaker, just Martinique. Our consulate in Martinique between 1st of August 2021 and 10th November 2021. The consulate sourced and organized free shipments of oxygen from the private sector in Martinique during the 4th COVID wave, in response to an urgent request from the Ministry of Health. The value of this donation was over 7,000 euros, and shipment dates were 11th of September, 3rd of October, and 27th of October. The consulate sourced and organized a shipment of white sugar in response to an urgent request from the Ministry of Commerce, and the sugar was shipped in early October. So we see sugar in the stores, but we do not understand that sometimes it takes delicate cooperation and intervention to achieve it. The consulate launched requests in the private sector for the donation of oximeters and alcohol-based sanitizer gels and received 868 oximeters and 11 cases of sanitizer gel from Ministry of Health. The consulate also requested and received school material for St. Joseph's Convent, as well as reading material for Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. And I can go on and on and on for 40 days and 40 nights, Mr. Speaker. But I want to now turn on final approach, on a long final, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are just the beginning of things. We intend to achieve much more as we embark upon the development cooperation agenda of the Philip J. Pierre administration. As we move towards takeoff speed and aim towards an efficient cruising altitude, we have begun putting in place the critical operational elements of airworthiness and safety. Within the ministry, we have an acting permanent secretary in place, and so we have engaged the advice of experienced persons to help navigate the turbulence of the moment. We have also appointed a new and experienced ambassador for diaspora affairs in the person of Mr. Julian Dubois, who himself is a former Deputy Director of NEMO, Consul General in New York, and former acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. Our new High Commissioner in London, as I mentioned earlier, has a task of restoring St. Lucia's damaged diplomatic representation in the United Kingdom. And so we have selected an experienced former permanent secretary, cabinet secretary, CARICOM ambassador, as well as UN ambassador in the person of Mr. Anthony Severin. We have also identified and confirmed our diplomatic representatives in New York, Washington, Havana, Fort-de-France, and Toronto. But since they will be taking up office in the new year, official announcements will be made by the Prime Minister closer to the end of the year. We are also carefully considering our appointments to Taipei, Miami, Mexico, Venezuela, and other states and entities. Mr. Speaker, from the foregoing, it is clear that a formidable flight plan has been filed, and with the support of our staff, our people, our friends, and our Prime Minister, we expect a safe and satisfactory journey and landing. But Mr. Speaker, as I'm on short final, I would want to turn to my constituents and say, within the 100 days, we were planning the great revolution for this term. And so we have engaged the Ministry of Physical Development, and I want to thank the minister who cooperated with us. There are free, in close proximity to each other, free visits to my constituency, where they are preparing the detailed plans that will instigate a concrete response within the various ministries so that Labrie will get its fair share of development during this term. Mr. Speaker, I end by commending the Prime Minister for the first 100 days. When he sat in the chair at Cabinet, I saw an experienced captain, a competent man, a man who will go through the turbulence without any fear. He has a cabinet that supports him, the cabinet like a family, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased and humbled to be in the cabinet of the Honorable Member for Kasvis East, the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre. And I predict that at the end of this 5-year term, that will be the best term of any government in the history of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Just for the record, member of Labrie, I didn't get any sugar.
You didn't get
I didn't get any sugar.
white sugar?
White sugar.
You didn't get white sugar? We sent brown sugar.
Minister for Health?
I still wait for each other, but that's all right. You know? I don't set one more so push it back a bit. Push it back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, greetings and thanks to you and colleagues. Thanks to the Holy Spirit for staying with me throughout the election campaign which brought us to this. With so many mentions of the 90 days, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Holy Spirit again for keeping me through my personal trials even now. I wish to thank my family, my constituents, who kept me during this difficult time. During the last 100 days, Mr. Speaker, since we took office on August 5th, as ministers, I have been on a very special journey of preparation for a different life with my constituents. Through our government's efforts, hundreds of parents benefited from the payment of facilities fees in Vieux North and from the assistance for school expenses in these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, en yon san joua ki nou se ministre gouvernement, en chay pawan ek janvier 49, jeune assistance, parti l'argent pour aider issue à l'école avec aussi gouvernement paye l'argent à l'école by you. Advanced preparations are being made for the completion of major road projects, Mr. Speaker, the details of which will be described later. The residents of a few small communities in Vieux North can already see for themselves the difference in infrastructure. Some of our people who were impacted by Hurricane Elsa are receiving support, and scores of other people are being assessed for the government's housing assistance program, which will begin very soon. Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn to the responsibility which the Prime Minister handed me on August 5th, 2021. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I wish for you to come with me on a journey of the last 100 days as Minister for Health. As you know by now, we came into office with a rising COVID-19 wave in full effect. The Ministry of Health, the documents at the Ministry of Health, placed the beginning of the wave on July 13th, 2021, and a later revision placed the build-up of the wave at July 25th, 2021. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, relaxed protocols by the authorities and an increased level of social gatherings from weeks before, including large gatherings before the elections, obviously contributed in part to the rising fourth wave. By August 13, 2021, the Delta variant was reported in St. Lucia, and that clearly caused rapid community spread. And while COVID-19 was our most urgent health emergency, other imperatives in health were also given attention. Mr. Speaker, I journeyed around some of our facilities and met the most dedicated staff and professionals, whether within the ministry or statutory organizations. My journey also took me into discussions with individuals who managed the pandemic, members of the former Command Center, the administration of the St. Jude Hospital, the administration and staff of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, the Grosile Polyclinic, the wellness centers in Grace, Bellevue, Moshi, in Vieux-Fort, and all around, Mr. Speaker. When I went to visit, what we saw was pure dedication in difficult times. I mean, we went to the Grosile Polyclinic, and I went with the member for Grosile, and when you saw, Mr. Speaker, the energy of the administrator, Sharon Joseph, and Shields Brunette, Felicia, the lab assistant, Mr. Felix, and the nurse, Miss Charles, when you saw the kind of energy that these people had, you had to bow your head and tip off your hat to them. I visited, Mr. Speaker, and communicated and listened to the staff. The staff spoke, the clinical staff spoke, and you almost read the hearts of the patients whom we spoke to. In almost every case, Mr. Speaker, there was a cry and a call for doing things differently. You had to really understand when Nurse Charles of the GIPC took you to the little room where they ate, or where they still eat, with a sink where they used to wash things. And you have to wonder, how do nurses eat in a place like that? At a Grosile Polyclinic. When you listen to the complaints of the community health aides, and you listen to the many years they've been crying for assistance and for support, they were asking us in every case, they were saying to me, Minister, you have to do things differently. And in the case of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, people continue to die, others getting sick, and we had a country in the middle of all of this where police and COVID-19 wardens
were running people down in fields, approaching rivers, where cows grazed, and we had our people doing that kind of thing, Mr. Speaker. The police were getting COVID-19, no custody suites to put those people whom they arrested, no space in the police stations, and the police said to us, Prime Minister and Minister, we have to do things differently. It was painful, Mr. Speaker. Some water for me. Very painful. And so the 100 days, I spent many of these 100 days, Mr. Speaker, traversing the country and trying to understand, in the middle of the COVID pandemic, what it is the Prime Minister had put me into. And everywhere, as I said, Mr. Speaker, you saw the focus was not on the people. The focus of the last government, Mr. Speaker, was not on this nurse who sat in a cramped little room trying to eat some broth or some good food, and all around her, she's saying to me, how could nurses be in a situation like this? And I had to say to her, we will be different. I will be different. This is a different Prime Minister, and this is a different cabinet of ministers. During the 100 days, Mr. Speaker, we changed the law. And instead of the police running down, and instead of the COVID-19 wardens running down people in fields where cows graze, they were now issuing tickets, Mr. Speaker. We said to our people that COVID-19 is a public health issue. We must stop fighting a war with ourselves. We need to fight the COVID-19. And many did not understand what the Prime Minister said, or what the Prime Minister wanted to do, when he said, instead of criminalizing people for wearing a mask, give them a ticket, give them a chance to understand that this is a war against a disease and not a war against the people. We wanted to do things differently, and we did things differently, Mr. Speaker. We understand that many people thought that we were being soft, that the Prime Minister was a soft man, that he could not stand up to people who are breaking the law, not wearing masks and so on, and that giving tickets was being soft. But today, the discussion is different. There are politicians who thought that to manage the COVID-19 pandemic, you needed to be brutal with people. And while people continue to die, even when they were very brutal, there were still deaths. I went, Mr. Speaker, to visit the Victoria Hospital, or some of us call it the respiratory hospital, and I met a Dr. Eugene Ford, a remarkable and passionate woman. A woman who poured out to me the struggles that they were going through. And I met a bubbly and energetic Miss Nancy Francis, the executive officer at the Victoria Hospital. I spoke to porters, nurses, and the medical staff. During these 100 days, Mr. Speaker, I understood when recently an orderly at the Victoria Hospital, Mr. Delbert Supal, explained to me what they were going through all of these months. And they explained the struggles with the oxygen tanks. They had to be rolling up these tanks up an incline to cause the patients to ensure that they get the vital medical gas. And all the time the manifold could have been fixed or could be better to reduce some of these technical issues with the medical gas. And all the time it was ready to spend some money by a caring government to ensure that we had less pressure on these people pushing up the tanks of gas to ensure that our relatives get the very necessary supply. And I say our relatives, Mr. Speaker, because yes, I too lost relatives. One dear to my heart, almost my mother, who will be buried
this next week, and a very close friend of mine, I too, like many of us, lost relatives. So I could not understand, Mr. Speaker, how an issue like that, which had to cause proper supply of medical gas to our patients, could not be a priority of the last government. I could not understand it. So in the 100 days, Mr. Speaker, what did we do? We ensured that we got the gas money full to ease the pressures on the orderlies, so that at least those people in ICU could get a little relief, Mr. Speaker. And we did that in the 100 days. There were complaints, Mr. Speaker, from the patients about patient care, that the nurses were overwhelmed and the doctors were trying to cope. And so the Prime Minister and I spoke about it, and we could not understand how a government could not employ a few people to ensure that they ease off the pressures on the nurses, so that those people who brought supplies to their relatives in there can at least get the supplies on time. And I started to understand, Mr. Speaker, that the management of COVID-19 is clinical. You need good doctors and good nurses, but it's also clothed with care. And what did we do? We employed patient welfare assistants, 12 of them who are employed at the hospital to assist the nurses and the doctors to care for these people and to ensure that they get their supplies on time. In addition to the additional doctors within the 100 days which we secured, we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that part of the problem with Victoria Hospital was that people were not hearing from their relatives, and they were not getting calls. And the doctors and the nurses, the communication there was suffering, Mr. Speaker. And when we investigated, we found out that the telecommunication system at the hospital was just not working. And what did we do within the 100 days with the assistance of Flo? We caused there to be a telecommunication system at the hospital, and we sourced mobile phones for the doctors, the nurses, and the staff. The situation of critical patients in ICU got focused attention, Mr. Speaker, with a central monitoring system for the wards. And so 15 critical patients in ICU can now be monitored remotely for 24 hours electronically. Mr. Speaker, when we went around the wellness centers and we saw what people like Nurse Motley and Nurse Alexander at Moshi and Nurse Henry and Nurse Sipal and Harrigan from the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, when we saw what they were going through and explained to me, Mr. Speaker, I knew that the first 100 days really needed to be a focus on people. We need to make things different, Mr. Speaker. I was told, Mr. Speaker, that people who are coming in with chest issues, whether at St. Jude, at the Victoria Hospital, or the Soufrière Hospital, or the Grosile Polyclinic, and especially at the Victoria Hospital, we were told, Mr. Speaker, within the 100 days, that the X-ray units were not working. And it was inconceivable, Mr. Speaker, that in the middle of a pandemic, when the medical professionals are saying to us that COVID-19 attacks your lungs and your breathing, and in fact, some people realize they may have COVID because they begin to have difficulty breathing in a country which was said to be growing, and we have the most tourists and all kinds of things the last government told us, the best economy. But in the middle of a pandemic, the machine that actually tells the doctor, guides the doctor to a diagnosis which is related to a deadly virus, in almost all of our public facilities, these machines are not working. I could not understand it, Mr. Speaker, and I tried to find reasons. And I say all the time, thanks to the private sector, those companies who have X-ray machines who assisted. But within 100 days, Mr. Speaker, what did we do? We found out what the problems were, and we decided to put X-ray machines before millions of dollars in consultancies. And we decided that we are going to fix these X-ray machines. And in the 100 days, we fixed the X-ray machines, Mr. Speaker. And we said that whether these problems were recognized before, and you said you would do something about it, you cannot be forgiven for not having these machines working in the middle of a pandemic. You cannot be forgiven for that. When you had millions of dollars all over the place, Mr. Speaker. Horses were in air condition, I was told. And our people did not have working X-ray machines. And I've said so before. So in the 100 days, Mr. Speaker, we put people first and ensured that that was a priority. And so when we went to the Grosile Polyclinic with the minister and member for parliament, and the people explained to him, we went into the room with the X-ray machine, and he promised them that this government, this prime minister, and this minister for health, and himself will work together to ensure that we do something about it. Within the first 100 days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the town of Herod, who presented videos, pictures, and lots of graphic displays about what true development is, and boasted in the middle of the pandemic, the X-ray machine at the Soufriere Hospital was down and not working, Mr. Speaker. In the 100 days, we did what we had to do and sourced technical assistance and got the X-ray machine going. Also working with the St. Jude Hospital. And Mr. Speaker, we have agreed that biomedical technicians and biomedical engineers need to be a priority for us, and that we need to have a home base at a hospital, whether it's at the Victoria Hospital. We need to ensure that we have trained individuals in St. Lucia who can attend to our biomedical equipment, because this may well be the difference between life and death for a number of people, Mr. Speaker. Putting our people first in the first 100 days. And so, in the first 100 days at Victoria Hospital, we are now starting what is the beginning of a biomedical technician space. And if you go to Victoria Hospital now, while it's a little room, we are trying to see what we can do to ensure that we get biomedical expertise to keep an eye on our equipment, to ensure that they are always working. Because we will have no excuse to give to the people of St. Lucia if we spend endless money on other things, and those basic medical things, we cannot keep them going. Mr. Speaker, in the 100 days, therefore, early diagnosis of patients to administer treatment was achieved. We have ensured, Mr. Speaker, through cooperation, that we have increased capacity in ventilators, high-flow oxygen concentrators, and as the Minister for External Affairs indicated, I wish to thank the government and people of the Republic of China and Taiwan, and also the government of people of France, people of Martinique, and the others in the private sector who came forward, the St. Lucia distillers and so on, who came forward with assistance. At the OKEU, within the first 100 days, we fully operationalized the CT scan, inclusive of employer user training for the hospital. Capacity building to aid the efficiency of the health service, Mr. Speaker, and the rollout of an inaugural operating theater technician program. There is also the receipt of an oxygen plant which was ordered prior, and hopefully this oxygen plant will serve the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. We are assisting the St. Jude Hospital, Mr. Speaker, in the procurement and operationalization of their hospital plant with the help of Lucia, Invest St. Lucia, and others. Again, I wish to thank Corporate St. Lucia for coming forward to assist. We are taking steps towards universal health care, and the team led by Mr. Calix and others at the ministry are putting things together, Mr. Speaker, to compare what the last government left, this health insurance program they were working on, and to look at our own ideas so that very soon we will take a universal healthcare model to the Parliament of St. Lucia. And therefore we are partnering with others. And I will not mention all of them now. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, 52,000 doses of vaccine have been administered. Over the last 100 days, over 20,000 doses of vaccine have been administered. In the last 3 months, Mr. Speaker, we saw a significant increase in the uptake of vaccines. Samakadia, Mr. Speaker, depuis nous avons bay vaccine pour faire COVID-19 là. En dernier 3 mois, nous avons un chaque pli vaccine qui s'est ici au Japon. But we keep saying, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough. We need to do a lot more in St. Lucia for the uptake of vaccines. The protocols have been eased. The state of emergency was discontinued. And the discontinuation of the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, is one decision which caused a lot of debate within the cabinet and outside of the cabinet. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we were of one mind at the end of the day that we would discontinue the state of emergency. You heard all of the discussion and all of the brouhaha that the discontinuation of the state of emergency will cause COVID-19 to flare up. And we don't know what we didn't know what we were doing and all of that. But Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the member for Castries East, continues to say that he trusts the people of St. Lucia. And while we are not there yet, and while it is difficult, while the decisions have been difficult, we wanted to do things differently, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to do things differently. And one would have thought that the leader of the opposition would stop the habit of sucking his teeth, Mr. Speaker. But he did it as Prime Minister, and I just heard him do it again. No respect for his constituents. Yes, very arrogant. But Mr. Speaker, no sucking of teeth will stop the resolve of the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And that's the kind of disdain they had for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. That's the kind of disdain. That's the kind of disdain. So, Mr. Speaker, as promised, Mr. Speaker, we stood on principle.
And when we change the protocols, Mr. Speaker, and things did not go as planned, and the people said, you made a mistake, as promised by the Prime Minister in the campaign, we did not insult the people of St. Lucia like they did. We came out boldly and said, listen, we did not organize these protocols well. We made a mistake. We are sorry, and we changed it. We took our blows, and we changed it, Mr. Speaker. We did not suck our teeth and threw the people of St. Lucia below the bus. We said, we made a mistake, we are changing it. That's the kind of government you have with this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. They were very disrespectful to the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 Management Center has a different outlook. And I wish to thank the Chief Medical Officer and all others who worked with the former COVID-19 Command Center. These people every morning met and gave the advice to the cabinet. We wanted inclusion, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to be different. We said we would be different. We did not want a politician to be the head of the command center. We said so. And in opposition, Mr. Speaker, I remember saying that the former member for Ancillary Canneries should be fired from the command center. I can never forget that. And our comrade from Ancillary Canneries fired him royally. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Mr. Cletus Springer for his commitment. Mr. Cletus Springer is he has brought a gentle, calm, a non-partisan outlook to the management of the COVID-19 Management Center. He has met ordinary people, he has met with leaders of organizations, and he continues to go around the country and to try his very best to bring St. Lucians on board and to say to everybody, let's come together. He has brought medical doctors, professionals who are not part of the ministry, private sector professionals, and you can see everybody, they may have different views, but that's exactly what we want. They may have different views, but they don't have a politician at the head trying to ram down everything through the fruits. We are different, Mr. Speaker. We have brought a different management style to this. And I wish to thank all those who are part of the COVID-19 Management Center. Manière nous avons managé COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, différent. Et qui pas aisé. L'année là est difficile. Et l'année là nous avons fait les ouais. Et de là nous mettons protocole là, moun fâché, vous voulez dehors, bah comme ça. Moi-même tout de là, qu'a voulu anti-free up. Mais Mr. Speaker, nous savons que toute bagaille là pas séné so, il pas qu'à fait pas fait toutes les. Et si nous faisons les ouais, nous pas qu'au dernier gouvernement qui laisse ces lycéens qui disent on fait les ouais, il a dérespecter ces lycéens. Quand j'ai jodi à l'opposition vini et qui a dit choups, mais c'est même ça était quand il était premier ministre. Il pas ni pièce respect toujours. Après il était 100 jours. Il parle là, nous bien content il pas bail salaire. Il pas travail pour ça ouais. So Monsieur Speaker, ça n'a dit c'est nous qu'a fait bagaille là différent. Nous qu'a fait bagaille là différent avec nous voulons mener tout le monde à dire dans ça. Monsieur Springer, c'est un monde qui a mélangé bagaille là tout douce. Il pas un politicien avec qui a essayé de parler avec tout le monde. C'est pas toute bagaille nous qui fait bien. Nous avons parlé avec ces gens en ces health center, Mr. Ness Saute Belleville, c'est Jean Health Center Guasla tout partout et qui eux même tout le monde qui a idée et c'est comme ça nous voulons. Nous partons vers un politicien en charge COVID-19 Management Center et c'est politique qui a parlé, c'est Goumen. Covid c'est pas un bagaille politique, Covid c'est un malade et nous tous nous pour Goumen. So Mr. Speaker, our aim is to have under 100 active cases or even lower. From July 25th to November 14th, Mr. Speaker, we've had 7,308 cases. During this period, we've had 33,500 tests and unfortunately 180 sad deaths. Today, we've had a moment of silence for those people who have passed. On November 14th, Mr. Speaker, which was just a few days ago, we had 7 new cases out of 189 samples, with a positivity rate of 3.7%. On the 15th of November, we had 7 cases out of 209 samples, with a rate of 3%. We continue to say to St. Lucians, do not look at these numbers and believe we are there already. Please, I will never tell you how can you argue with success. You remember that? I will never tell you that. Success will be when we completely or almost completely eradicate COVID-19, or when the majority of St. Lucians, the large majority of St. Lucians are vaccinated. Let us not let our guard down. These numbers can easily skyrocket if we do not continue to do what we have to do. Messieurs, Mesdames, depuis nous qu'a managé COVID, nous avons qui c'est l'imoa qu'a descend espérons c'est si maintenant qui passe. Des jours qui passaient, nous tenions 7 cas. Et nous tenions en 140 tests qui étaient faits. Hier, nous tenions 7 cas encore. Mais ma vle personne pour ces bagailles ça là, et dit oh carnival time bagaille ka jump up. Mais ça nous ka dire c'est tout le monde pour continuer pour vacciner, continuer rester à distance, mettez masque parce que c'est les mots ça là ça a changé n'importe l'air. Mr. Speaker, we continue to build capacity, especially in relation to non-communicable diseases. We have engaged the government of Taiwan on a project which has been in discussions for a while and will be receiving support from the government of Taiwan to help with the control of metabolic chronic diseases. As I said before, we started our discussions with universal health care. Our Health Education Bureau has changed their strategies and increasing engagement with the communities. They have expanded strategies for COVID-19 education. And we are preparing for a new program in elderly affairs. The Comfort Bay Senior Citizens Home has come to the Ministry of Health, and sometime this week we will have a formal handing over of the Comfort Bay Senior Citizens Home. Kaila nous ka créer Comfort Bay côté nous ni grand citoyen ka wete, ça ka responsabilité ministre santé. Avec nous ka faire qu'on nous peut pour faire bagay bon bay se moun ki ka wete Comfort Bay. I wish to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I'm proud to be in the cabinet of Honorable Philip J. Pierre, the Member of Parliament for Castries East. We have come a long way. We've had many battles. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister steers his ship well. Cabinet time is always a beautiful time. You may leave there with headaches, but we will solve problems. Food is always on time. I'm just joking. Sometimes we do it late sometimes. But I simply want to say, to be serious, how proud I am to be Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs. And we will spare no effort to continue to reform healthcare in this country. It's about the people, it's about the porters, it's about the janitors at Victoria and St. Jude and everywhere at the health centers, the community health aides, the nursing assistants. It's about, you know, the consultants. It's about those doctors who have been working very hard over the years and they have the experience and they have been talking to governments on how we can turn this around. One doctor said to me, Mr. Jabatis, if we don't do it this time, we will never do it again. I can promise you, we are going to be different. And in the last 100 years, the 100 days, the signs are all there, Mr. Speaker. We are different. And you will get a Ministry of Health which is willing and ready to transform healthcare in this country. And I am ready to go. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Papers to be laid. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Starting instrument number 124 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, State of Emergency, Amendment number 7, Regulations. Starting instrument number 132 of 2021, Fiscal Incentives, Innovative Business Solutions, Incorporated Amendment Order. Citing instrument number 143 of 2021, Fiscal Incentives, Rainforest Moringa Limited Order. Citing instrument number 134 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, State of Emergency, Amendment number 8, Regulations. Citing instrument number 140 of 2021, Legal Profession Eligibility, Vanessa Mary Morgan Order. Citing instrument number 142 of 2021, Fiscal Incentives, Opportunity Print and Design Limited Order. Citing instrument number 144 of 2021, Excise Tax Amendment Schedule number 1, number 13 Order. Second page. Citing instrument number 146 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, State of Emergency Amendment number 9, Regulations. Citing instrument number 149 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, State of Emergency Amendment number 10, Regulations. Statutory instrument number 152 of 2021, Alien Landholding Licensing Exemption, Signaget Hippolyte Order. Citing instrument number 153 of 2021, Eastern Caribbean Asset Management Corporation Amendment of Schedule Order. Citing instrument number 155 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, State of Emergency Amendment number 1, Regulations. Citing instrument number 159 of 2021, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, number 14 Order. Citing instrument number 161 of 2021, Legal Profession Eligibility, Melissa Sancha Modest Singh Order. Citing instrument number 162 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, Proclamation of Revocation of Declaration of State of Emergency. Citing instrument number 167 of 2021, Elections Register of Electors Validation Order. Citing instrument number 169 of 2021, Excise Tax Amendment Schedule 1, number 15 Order. Citing instrument number 170 of 2021, Legal Profession Eligibility, Rachel Maria Nichols Order. Citing instrument number 179 of 2021, Legal Profession Eligibility, Mequisa Josephine Baptist Order. Financial Services Regulatory Annual Report 2029-2020. Citing instrument number 181 of 2021, Legal Profession Law Offices Amendment of Schedule Order. Citing instrument number 182 of 2021, Registered Agent and Trustee Licensing Amendment Regulations. Citing instrument number 184 of 2021, Excise Tax Amendment Schedule 1, number 16 order.
Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 127 of 2021, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Cap Maison Management Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 128 of 2021, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Anola Villas Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 129 of 2021, Tourism Incentives, Fay Gastronomy Caribs Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 130 of 2021, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, National Continental Hotels Order. Statutory Instrument number 137 of 2021, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Carib Invest Capital Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 138 of 2021, Tourism Incentive, Carib Invest Capital Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 139 of 2021, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Hammock Suites Inc. Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument number 174 of 2021, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Ferdinand International Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument number 185 of 2021, Tourism Incentives, Leroy's Apartments Order. Statutory Instrument number 186 of 2021, St. Lucia Tourism Authority, Board of Directors Notice.
Minister for Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology and Vocational Training.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 154 of 2021, Styrofoam and Plastic Food Service Containers Prohibition, Amendment of Schedule Order.
Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 125 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing, number 10 order. Statutory Instrument number 126 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Protocol Public Omnibus Amendment number 2 regulations. Statutory Instrument number 135 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Prohibition of Assembly number 9 order. Statutory Instrument number 136 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing number 11 order. Statutory Instrument number 145 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Testing and Quarantine number 3 regulations. Statutory Instrument number 147 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Prohibition of Assembly number 10 order. Statutory Instrument number 148 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing number 12 order. Statutory Instrument number 150 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Prohibition of Assembly number 11 order. Statutory Instrument number 151 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing number 13 order. Statutory Instrument number 156 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Prohibition of Assembly number 12 order. Statutory Instrument number 157 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing number 14 order. Statutory Instrument number 163 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Prohibition of Assembly number 13 order. Statutory Instrument number 164 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing number 15 order. Statutory Instrument number 171 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing number 15 amendment order. Statutory Instrument number 172 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Prohibition of Assembly number 14 order. Statutory Instrument number 173 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing, number 16 order. Statutory Instrument number 176 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Amendment of Schedule number 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 177 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Ticketable Offences, Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 178 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing, number 17 order. Statutory Instrument number 180 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Ticketable Offences, number 2 Regulations. Thank you, Mrs.
Minister for Youth and Sports.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in the name of the Minister of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs. Statutory Instrument number 131 of 2021, Micro and Small Business Scale Business Enterprises, Rainforest Moringa Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 141 of 2021, Micro and Small Business Scale Enterprises, Opportunity Print and Design Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 143 of 2021, Price Control Amendment number 13 order. Statutory Instrument number 158 of 2021, Price Control Amendment number 14 order. Statutory Instrument number 165 of 2021, Price Control Amendment number 15 order. Statutory Instrument number 168 of 2021, Price Control Amendment number 16 order. Statutory Instrument number 183 of 2021, Price Control Amendment number 17 order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 160 of 2021, Shipping, Accident Reporting and Investigation Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 166 of 2021, Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Designation of Inspectors Order. Statutory Instrument number 175 of 2021, National Utilities Regulatory Commission, Names of Commissioners Notice.
Motions. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy.
Following motion standing in my name, whereas by section 10.3 of the revised edition of the laws, cap 1.07, it is provided that the Attorney General may by order published in the Gazette declare that a revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia specified in the order shall come into force on such day as may be appointed by the order. And whereas by section 10.4 of the revised edition of the laws, cap 1.07, it is provided that an order in respect of a complete revised edition of the laws shall not be made until after the passing of a resolution of Parliament authorizing the making of such an order. And whereas by section 13.5 of the revised edition of the laws at cap 1.07, it is provided that a replacement, insertion, deletion, or amendment pursuant to that section shall have no effect unless made under and in accordance with the order of the Attorney General under section 10.3. And whereas it is further provided by section 13.6 of the revised laws at cap 1.07 that a revised edition in whatever format marked with the latest revision date is deemed to be authoritative revised edition of the laws to which section 10.4 applies. Be it resolved that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia as specified in the order shall come into force as may be appointed by such order as an authoritative version of the law. Mr. Speaker, this resolution seeks Parliament's authorization for making of an order by the Attorney General for the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws. The revised edition of the laws, cap 1.07, the Act, makes provision for the revision and consolidation of the laws of St. Lucia and the preparation and publication of revised editions of the laws in various formats. Presently, the Attorney General is the Law Revision Commission as provided for under the Act. As a result, the Attorney General is responsible under Section 10(3) of the Act for declaring that the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia, as specified in an order published in the Gazette, is effective from the date stated in the order. Provision is also made under the Act in Section 10(4) that a resolution of Parliament authorizing the making of the order must be passed before the Law Revision Commission can make an order. Additionally, Section 13(5) of the Act provides that a replacement, insertion, deletion, or amendment has no effect unless an order is made to that effect. Further, according to Section 13(6) of the Act, a revised edition, irrespective of the form that it takes, for example, as in the case of CD-ROM or other means of electronic storage and loose-leaf booklets, if the latest revision date is on the passing of the order, considered to be an authentic version of the laws of St. Lucia. The procedure has been used to authorize all supplements to the revised edition of the laws since the original revision in 2001. Therefore, the Attorney General has made commencement orders for 2005, 2006, 2008, 2013, 2015, and 2017 supplements to the revised edition. By this resolution, Parliament will authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws, as reflected in the CD-ROM or other means of electronic storage and loose-leaf booklets. The order will specify the date that the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws will have effect as a genuine translation of the laws of St. Lucia for the years 2018 to 2019. In the draft 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws commencement order attached to the resolution, mention is made to the resolution that it be passed today and the commencement date for the revised edition of the laws as the date of publication of the order in the Gazette. In addition, the order identifies the chapters in which the acts which were passed in 2018 and 2019 are incorporated in the 2019 revised laws of St. Lucia. The Attorney General, as the Law Revision Commission, is therefore seeking the approval of Parliament to make the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws commencement order to include in the 2019 revised edition of the laws acts and statutory instruments that were passed in 2018 and 2019.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia, as specified in the order, shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order as an authoritative version of the law. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas under Section 1091A of the Value Added Tax Act Cap 15.42, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided that under Section 1092 of the Act, that an order may, pursuant to Section 1091 of the Act, is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to customs tariff headings only. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order to amend Schedules 1 and 3 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament. A. In the case of Schedule 1, under item 2.2, to include as a zero-rated service the supply of a service by Hazama Ando Corporation and Nippon Koi Co. Limited, except a supply of a service by a subcontractor with respect to the project for reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin. In the case of Schedule 2, to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the 1st day of November 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2022. 2. To exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly. For the period commencing from the 15th of November 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2022. 3. To exempt imported goods and services with respect to the project for reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin for the period commencing from the 12th day of January 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of December 2022. 4. To exempt the imported vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 27th day of July 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of October 2021. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order, which amends Schedules 1 and 3 of the Acts. In the case of Schedule 1, under item 2.2, to include as a zero-rated service the supply of a service by Hazama Ando Corporation and Nippon Co. Company Limited, except a supply of a service by a subcontractor with respect to the project for reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin. B. In the case of Schedule 3, to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the 1st day of November 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of January 2022. 2. To exempt imports of toys, food, supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for a period commencing from the 15th day of November 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2022. 3. To exempt imported goods and services with respect to the project for reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin for the period commencing from the 12th day of January 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of December 2022. 4. To exempt the imported vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 27th day of July 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of October 2021. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is the amendment. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, is to cause the importation of barrels for Christmas from November 1st to 2021 to January 31st, 2022 to be free of VAT. That means what is contained in these barrels is free of VAT except if it's electronics, etc., electronic equipment, etc., Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it also allows parliamentarians, and that is something that was started, I think it was 2 years ago, that parliamentarians who bring in toys and food supplies for their constituents, because during Christmas time, Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians normally seek to make their constituents happy, particularly the underprivileged ones. So if a parliamentarian sources toys and food supplies and care packages from abroad, he can bring it in duty-free. And you may note, Mr. Speaker, that we have made the package of items a little smaller, because last year there were lights and decorations, and we thought that these things were not absolutely necessary, so we kept it to what's essential for the people. So elected parliamentarians can bring in these things, And I'm sure with the advent of COVID-19, many parliamentarians will want to support their constituents, especially underprivileged, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the barrels, we want to make it clear that the waiver of import duty on the personal items and the VAT is for food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels. Electronics are explicitly excluded, Mr. Speaker. Each family is allowed 2 barrels per household, and the upper limit of the value for the barrel is $2,500 EC on the items qualifying for concessions. Mr. Speaker, the qualifying items must be for personal and family use and not for commercial use, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we hope that what is in the barrels are for personal use and not commercial use, and only toys and food supplies, etc. This is very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other part of that resolution is to ensure that the 2 vehicles, Mr. Speaker, the amendment, 3 vehicles imported by MV Logos Hope, that's the ship, Mr. Speaker, that visits St. Lucia probably twice a year, bringing books, etc. It's not a commercial entity, so we thought that we would help them, Mr. Speaker, in that the vehicles that they brought, they should not pay any VAT or duties on these vehicles, Mr. Speaker. It's called the book ship, Mr. Speaker, and they visited St. Lucia on 2 occasions this year, and it's operated by GBA Ships, and it's a non-profit Christian organization working in over 110 countries around the world. Mr. Speaker, on the occasion of the Logos visits in July and October this year, the government approved the waiver of customs duties on the sale of books, literature, and non-book souvenir items sold on board the ship. This provides an opportunity for St. Lucians to experience the international education and cultural exchange facilitated via the Logos book ship. Mr. Speaker, during the second visit of the Logos in October, the ship was docked at Port Viewfort, which allowed for more access for the people of the south of the island. During the period of the ship's stay in St. Lucia, the crew and team members used 3 vehicles for temporary importation to facilitate the operations on the island, and at the end of the visit, the vehicles were returned to the ship. Mr. Speaker, the measure being requested is the amendment of Schedule 3 of the VAT Act to facilitate the waiver of value-added tax on the temporary importation of vehicles on behalf of the MV Logos Hope, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the other part of the resolution is to exempt the contractors, the Japanese contractors who are constructing the bridges in cul-de-sac, Mr. Speaker. A Japanese firm built by, it's a grant, Japanese corporation, with the Japanese corporation, with the government of St. Lucia to build these bridges, and we thought that it would be necessary, part of the conditions, that they pay no VAT on the items that they import for that construction, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order, which amends Schedules 1 and 3 of the Act. A, in the case of Schedule 1, on the item 2, sub-item 2, to include as a zero-rated service the supply of a service by Hazama Ando Corporation and Nippon Koi Company Limited, except the supply of a service by a subcontractor with respect to the project for reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin. B, in the case of Schedule 3, 1, to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the 1st of November 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of January 2022. 2, to exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable, and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the 15th day of November 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of January 2022. 3. Value Added Tax Act, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 and 3 order. And 3. To exempt imported goods and services with respect to the project for the reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin for the period commencing from the 12th day of January 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of December 2022. 4. To exempt the imported vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 27th day of July 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of October 2021. Member for Mikot South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance for, again, acceding to give the concession specifically to MPs for the importation of toys and food items for needy constituents. I also want to thank JICA for the contribution that they have made to St. Lucia in the construction of the cul-de-sac bridge, and certainly the opposition supports this effort in exempting that for materials and also for support equipment. I think it's also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that with the JICA project, that here we have a project in which the government of Japan provided grants and CDB provided soft financing. And in exchange for that concession, Mr. Speaker, that the contracting firm that was identified was Japanese. So part of the concession of receiving grant financing and also concessional financing is the condition that you end up having to use one of their construction companies. And this is a practice that is very common. I only say that, Mr. Speaker, because certain comments were made earlier about the Taiwanese and the selection of OECC. And I wanted to say to the Honorable Minister of Finance that, in fact, it worked the other way around. The financing for the airport project was identified first, and it's when the financing was identified and knowing the source and the concession of the financing is at that time that the contracting company was identified, which is very similar to what's taking place with JICA, and it's certainly not anything new in the norm of how we've done business. I thank you, and again, I thank the Minister of Finance for the concessions for the young kids and for the elderly in our constituencies.
Any rebuttal, Mr. Prime Minister? Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order, which amends Schedule 1 and 3 of the Act. In the case of Schedule 1, under Item 2, Sub-Item 2, to include as a zero-rated service the supply of a service by Hazama Ando Corporation and Nippon Koi Company Limited, except a supply of a service by a subcontractor with respect to the project for the reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin. B, in the case of Schedule 3, 1, to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the 1st day of November 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of January 2022. 2, to exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the members of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the 15th day of November 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of January 2022, 3 Value-Added Tax Act Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value-Added Tax Amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 order. 3, to exempt imported goods and services with respect to the project for reconstruction of bridges in the cul-de-sac basin for the period commencing from the 12th day of January 2021 and terminating on the 31st day of December 2022. 4, to exempt the imported vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 27th day of July 2021 and terminating on the 41st day of October 2021. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, bills, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Development and the Youth Economy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Act.
Money Laundering Prevention Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through all its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Proceed, Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Money Laundering Prevention Act, Cap 20.20, consolidates the law governing money laundering and related matters. The Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill, the bill, amends the Act for two main reasons. The first objective of the amendment is to give effect to various Financial Action Task Force recommendations, FATF recommendations. The Financial Action Task Force, FATF, is an intergovernmental body that uses recommendations to provide a coordinated global response to prevent money laundering and other criminal activities that threaten the integrity of the international financial system. Within the Caribbean region, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFATF, promotes the implementation of the FATF recommendations. In St. Lucia, CFATF-related matters and national anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing activities are coordinated by the National Anti-Money Laundering Oversight Committee in the Attorney General's Office, the NAMLOC. The CFATF, in collaboration with the NAMLOC, the Financial Intelligence Authority, the FIA, and other stakeholders, have assessed the degree to which St. Lucia has complied with the FATF recommendations. In the fourth round mutual evaluation report for St. Lucia, the CFATF identified deficiencies in the Act, including limited and disproportionate sanctions, lack of provisions regarding terrorist financing, and inadequate mechanisms for risk mitigation and verification of customer identity. In keeping with the FATF recommendations, the bill introduces new customer identity measures in the Act that require a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to verify the true identity of a person acting on behalf of another person in the transaction. B, prohibit accounts bearing fictitious names and requiring a report to be made with respect to the identity of a customer in a transaction or an attempted transaction in which there are reasonable grounds for suspecting criminal conduct. D, require verification of customer identity for transactions of not less than $8,000. Enable financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to request evidence of the authorization of a person to act on behalf of another person in a transaction. E. Require financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to submit to the authority on request customer identity information. Additionally, in order to efficiently combat money laundering and related criminal conduct, the powers of the FIA are enlarged to include the supervision of financial institutions or persons engaged in other business activity for terrorist financing, proliferation financing, and compliance with the Act. Further, the FIA can now share information with the central bank with respect to the supervision of licensed financial institutions. The bill also amends the Act to extend the range of sanctions available to the FIA under the Act, so that the FIA may issue a directive with respect to non-compliance with the Act, and a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity which fails to comply with that direction is liable to a penalty not exceeding $5,000 for each failure and a penalty of $500 for each day or part of a day for which a failure continues. The amendment also enabled the FIA to delegate its powers to the director of the FIA, the director, and sets out the functions and responsibilities of the director in relation to the interests of the FIA for transparency. Among other things, a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity is responsible for developing and applying internal measures to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing in keeping with the amendment of the Acts, developing internal compliance management arrangements and screening procedures with respect to his employees, reporting a suspicious transaction or an attempted transaction with respect to other criminal conduct, understanding when to use enhanced, reduced, or simplified customer due diligence as specified in the bill based on the background, purpose, and intended nature of a business transaction. Considering the level of risk of a country in which an intermediary or third party is located, and whether the intermediary or third party is supervised and regulated with respect to carrying out customer due diligence and record keeping. The bill enhances the record keeping requirements under the Act by including the requirement for a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to keep a record of an occasional transaction for a period of 7 years. The amendment permits a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to determine when to submit a suspicious transaction report to the authority instead of performing customer due diligence to avoid tipping off a customer. Under the amendment of the Act, a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity may use an intermediary or third party to carry out certain customer due diligence activities. A financial institution or person engaged in other business activity is mandated to conduct customer due diligence on existing business relationships, and in particular, that enhanced customer due diligence must be performed on an ongoing basis with respect to the accounts held by a politically exposed person. The amendment outlines the measures that a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity must implement with respect to training the staff in relation to recognizing criminal conduct and providing internal reporting procedures to identified persons at the management level to whom an employee should report information with respect to criminal conduct. The bill amends the Act to clarify that a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity may request a source of funds declaration from a person involved in a transaction below the threshold of 10,000 United States dollars or its equivalent, or an attempted transaction which there are reasonable grounds for suspecting criminal conduct. Require verification of customer identity for transactions of not less than $8,000. Enable a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to request evidence of the authorization of a person to act on behalf of another person in a transaction. Require a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to submit to the authority on request customer identity information. Additionally, In order to efficiently combat money laundering and related criminal conduct, the powers of the FIA enlarged to include the supervision of financial institutions or persons engaged in other business activity for terrorist financial, proliferation financing, and compliance with the Act. Further, the FIA can now share information in the central bank with respect to the supervision of licensed financial institutions. The bill also amends the Act to extend the range of sanctions available to the FIA under the Act so that the FIA may issue a directive with respect to non-compliance with the Act, and a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity which fails to comply with that direction is liable to a penalty not exceeding $5,000 for each failure and a penalty of $500 for each day or part of a day in which the failure continues. The amendment also enables the FIA to delegate its power to the director of the FIA, the director, and sets out the functions and responsibility of the director in relation to the interests of the FIA for transparency. Among other things, a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity is responsible for developing and applying internal measures to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing in keeping with the amendment to the Act, developing internal compliance management arrangements and screening procedures with respect to its employees, reporting a suspicious transaction or an attempted transaction with respect to other criminal activity, understanding when to use enhanced, reduced, or simplified customer due diligence as specified in the bill based on the background, purpose, and intended nature of a business transaction. Considering the level of risk of a country in which an intermediary or third person is located, and whenever the intermediary or third person is supervised and regulated with respect to carrying out customer due diligence and record keeping. The bill enhances the record keeping requirements under the Act by including the requirement for financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to keep a record of an occasional transaction for a period of 7 years. The amendment permits a financial institution or person engaged in other business activity to determine whether to submit a suspicious transaction report to the authority instead of performing customer due diligence to avoid tipping off the customer. Under the amendment of the Act, the financial institution or person engaged in other business activity may use an intermediary or third party to carry out certain due diligence activities. A financial institution or person engaged in other business activity is mandated to conduct customer due diligence on existing business regulations, and in particular, that enhanced customer due diligence must be performed on an ongoing basis with respect to the accounts held by a politically exposed person. Notwithstanding the supervisory jurisdiction of the central bank, the FIA may, in consultation with the central bank, inspect a licensed financial institution on reasonable grounds. The powers exercisable by the central bank under the amendment include the issuing of prudential standards relating to the detection and prevention of money laundering, terrorist financing, proliferation financing, and other criminal conduct. Also, the central bank may suspend an activity of a licensed financial institution and suspend or revoke a license of a licensed financial institution in specific circumstances. In order to exercise its supervisory jurisdiction, the amendment provides that the central bank may give a direction, issue a warning, conclude a written agreement, or give an order in relation to a licensed financial institution failure to comply with the Act in general, or specific sections of the Act with respect to money laundering or other criminal conduct. There is also a penalty for a licensed financial institution that fails to comply with specific sections of the Act. Further, a licensed financial institution has new responsibilities under the amendment with respect to combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing, including to conduct a risk assessment of its operations and to undertake customer due diligence measures that are consistent with guidelines issued by the central bank. The central bank is excluded from liability for the acts or omissions of its directors, personnel, or other persons acting under its direction when an act is done or an omission is made in good faith in the exercise of the function under the Acts. The amendment provides that subject to specified exemptions, a licensed financial institution is not liable for a disclosure of information to the central bank. However, a person must not disclose information except in the circumstances identified under the amendments. Parliament is therefore invited, Mr. Speaker, to pass the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill to strengthen the money laundering prevention framework and to avoid sanctions for non-compliance with the FATF recommendations.
Honourable members, the question is that the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill be read a second time. The member for Swazelle Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill, I am very comfortable with the contents and the amendments. And if I recall clearly, Mr. Speaker, while in government, I am aware that the Prime Minister was working along with the central bank and other countries in the OECS to establish a central compliance unit. Because one of the things you find, Mr. Speaker, is the inconsistency among our local financial establishments in terms of the requirements. And all of us around this table must recognize that we are politically exposed persons, including you, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm very comfortable, Mr. Speaker. But with the consistency, and I was speaking about, Mr. Speaker, is that some banks may want to stretch your affiliations to a certain point, and some banks may want to go a little further. So there's a consistency that is required. And as I speak of my comfort, Mr. Speaker, and I know the leader of the opposition the Prime Minister, has boasted about that as well, been very up to date with the Integrity Commission. And I'm hoping that all members, do make their submissions very early so that they could be in positions of comfort as well, Mr. Speaker. But I want to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to raise a matter not necessarily intricate with what we're dealing here with, but something that is affecting many St. Lucians when they go to the banks, either to open accounts or do certain transactions. There are St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, who will never have a driver's license and who will never have a passport. And the only form of ID they have is the national ID card, Mr. Speaker. And the requirements from banks that you must have 2 pieces of ID, and as you could see in the money laundering act, they ask for as well, Mr. Speaker, is something we need to discuss with our banks, because it is really making a percentage of our population unbankable and puts them at risk as well. Because I mean, people speak to me, they get their checks, and they have to keep their money at home, making them victims of crime, where people could come in and steal whatever they have. So it is something I think a discussion needs to be had with our local financial institutions as to how we can identify these people to make that kind of exception. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that it shows the fast-changing financial landscape that we're dealing with. We expect to see a lot more of that, and it's a bill that I support. Thank you.
Member from Meekwood South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly want to support my colleague in supporting this bill. This has been an ongoing exercise, not only here in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, but throughout the world. I remember when I first became Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in particular, Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of compliance and de-risking, which is a process that started in the United States of America, persons would not have understood to the extent that things like this would have an impact on us. So in fact, when we came into office, both the Bank of America and Chase Manhattan Bank had given notice that they were going to be withdrawing their correspondent bank relationships, not only with St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, but with us in the OECS. I bring this up because this has significant implications. it would have meant, if we lost our compliance department, simple things of us getting a credit card that would allow us to go online to shop or allow us to purchase an airline ticket or to do things internationally, or even when we travel, to be able to pay with a credit card, would have been denied us. And as difficult as it for us to imagine, that's exactly what happened to Belize for a period of time, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Belize went through a period of time where all of its foreign exchange was being flown in planes. That's how harsh this is. And my colleague from Choiseul brought up a very important point, and I know that the Prime Minister mentioned it. I just want to really articulate, because I don't want to suggest in any way that he glossed over it, but I just want for us to understand a simple clause that's in this that has a significant amount of ramifications for all of us. And that is the clause in which it indicated that these compliance services can be outsourced to a third party. Where that is coming from, Mr. Speaker, is that after we were able to resolve the issue partially, and remember, the whole issue of correspondent banking, Mr. Speaker, arose out of the fact that the Dodd-Frank amendment in the United States of America changed the fines from being the size of the infraction to the size of the bank. So even if the infraction was $1,000 and it was Bank of America, the fine would have been representative or reflective of the size of the Bank of America and not reflective of the $1,000. And as a result of that, those banks did an audit and understood how weak our compliance was in our indigenous banks in particular. And that's who the corresponding relationships were primarily for. And in doing that audit, recognized how weak the systems are. So this bill that we're passing here today, Mr. Speaker, has been a process of strengthening that process. And there is this still constant debate between the IFA as well as the central bank. But the provision I speak to, Mr. Speaker, arose out of the deliberations that we had as ministers of finance and as the monetary fund to create a singular compliance department for our indigenous banks in the Eastern Caribbean. Because we've all seen it in all our acts of life, and I share this with the Minister of Finance because you are going to have investors coming here. You also have CIP, in which we are using indigenous banks for those monies to be deposited. And it is becoming more and more difficult, and with the passage of this bill, it is even strengthening it further. And therefore, if persons are not competent in doing the level of due diligence, what you may see is that this in fact has an opposite effect, in that what it's going to do is going to weigh down our banks and the ability to borrow money and to transfer monies significantly, where it's going to in fact work opposite towards the ease of doing business. So I want to encourage the Prime Minister, and I'm sure when he goes to the Monetary Council and he meets with the Governor, that he will hear of what is taking place. I believe that the World Bank, IMF, as well as CDB are involved in financing, and you know the Canadian government are always heavily involved in funding efforts, programs in this region to strengthen our governance, that he give it his support, because this is something that is really necessary. If you speak to bankers internationally and even domestically, the fastest growing departments in banks is compliance. And in fact, the cost of compliance, now it's becoming almost prohibitive. So by having a centralized compliance department, I think will go a long ways, Mr. Speaker, in helping strengthen our indigenous banks and to make sure that what we're attempting, what we are actually passing here today and we support, doesn't in fact have the opposite effect on our economy. So again, we in the opposition support this bill wholeheartedly, but we give that little caveat and seek the Prime Minister's indulgence, and hopefully that he supports and continues to support the decision to create one singular compliance department. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Labrie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill. And I join my parliamentary colleagues in saying that the bill makes provisions for strengthening the anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism, or AML-CFT, supervisory framework in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the issue of AML-CFT is a global issue that requires global coordination, and these amendments are in keeping with St. Lucia's commitment to become compliant with international standards. It is important for St. Lucia to strengthen its AML-CFT supervisory framework in order to effectively manage the risk associated with money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation. Mr. Speaker, we can all remember, as is clearly articulated in this House, the issues that the ECCB member countries face with that withdrawal of the corresponding banking relationships. The withdrawal of corresponding banking relationships, Mr. Speaker, had to do with the assessment of the profitability and assessment of the risk of the relationships with the domestic banks. In particular, the decisions to terminate the CBRs often relate to the correspondent bank's lack of confidence in the respondent bank's capacity to effectively manage risk. Recent changes in the international regulatory and enforcement landscape have contributed to this phenomenon, notably with respect to more vigorous and prudential requirements, economic and trade sanctions, and anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. It is therefore important, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucia implement the international standards in relation to the AML, the CFT framework, in order to ensure that it is not blacklisted. This act gives the Financial Intelligence Authority wider powers in relation to AML, CFT matters. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the FIA is given the power to interview and take statements from a person in relation to terrorist financing and proliferation financing. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this amendment bill provides for the FIA or the authority, as it is defined in the Act, to conduct inspections and audits of financial institutions and persons engaged in other business activities to determine compliance with the Act. The bill also gives the FIA the power to inspect a licensed financial institution on reasonable grounds, Mr. Speaker. In addition to strengthening the powers of the FIA, the amendment bill also places requirements on licensed financial institutions. In particular, Mr. Speaker, a licensed financial institution must undertake customer due diligence measures that are consistent with guidelines issued by the ECCB. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the reporting requirement in relation to the identity of a customer in a transaction or an attempted transaction in which there are reasonable grounds for suspecting criminal conduct. The bill provides, Mr. Speaker, for a range of additional requirements that financial institutions are required to undertake with a view to strengthening its capability to detect money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the bill will go a long way in strengthening St. Lucia's capability to address AML-CFT issues and hence improve St. Lucia's reputation in the international arena, and thus help to support the growth of the economy, and in particular, the sectors of the economy that rely on having a strong AML-CFT supervisory framework in place. Mr. Speaker, I yield the floor.
Any rebuttal, Mr. Minister for Finance? Honourable members, the question is that the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Money Laundering Prevention Act, capped 12.20.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Part 2.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Insertion of new Part 2A.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Amendment of Part 3.
Mr. Speaker, clause 6, section 17(1)(b) on page 34. B, carrying out occasional transactions equal to or exceeding $25,000 or wire transfer. I want to move that that is amended to $10,000 US or equivalent. Because that is what is usually required by the US. $10,000 US or equivalent in EC dollars.
Eastern Caribbean dollars.
Or is equivalent Eastern Caribbean dollars.
It is proposed that under clause 6 at page 34, 1B, the words 25 be replaced by US 10 and the words
10,000.
well 20
10,000.
yes, because but I only removed 25, so 1,000 stays. So I'm only amending what I've removed. So removing 25 and replacing it with US 10 and adding after the word dollars EC equivalent.
10,000 US dollars.
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Or it's US equivalent, or it's EC equivalent, yes. Clause 6 as amended stands.
Could you read it again, please?
Carrying out occasional transactions equal to or exceeding US $10,000 or its EC equivalent.
You wanted the United States dollars.
That's why I said US $10,000 or its EC equivalent. Yeah?
You want to put United States dollars?
You can put that. Okay, exceeding United States $10,000 or its Eastern Caribbean equivalent. Right. Clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Amendment of Part 5.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of Part 6.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 9.
Substitution of Schedule 2.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Insertion of new Schedule 3.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill went through committee stage with amendment to Clause 6.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed a third time, be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Money Laundering Prevention Amendment Act 2021.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled St. Lucia National Economic Fund Amendments.
St. Lucia National Economic Fund Amendment.
Mr. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order number 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Proceed, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill amends the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Act number 18 of 2019. The act had essentially created the St. Lucia National Economic Fund, the fund. In addition, the act provides the uses of the fund and the financial requirements relating to the fund. Section 4 of the act provides the functions of the fund. Currently, under Section 4(1)(e) of the act, one of the functions of the fund is to provide monies for a purpose approved by cabinet that is not considered recurrent in nature. This section has created some ambiguity in its interpretation. Section 4(1)(e) of the Act, Mr. Speaker, is therefore being amended to remove the words "that is not considered recurrent in nature" to make it clear that Cabinet will approve the purpose of the monies to be provided by the fund. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet is the decision-making body that takes laws to the Parliament, where the majority of elected members support these laws, and after it goes through the Senate, these laws are passed, Mr. Speaker. So if the Cabinet, in its wisdom, the Cabinet decides that expenditure should go in a particular direction for a particular project or particular purpose, Mr. Speaker. If the Cabinet decides that that ought to happen, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the Cabinet, particularly the Cabinet or the St. Lucia Labour Party, is responsible enough to determine or to decide how the monies of this country can be spent, Mr. Speaker. And we think that it is ambiguous for anybody to dictate to the cabinet of the country, particularly responsible cabinet, how the monies should be spent, particularly when the monies are for the benefit of the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not debate today on the use of funds or the use of the monies of the people of St. Lucia. This is not the time for that today. Today is a day when we are speaking about our 100 days in office, Mr. Speaker. But I would hope that the door is not opened to debate slush funds, etc. I am praying, Mr. Speaker, that if that door is open, we may be here until midnight. And the curfew, Mr. Speaker, is at 10, and I would not like to break the curfew, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you must understand that when we speak, we were here just a few months ago. I don't think we have understood that the people of the country have spoken, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we understand that, Mr. Speaker. So today, I am saying that this is an amendment that gives the cabinet the same way it gives the cabinet authority to deal with the consolidated fund, which possesses all the money in the country. The country's consolidated fund comes to this house through the appropriation bill. After it comes to the cabinet, and the parliament decides how the money is spent. And there are no strictures on that once the cabinet decides, and it goes according to the law, Mr. Speaker. So there can be no law within that context that can determine how the cabinet spends the money of the country or the taxes of the country, Mr. Speaker. So I'm asking honorable members, please, let us look at the value of the amendment, because, Mr. Speaker, there are no we do not present any ill-conceived ideas on this amendment. The amendment is very simple, Mr. Speaker. So I beg honorable members, let us look at the spirit of the amendment so that we can have a debate today that is free of acrimony and free of the truth, which the people of St. Lucia will hear at some point, but not today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Amendment Bill be read a second time. The member for Suzel Saltibus.
You going to close it? Oh. You sure of that? You sure that's what you're going to do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, like the Prime Minister said, I understand the value of the amendment. I understand the spirit of the amendment. I understand all of that. And I also understand that when a government comes into office, the government makes its own policy, the way forward. What I don't understand, and not I don't understand it, but what I don't agree, Mr. Speaker, and what irks me is the disingenuity of a party. It is? I'll interpret it for you in a while. Is the disingenuity of a party in opposition saying one thing, and when you're in government, you propose something. That is the issue for me. And Mr. Speaker, I say that because the amendment, Mr. Speaker, is a reflection of a consistent pattern by this government saying one thing in opposition and practicing a completely different thing when you're in office. You see? So Mr. Speaker, so while the amendment will pass, obviously, because of the majority in the House, okay? We must not forget, Mr. Speaker, that we here in this parliament, we have a 2 versus 15. So the majority in parliament, it will pass. But the parliament outside is also listening, Mr. Speaker. And the parliament outside, Mr. Speaker, the parliament outside, Mr. Speaker. No, but let me go further.
Member,
let me go further, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Central, you shall not refer, you shall,
okay.
Member for Suzel, just a minute. Member for Castries Central, you shall not refer to a member of this House by his name.
I'm not opening the door you want me to open it. I'm not going to open that door.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes you just cannot continue.
Right.
When you have such disparity.
That's okay, no explanation is required, member. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I say the members in the parliament outside are listening, you see, and they were quick to respond that they put them in office. But the fact, Mr. Speaker, is 27%, Mr. Speaker, of the registered voters in St. Lucia supported the St. Lucia Labour Party. 27%. Which means 63% did not support and did not vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker? That's a fact. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge your protection. I'm not getting opportunity to speak.
Order.
Is that how
Order.
we go
Member.
forward? Is that how we go
Member for
forward?
Suzel. Member for Suzel, please.
Listen.
Member for Suzel, I am on the floor. There are only 17 debaters in the House of Assembly. The chair does not debate, the chair rules. And when the chair rules, that is final. Proceed, Member for Suzel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the tactic is to try to, as much as possible, disturb me. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, so you see, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is 63% of registered voters in St. Lucia did not vote for the government. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, even in the 27% that voted for this government, many of them were misled and misinformed, particularly with what is happening there today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker,
members, please allow the member for Suzel to make his point.
While we will continue to have amendments like this, Mr. Speaker, you know what it's going to do, Mr. Speaker? The people in the parliament outside, Mr. Speaker, their consciousness will open, their third eye will open, Mr. Speaker. And they will realize, Mr. Speaker, they will realize that a lot of what was being said by the opposition then, Mr. Speaker, what it is today. And Mr. Speaker, when I speak of misinformation, Mr. Speaker, I don't just speak it glibly, because even in government today, the government continues to misinform. And Mr. Speaker, I have a black suit today. I don't have many suits, Mr. Speaker. And I deliberately wore the suit that I wore on Sunday at memorial service, still with the poppy. And from the Prime Minister's office, a release was sent. No mention of the opposition being represented, deliberately, Mr. Speaker, to misinform the St. Lucian population that we were not represented. Not represented, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Members, order, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, order. This is a debate. You will have an opportunity to respond to anything that the member for Suzel Saltiba says.
But what does that have to do with CDP? What does that have to do with CDP?
He may be provoking the member, but the members on the side to my right are provoking the speaker. And that's not a good thing.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the tactic opposite, but that's okay. Mr. Speaker, this amendment gives full authority, okay, for Cabinet to unilaterally approve anything with CIP money. But, Mr. Speaker, you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that when this bill came into Parliament, the then opposition vehemently denied, opposed. They vehemently opposed, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliament of St. Lucia had no say. in what was done by Cabinet. And Mr. Speaker, you know, this amendment really and truly waters down the role of any board that's going to be overseeing CIP. That is what it is. In fact, in our local parlance, Mr. Speaker, you know, you're making a cardboard of a board. And you know, Mr. Speaker, even the fact, and you, Mr. Speaker, actually said it, that any bill which in your mind or in the mind of the government, which is extremely important to the people of St. Lucia, you would not have it to go through all the stages. You'd let the people ponder on it. And my good friend opposite, and he knows that I listen to him very well, because, you know, there are other occasions when we can speak a little more freely, you know. He said, Mr. Speaker, that you need to give people the opportunity for feedback, to provide discourse. And an amendment like this, which is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, that opportunity should be given, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I remember my friend using the words, you know, that what was happening.
Who is your friend on the other side? I'm not sure.
My friend,
for the records,
my friend knows himself very well, Mr. Speaker.
No, there are several members opposite, so.
But they're not necessarily my parliamentary colleagues, but I have a friend, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I see. But you wouldn't want to identify that.
My friend said, his words, that what was happening then, we were bastardizing, I think that's the word you use, and vulgarizing the CIP, Mr. Speaker. These were the words used, Mr. Speaker. And today, Mr. Speaker, you know, and I remember as well some of the words in terms of how CIP money should be used, and he quoted then how it was used in Dominica for various capital projects. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not necessarily against the amendment, you know, because as I said, every government has a right to do, but I have to speak, Mr. Speaker, of the hypocrisy. You cannot on one hand, speak to your vehemently opposing something, and when you come in, you know, say something differently, Mr. Speaker. So see, Mr. Speaker, every time the government of the United Workers' Party demits office, there's always some money left in the kitty. Always money is left in the kitty. So John left a sinking fund. There was an airport fund that was left some time ago, and now the CIP, Mr. Speaker. And you know, but Mr. Speaker, I'll say something. I'm happy that we were able to leave money in the CIP, and I'm really hoping that many of the promises that were made, that these monies will be used, Mr. Speaker. I heard this morning the member for Castries South is just walking out. He spoke to relief coming to bar owners and bus drivers and transport owners, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hoping now, Mr. Speaker, that many people will have a good Christmas, because a lot of, you know, the election promises now, Mr. Speaker, an avenue was left so that they were able to, will now be able to take care of these people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, and I will repeat it, the government has a right, Mr. Speaker, to conduct their own policy. What irks me, Mr. Speaker, is the disingenuity of saying one thing and then practicing another. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mico South.
Thank you so much, very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I have to join my colleague in the statements he made and the sentiment that he expressed. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, that has been the tale of two St. Lucias. That has been the tale of two St. Lucias. So, Mr. Speaker, I find it very disturbing, honestly, Mr. Speaker, that in this House, where there are two opposition members, and in the name of democracy, that the leader of government business, the Prime Minister, as I now know there's a separation of roles,
All right? That I take it as a threat. I take it as a threat that we are being challenged not to speak. In the threat that you are going to unveil something not tonight, but maybe reveal it at another point. Mr. Speaker, I stand proud of all that we've accomplished. And the records are there to speak for themselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me say that as a former Minister of Finance and confronted with the conditions that were set on the economic fund, it wasn't easy. And I'm sure in your first 100 days you discovered it, and that is why you have found yourself in this House to make the amendment that you want to make. Because it is not cumbersome to say that you cannot use and you should not use the money for recurrent expenditure. There's nothing cumbersome in that. It's deliberate and it's very clear.
It was deliberate, you didn't appoint the Deputy Speaker.
Excuse me?
Excuse me.
Mr. Speaker.
Member of Castries Central, the relevance of the comment to what is being debated is absolutely no nexus. So please allow the member from Mico South
Mr.
to
Speaker,
proceed.
everything is always subject to interpretation, exactly what my colleague said. Today, the government has the majority in the House to make whatever amendments they want. And there's nothing that we're going to say that is going to change that in this House. But certainly, what we want to put on record with this amendment is what we think that this amendment is going to do. So here it was, we had the Minister of Health, not too long ago, speaking about not putting a politician at the head of the command center. I believe that's what he said. And you said so as well. And so now you have a board for the Economic Fund in which Cabinet was providing guidelines on how to approve projects, but giving the authority of approvals to those board members. And now by making this one simple amendment, what you in fact have done is taken away that authority for them, because in E what it means is that any project that Cabinet approves, you can use the monies for. That's in essence what it said. In fact, no, I read it because, I practiced it. I practiced it. Okay? So the fact is that with that clause in, and also specifically saying you cannot use it for recurrent expenditures, that is what caused the difficulty and caused the government to have to put together solid cases when we went to the Economic Fund. So where you had the hurricane relief at the CDC buildings, where you had the situation with the farmers, because ideally the way that the fund was designed, Mr. Speaker, was for it to be a sovereign fund. And the reason why the fund could buy bonds or the funds could make investments into government-approved projects. Who approves government projects? Cabinet. Right? And there's a mechanism to do that. And in fact, a government-approved project which is already getting financing is included in our budget process, of which it gets parliamentary approval. So Cabinet has a mechanism of approving those projects. So why would you want to take out recurrent expenditure? Now, if in fact, exactly what my colleague said, that income support was being deemed as a recurrent expenditure, and you wanted to come with a one-off case to help persons with income support, I would support that. But to make a carte blanche amendment, which in fact opens up the Pandora's box to allow Cabinet to make the decisions as to how the monies are going to be used, I think it is a regressive step. Regressive. Mr. Speaker, exactly what my colleague had indicated, that even the members on the opposite side would have to agree with me. In fact, when they were in opposition and this bill came up, they spoke of transparency and accountability. And they said that the first thing that they would have done when they got into government was to have immediately repealed this bill. Here's 100 days has gone by. You're bragging about all the things that you have accomplished. Many of them, I have to add, are things in which the former government had started. So it begs the question, if in fact we had not done many of those things, where would your first 100 days be? They used adjectives, Mr. Speaker: dangerous, frightening, and vulgar. They also asked the question, where's the money? Where's the money gone? They kept coming to the House. One member in particular kept coming to the House, despite all the evidence to show him that in fact how the monies were being spent was already being proved. And he had concerns with that. And if in fact he has concerns...
Member Vakasi South, what's the point of order?
The member for Miko South is misleading the House. The member for Miko South has never come to this House for approval for the use of CIP funds. And we've said it over and over in this House. And he changed the law to prevent him from having to do so. And if he's going to say in this honorable House what he is saying, he has to prove it. He has never given evidence to this House how he has spent over $150 million from CIP, and I will prove it with a document of the House when I stand to speak. Do not mislead the House. You're no longer Prime Minister.
Member for Miko South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so very much. I see that the justification for the hypocrisy that we're seeing today is a short memory. Obviously. Because we've been in this House several times. In fact, that there was a to and fro debate where we actually showed the member exactly where in the budget everything had been lined out. And the fact is that all of the expenditure prior to the commencement of the economic fund was done through the budgetary process. And every single project was in there. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I can stand up here without any fear. If the member has all the documentation, then set a trap for me. Let me speak, and then come and say what you have differently. But I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that as the Minister of Finance, that I came to this House on many of occasions and had to walk through step by step to show the same member from Castries South exactly where everything was in the budget. Laid out, identified as CIP funds. And the reason we had to do that is because when the bill was first passed, Mr. Speaker, I want to read it. When the bill was first passed, Mr. Speaker, it had 3 lines dedicated. It had 3 lines dedicated to the economic fund. That there shall be an economic fund. Let me get a few. Absolutely. (33)(1). The St. Lucia National Economic Fund is established. 2. Qualifying investments of cash shall be paid into the St. Lucia National Economic Fund. The Minister for Finance shall lay before Parliament every financial year for its approval and purposes to which the funds will be allocated. Mr. Speaker, even the attendee, we did.
Members.
In the budget process. Okay? It was included in the budget process. So, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, what we argued with the member from Castries South
members
was that this was grossly inadequate in order for a fund to be established. So in essence, what had to be done is a new act form called the Economic Fund and regulations and procedures put in them. Now, when you make that comparison to what the bill said, so let us go to what the vexing issue is right now. The part that they say is confusing. It says functions of the board. Functions of the board are, 1,
A, to advance loans for a government-approved capital project. So we now know what a government-approved capital project is. To provide, B, to provide investment for government-approved capital projects. C, to reduce government debt. D, to purchase government bonds. And E, to provide monies for purposes approved by Cabinet that is not considered recurrent in nature. That was deliberate. Why? Mr. Speaker, when we came into government in 2016, and the former Prime Minister at that point pointed out that something went wrong. What went wrong? What went wrong was that they were spending more money than they had. And what they were doing is borrowing money for recurrent expenditures. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is there. In 2003, we were paying $33 million in interest. By 2016, it was up to $170 million. Why? Because that money was being borrowed. So, and Mr. Speaker, you know, honestly, I believe that once you go on the other side, you suffer from amnesia. I mean, I'm listening to some of the members on the opposite side who said complete opposite things. All of a sudden now they have something else to say. Some of the same members who spent the money and don't want to be held accountable. But those things must be said because at the end of the day, there were so many mistruths that were told. And you know, Mr. Speaker, there's an old Indian proverb that says, when you talk, I shall listen. And when you do, I shall learn. And that's very much to a song that I always follow, which is, action speaks louder than words. That's the truth. And so we heard one thing during the elections in opposition. And we listened. And now we're seeing actions in a completely opposite direction. On a continual basis, Mr. Speaker. On a continual basis. So, Mr. Speaker, if the members on the opposite side want to proceed with this, it starts bringing other questions. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd have thought in full transparency, a 100-day report, the CEO of CIP, who is a professional, a person with the credentials and is suitably placed to be in that position, and has proven his worth with what he has done in transforming CIP over the last 4 years. And let me read what the CEO is supposed to do. The Chief Executive Officer shall attend all meetings of the board, provide the necessary leadership of the unit, and importantly, monitor the Citizenship by Investment program to ensure that its independence and integrity is maintained and managed in accordance with international best practice. Let me repeat that again. It says monitor the Citizenship by Investment program to ensure that its independence and integrity is maintained and managed in accordance with international best practice. I thought the minister would have come to the House and indicated that he has sent him on leave. Why has he been sent on leave? Why? So, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. So if we were going to be transparent and honest with each other, something as significant, especially if you're going to be hoping that CIP is going to generate all this additional revenue, why would you have sent the CEO on leave? He's been on leave for 2 months, Mr. Speaker. Paid leave. Why? I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is that this is being hidden. Isn't that something that you did in the first 100 days? Is that achievement? But you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go off from where we're going. And it's important that we actually listen to the words. So I took the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, of getting the handset of the debate. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member from Cass-Free South said, "My advice to the leader of the opposition is that when the St. Lucia Labour Party becomes the next government, we must repeal this immediately, Mr. Speaker. And I will go through this bill and I will ask questions and I hope can allay my fears at this time." He went on to say that there are some bills that are so important, Mr. Speaker, we should not allow, Mr. Speaker, for those bills to go through all its stages in one sitting. We should allow the citizens of this country to reflect on the provisions of those bills and for us to be able to get some feedback from the wider public after the construction of some of these, of those intent of some of those bills. Mr. Speaker, here we are, 2 bills have come to the House, and on 2 successive bills, we've been asked now to read all the bills through.
Member for Miku South, perhaps I may interject that it's not the role of the chair to get involved in debates, but both members, the member for Suzel Saltibus and now you, have made the statement responding to a statement I made previously regarding the passage of bills at one sitting. I have sat here, I have listened to both you and the member for Suzel make a statement on the amendment to the bill, which I have read, and the interpretation of the bill that you have given is not consistent with what I'm reading. The member for Suzel said the bill is giving the cabinet the authority. That is not reflected in this. What is reflected in this is simply removing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. The member for Suzel said the bill gives cabinet the authority to spend the money. The authority under this amendment appears to me to still remain with the CIP board. All that this amendment seems to suggest is the removal of what the leader of not the leader of government business, the Minister of Finance, said was a confusing set of words. And the debate must be structured around the amendment. The debate is being structured around something that is not in the amendment. There is nothing in this amendment that suggests the cabinet is now the authority that decides how to spend the money. So perhaps we can stick to what the bill says. At page 6, it simply says, amendment of section 4, the Economic Fund Act number 18 is amended by deleting the words, quote, that is not considered recurrent in nature. But we are hearing a debate about cabinet now having the authority to decide how the money is spent. That's not what is before me. Let's stick to what is in the amendment.
So, Mr. Speaker, you and I go way back, and I always respect your opinion, but on this one, I'm going to have to differ with you. And it's certainly on the explanatory notes, if I may, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Where on the explanatory notes?
Point 4.
Point 4 said, it didn't say that, to make it clear, that the function. It says a function,
No,
which
it
means
says-
there is more than one function.
Mr. Speaker, it says in clause 2 of the bill,
Yeah.
section 41E of the Act, functions of the fund, is amended to make it clear that a function of the
A function, not the function.
It says that a function.
Yes.
A function of the St. Lucia National Economic Fund is to provide monies for a purpose approved by
No, but
cabinet.
member from Miku South, I don't want to go into a debate with you, but the words "a function" is a clear indication that it is more than one function. If it says the function, that's a different thing.
Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister of Finance, and who had to go through and live with this act, and who went through a very difficult time, Mr. Speaker, okay? Because at the time when people needed income support, at a time when we wanted to be able to do more of a feeding programs, okay? And an attempt was made to use the economic fund for that. So I know the difficulty. And the fact is...
Fully appreciate that, member from Miku South. All I'm saying is that I cannot allow a debate to take place on something that is not before us. That's all I'm saying.
But Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
Can you make a ruling so the debate can move forward? I mean, we really need to continue the debate, and I think the leader of the opposition is prolonging an argument which is unnecessary. And as presiding officer, can you rule on the direction and let us proceed with the debate, if you don't mind?
Well, I don't want to take away any of the latitude of the member from Miku South, but I will say to the member from Miku South that, as I said before, both the member for Suzel Saltibus and you are making a point that is not reflected in the amendment before us. So I would wish for the debate to reflect what is before us, which is simply not removing the power of the board to spend, to approve the spending of money, but simply to remove 5 words, 6 words. That's all the amendment is.
So again, Mr. Speaker, I agree, it's a function. It's one of some functions, but it's a critical function, and that the amendment, as it is worded, is subject to giving it a tremendous amount of latitude. So if we look at the functions, if we may, function A is to advance loans for a government-approved capital project. Function B is to provide investment for government-approved capital projects. All those have to be approved by the government and cabinet. It then goes on to say, to reduce government debt. D, to purchase government bonds. And E, which is the one that we're now talking about, which is being amended, okay, which is another function. That function, in essence, makes everything redundant because basically that's the bullet one. Once you make the change where it says it's no longer for, it cannot be recurrent in expenditure, and change it to provide monies for the purpose approved by cabinet, once you have that, then any expenditure that cabinet approves, any, now can be spent through the CIP funds.
Doesn't the board still have to approve?
No. The board is going to process it because what you've in essence said, once cabinet approves it, okay, then it's approved. That's the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker.
No, that's not what this is saying.
Mr. Speaker,
But anyway,
Mr. Speaker,
go ahead.
certainly, Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister of Finance, okay, and actually having to go through and to work through this dilemma with the chairperson and the board members of CIP, I understood why we put that provision there. Because what we did not want to do is what has taken place in other countries in which the monies from CIP are being used to pay salaries and are being used to burden up and support the government. And what we wanted to do was to have created a sovereign fund. And so it was to make it difficult in order to assign grant funds, but to ensure, because if you look at the list of things that were being said, all of them are investment in nature. Buying a bond. If you buy a government bond, it means it's the ability of transferring money to the government, but the government has to repay the bond back to the fund so that the capital value of the fund remains intact. If you want to make an investment, that it's an investment and that in fact it's going to be repaid back to the fund. Once you amend Section E, all of that is nullified. Because in essence, the person who becomes now the approver of how the money is going to be spent is cabinet. Now, so Mr. Speaker, the question is so when we came to the House and adjectives like dangerous, and what were the other ones that were being used? Vulgar, dangerous, frightening, vulgar. And that is with how it was worded. So what would those members, if they were in opposition, have to say now? The same persons that were proclaiming to transparency and accountability. The same persons that want to live in glass houses. There are so many questions that remain, Mr. Speaker, of characters involved in the government, of which the Prime Minister has just decided to bypass. And all of a sudden, that changes are being made, and what we've known in the past is almost that it's been expunged and moved on. But Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of things that create a dangerous precedent. The intention was that the board would have autonomy over the monies and that they would be responsible for approving the projects. I have to say to you, if I was a civil servant and I was placed on that board and cabinet had the carte blanche to make whatever changes they wanted to do or approve whatever they wanted to, I'm not so sure I would put my name to the documents because it's still requiring them to put the name to the projects. But the reality is all due diligence that they would be performing are gone out the window because once Cabinet approves it, Mr. Speaker, it's approved. No, Cabinet had to approve a project. And the board then had to prove the merit of investing in that project. And what it did, it distanced the CIP funds from politicians. We just passed a bill on laundry monitoring, in which we're going to great extents to make sure that there's clarity, transparency, and accountability. We just spoke today about the command center. And here we are. We have forgotten all those things, and on something as important as the economic fund, that we want to just open the floodgates and allow Cabinet carte blanche to be able to do what it wants to do. Mr. Speaker, you're asking us to trust the persons who have just stayed in this House today, one by one, to give us a report on what they've achieved in the first 100 days. And they could not even be truthful in that. You want to talk about coming to this House and boasting about what you've achieved for 100 days? You're telling me that in 100 days, 182 deaths, 7,315 cases. So you're telling me over a 100-day period, on average, 2 people died a day. And over 18 months, Mr. Speaker, in 18 months of managing COVID, there was 88 deaths and 5,290 cases. Less than 0.2% of people dying a day. Not that anybody should die, Mr. Speaker. And what we want to do, we think it's sufficient, and I applaud the member from Castries Southeast in asking for a moment of silence. But don't they deserve more, Mr. Speaker? Aren't we going to acknowledge our own failure? And why? Because when members were in opposition, they didn't want to listen. When we said to them that the country was broke, they said that we're exaggerating the situation. When they said that there was no necessity for curfews, but you know, it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, the whole hypocrisy on the curfew. So you're telling me that the argument about removing the state of emergency had to do about the Constitution. The issue in terms of a curfew and imposing a curfew, right, is crazy. The Prime Minister from Trinidad and Tobago said it himself.
Member Mikusar, can we stick to the bill which is before us?
Mr. Speaker, I am bringing in the fact that you're asking us to trust Cabinet. I'm bringing in issues that questions our faith in the individuals who are currently in Cabinet. Because those individuals, through their actions, are showing us that we must question whether we can trust them to manage the sovereign fund. And I think it would be wise that if they would agree to withdraw this or to agree to allow it to go through only its first stage and to come back and go in through consultation and clarify whether in fact I am correct on the interpretation or whether in fact you are correct, Mr. Speaker. But I would say to you, I would strongly suggest that I am right. Because if one of the functions of the board is to approve any project that's approved by Cabinet, it's clear. There's no proviso. There's nothing that's preventing, there's no wall. In essence, the board becomes Cabinet. And is that really what we wanted? That is what we've tried to avoid from day one. Those are some of the same mistakes, Mr. Speaker, that we've seen in other countries. And those are some of the things that we're trying to avoid here today. And I would hope that some of the individuals who speak about patriotism would again find their voice on this cause. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, while members of the government Mr. Speaker, again, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's amazing to me, Mr. Speaker, how individuals can suffer in silence for 5 years, go on a TV show proclaim all is well, and then the day after, all of a sudden find their voice, and want somehow, Mr. Speaker, to exonerate themselves from the actions of the 5 years. Amazing to me. And you know, I always knew that Houdini was good, Mr. Speaker, but I'm going to see what's going to happen. So, Mr. Speaker, while members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, have done what it takes to have won the election, and your voices actually today represent the majority, and they do, and I accept that. If your actions are not just and do not reflect the best intentions for the people, which you say that you uphold, ultimately, the most important parliament will be that of the people. The mandate in this House is very clear, 15-2. But the People's Parliament, you only have gotten the support of 20% of the eligible voters. Please take this advice to rule this country with a conscience, and to know that 63% of the voting population either did not vote for you or did not vote. These citizens listened to what you said in opposition and are now learning through your actions what the truth was, which so far has been contrary to what you represented in order to win the election. Promises, Mr. Speaker, promises are only words. Action speaks much louder than words. We're all watching your actions. I do not believe that people will sit idly by forever and watch you undermine this country and our democracy. So be careful how you carry the mantle of power, because the hopes and the dreams of many are attached to it. I'm not threatened, Mr. Speaker. I'm not threatened at all. Mr. Speaker, I am here representing the people of Micoud South and representing the 38,000 people that voted for United South Party. And I'm also in hopes to represent the many people who were so confused by all the tall tales that were told during the election that they chose not to vote. The fact is, it is a sad indictment on St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, that only 51% of the voting population actually voted, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that we have to address. And as politicians, we share that responsibility as to what we are doing not to encourage and gain the confidence of the voting population of St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, do not believe that people will not awaken. And all I can ask of the House, Mr. Speaker, and particularly the Prime Minister, is that please do not proceed with this amendment. Please make sure that there are clear barriers preventing Cabinet to even be accused of managing this sovereign fund and this economic fund, and to do the right thing. But if you don't, as was indicated by my colleague, that is your privilege. That is the right that you've earned in the elections. And it's one we respect, but it is one that we are going to keep a very close eye on to see what happens moving forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, Alva.
Member for Labrie.
No, Alva.
Member for Castries Central.
What you have done on your right foot? I told you could come in that.
Member for Castries, you need a podium? Or the lectern, sorry, you need a lectern? Yes. Okay.
That's why we are collective to do one thing. No. You need to understand. I spoke to you. Oh. Where has he gone to? Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by basically forgiving the member for Swazel. I believe that forgiveness must be in order because he spoke to disingenuity. I will not go down that road with you because, like the member for Castries North, I rather suspect your hands in the melee was minimal. So I forgive you. But Mr. Speaker, this proposed or rather circulated parliamentary intention to amend this piece of legislation has invoked, amazingly and surprisingly, comments all across social media, particularly commentary which superficially, Mr. Speaker, appeared to have carried the thinking of a great scholar. But when read and dissected, one comes to the inevitable conclusion that he or she who wrote this has completed the exercise of refining garbage. You then realize, Mr. Speaker, that the writer may be suffering from a tremendous bout of amnesia or Alzheimer's. Mr. Speaker, I refer in this particular context to a missive penned by no other than the member for Mikud South and leader of the opposition, and captioned, "We must not allow the CIP to be turned into a slush fund." Mr. Speaker, I will make it a document of the House, but for those who are not privy to the contents of this missive, I shall elucidate them by reading it in its entirety. It's relatively short. He says, and I quote, "The Opposition United Workers' Party is immensely concerned about the SLP government's proposed amendments to the Economic Fund Act coming before the House today. The amendments to the Act removes oversight of funds from the Citizenship by Investment Program and gives direct access to Cabinet of Ministers. This move is alarming," he says, "and should be of concern to all citizens, as the UWP, in establishing the fund in 2019, made sure that the Economic Fund Board was in place to manage the use of the funds to safeguard transparency and accountability. The legislation related to the National Economic Fund is to ensure good governance, transparency, and accountability, which he says were not adequately addressed in the CIP Act of 2015. We must look at these changes closely because it has serious implications for us as a country. When we established the fund, it was to make sure we had checks and balances in place, that the funds were properly managed, with clear guidelines in place as to how the funds should be used. This is monies outside of the consolidated fund, proceeds of our country's CIP program, and we must guard it to use it to ensure that the people of St. Lucia are getting those benefits." He suddenly got up from his sleep. This change proposed by the government clearly shows that the SLP government will continue on its pattern of deceit and hypocrisy, my God. As there was so much said about the fund when it was established in 2019. We cannot sit by and allow CIP to be turned into a slush fund at the whims and fancies of cabinet. It has to be managed properly with all the requisite attention to accountability. He learned a new word. Why remove all oversight and checks and balances on CIP funds? There are a lot of questions that have to be answered. We view this latest move with indignation. There is no argument that can justify this. It cannot be a case of accessing the funds in a timely manner, because we proved that this was possible when the board provided emergency relief funds to benefit the agriculture sector, help clean up and restore the road network, and provide support to individual households impacted by the passage of Hurricane Elsa. We will be looking at whether this goes through all its stages, because one of the areas the SLP criticized whilst in opposition was items coming to Parliament and going through all its stages in one sitting. Alan M. Shastey, not written by Richard Frederick. End of passage. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me quote excerpts from this missive. I read it over and over and could not believe a former Minister of Finance, a man who made a slush fund out of our entire consolidated fund, has the audacity, the gall, the guts to advise this government not to use CIP money as a slush fund. Mr. Speaker, it goes to show that hypocrisy is alive and well in this country. But had I been him, I would have taken solace in silence. I would have pressed my mute button when it comes to irresponsible spending of money that does not belong to me. And Mr. Speaker, I undertake to bring to the attention of this chamber and the outside world the many, many examples of how this ex-Minister of Finance proceeded to use our entire consolidated funds as his slush fund, and also for the benefit of his friends, family, and foreigners. And I will dare say, the man who felt would have never defeated him at the polls, the man with a little more melanin in his skin than him, the little black boy from Masha, sometimes is referred to in their circles, would never ever do something like that or engage in that kind of largesse. You see, Mr. Speaker, Philip Joseph Pierre whipped him so badly that this Labour Party government added yet another bad record to the repertoire of bad records currently held by the leader of the opposition. It is the very first time in the history of elections in this country that a political party has lost nine of its 11 incumbent seats. Put it in your pipe and smoke it. That has never happened in the history of elections.
Member for Castries Central, could you tell me how this ties in with the bill before you?
I am coming to that, Mr. Speaker.
We'll try to get there very quickly.
I will get there very quickly. The message that was sent to the leader was that his largesse, the reasons for using the consolidated fund as a slush fund, would not have been tolerated by the people of this country. You see, Mr. Speaker, there's an old saying, you don't trouble trouble unless trouble troubles you. Mark Twain puts it quite succinctly and aptly when he said, and I quote, "What gets us into trouble is not what we don't know, is what we know for sure, and so," end quote. I think Mark Twain in that quote aptly described persons who are basically strangers to the truth. In his speech, Mr. Speaker, the member for Mico South states that the amendment to the legislation removes the oversight of the funds from the CIP and gives direct access to the Cabinet of Ministers. Mr. Speaker, nothing is further than from the truth. This is a top-shelf lie. Mr. Speaker, I am trying to come to terms with the members' analytical ability, and I fall short in how he arrived at that assertion that cabinet has all the authority. Mr. Speaker, all the provisions of the act remain. Everything remains. Everything that was already there remains. We know that the board has the ultimate authority to approve. We know that. That, Mr. Speaker, remains. The only amendment is to remove the words "that is not considered recurrent in nature." Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no doubt that the interpretation of those words can lend to contention, can lend to ambiguity, and therefore the amendment, all it seeks to do is to make the law more precise, to make the law open to only one interpretation. That is the intention of the amendment. It is to say, Mr. Speaker, and I remember when a deputy speaker, I'm putting this into context, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how ambiguous and contentious legislation can lead to a departure of even convention or what we know as the norm. For 5 years, this honorable chamber had to operate without a deputy speaker. Why? Because some people sought to interpret as soon as is convenient differently to what it was always taken to have been. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is that kind of contention that this government seeks to remove from the interpretation of the legislation. But you see, the member for Miku South would not understand that. He would not understand that all the government seeks to do is to leave no stone unturned in relation to the interpretation of words. Because you know why? People like him, legislation that alludes to Parliament generally considers parliamentarians as honorable men and expect a certain decorum, a certain degree of analytical ability from each and every member. But you see, sometimes the legislation falls short, and it falls short, and its expectations are not met. So people like him, Mr. Speaker, have taken advantage of ambiguous legislation before. And I dare say in Parliament, in interpretation, we need legislation that is concise, that is precise, and that is subjected to one, yes, only one interpretation. That is necessary, Mr. Speaker, because we never know when another person carrying the similar traits of the leader of the opposition will once again raise his or her ugly head into the political arena. And when I say ugly, I don't mean it in the literal sense. But Mr. Speaker, those kinds of characters sometimes raise their ugly heads, and that tells us why there were all sorts of excuses why we did not have a deputy speaker for the last 5 years. What is even worse, Mr. Speaker? The amendment to this piece of legislation falls under the rubric, not authority of cabinet, functions of the fund. That is where the amendment comes in. The amendment does not seek to confer authority on anybody yet not vested with that authority. The amendment does not take away from the board the ability to approve or disapprove an application. It does not. All it does, it seeks to regularize and to bring certainty in the interpretation of what recurrent or non-recurrent expenditure is. And Mr. Speaker, the member stayed there and he said that they established the fund. The UWP established the fund in 2019. And when they established a fund, a board was put in place to manage the use of the funds and to safeguard transparency and accountability. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? The member for Miku North certainly remembers the words transparency and accountability. Certainly remembers the words accountability and transparency. Before I get to that, Mr. Speaker, let me give a brief history of this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, the CIP Act was passed in 2015. And it was passed, Mr. Speaker, under Section 33, It mandated the establishment of the National Economic Fund. So when it was passed in 2015, it mandated that this fund be established and that all proceeds of the sale of our passports be deposited therein. The Act also made it mandatory, Mr. Speaker, that to spend money out of that fund, parliamentary approval was required. Said so. It said under Section 33(3), the Minister of Finance shall, not may, it's not discretionary, it's mandatory. The Minister of Finance shall lay before Parliament every financial year for its approval the purposes to which the funds will be allocated. Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku South went on. He spoke about establishing the fund. But one will notice that the act was passed in 2015. He assumed prime ministership of this country, unfortunately so, in 2016. It took him 3 years, 3 long years, to establish the economic fund, which was mandated to have been established upon passage of the CIP legislation in 2015. And what did he do, Mr. Speaker, before that? He amended the CIP legislation that made it necessary to seek or to get parliamentary approval before monies could have been spent from the fund. He amended the law so he did not need parliamentary approval to approve his largesse. And so, because he amended the law, John Public would have never known what uses that our passport money were being put to. Today, this same man is shamelessly referring to accountability and transparency. A man who said at the summit of the Americas meeting, and let me paraphrase here, don't let transparency get in our way. He speaks of transparency of the CIP funds. Transparency today you need of the CIP funds, but you secretly signed a DSH agreement with Theo Aking, permitting him to sell our passports and to put those monies in a foreign account to which the people and the government would not have had access. But this very man, in fact, the member for Swazel signed the agreement. He would later say he did not know of the contents of the agreement. He's on record as saying that. Same CIP funds for which today you seek transparency and accountability. You signed an agreement permitting Theo Aking to sell our passports and to use that money, put it in an escrow account outside our jurisdiction. And we have no access to it. None at all. An account, Mr. Speaker, which only T.O.R. King had access to. And today, you want to talk about transparency and accountability of those very funds? Mr. Speaker, it appears the member for Miku South has instantaneously converted into priesthood, because I cannot believe you are dealing with those same two characters. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the member for Miku South signed an agreement with range developers on his own, deciding to lend them that same CIP money at 2% interest. Please come in, Mr. Member, please come. At 2%, range developers, our same passport money. When he realized, Mr. Speaker, that he was caught, because I did not play with that, I basically publicized it. When he realized, Mr. Speaker, that he was caught with the requirement of parliamentary approval, he indicated to Range that he had to rescind his decision of giving them the money at 2%. And we, the people of this country, had to carry a settlement figure of some $32 million to range developers, because the member for Miku South could not have delivered on his promise to lend them CIP money at 2%. But today, the priest we have in here seeks accountability and transparency. You know, Mr. Speaker, as the old people would say to the little boy when he engaged in a misdeed, Tibwa uni chewi. You know, Mr. Speaker, I am here thinking, and you know what comes to mind, quite honestly? Cigarettes. That's by way on the side, Mr. Speaker, permit me. Cigarettes. I don't know why cigarettes come to my mind. One brand comes to my mind. Guess the brand? Marlboro. And I'm just wondering why Marlboro can come to my mind. Oh, Marlboro. I thought it was Marlboro. You know, but Mr. Speaker, you know, guess who said, Mr. Speaker, in that same thing, that we must ensure St. Lucians get the benefit of CIP funds? You see, that's the thing, you know. When I hugely criticized the largesse that our consolidated fund was being put through, I openly criticized the financial misdeeds of the last Prime Minister. His people were saying, you lie, you lie, you lie. Fake, fake, lie. And what does he do? When I want to put the allegation straight to him, he runs away. He runs away. You know, Mr. Speaker, today he says that we must ensure that St. Lucians have the benefit of the CIP funds. Can you believe this? Mr. Speaker, for 5 years, as Minister of Finance and Prime Minister of this country, I challenge the member for Miku South to show me just one, I'm not asking for two, show me one project executed solely with CIP money. I challenge him. I challenge you, member for Miku South, and if I may use his name, Mr. Speaker, can I? Member for Miku South, show the country just one project that was executed using CIP money. I'm not asking for one, I'm not asking for two, only one. You see, Mr. Speaker, our CIP money was busy going to friends, foreigners, and family. They were the ones benefiting. And all of a sudden, he remembers St. Lucians. Only now, St. Lucians are remembered. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a renewed member for Miku South who certainly remembers that the people need to be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, crossing Dominica, in Dominica, CIP funds built at least 4,000 houses, and those houses were literally given away by the Prime Minister to the people of Dominica with CIP funds. Not one hospital. Reno built a hospital for them using CIP funds. Roads, bridges, and centers using CIP funds. In fact, the member for Class 3 South was involved in designing the whole housing thing for the Prime Minister of Dominica. And the Prime Minister told him that he will give away the houses because the people of Dominica have every right to enjoy the partial sale of their sovereignty. And those houses were given away, over 4,000. Where is ours? Where is ours? Show me one bridge. Show me a health center. Show me one house that was built with CIP funds. I'm just asking for one. Member from Swedell, I will yield if you can rearrange my ignorance in that regard. But nothing, we have enjoyed absolutely nothing. And yet you write something today saying that St. Lucians must be remembered. Mr. Speaker, I don't know which St. Lucians he refers to. I don't know if it's the same ones he called jackasses, or the same ones he called barking dogs, or the same ones he called mendicants, or the same ones he insulted by telling them colonialism has a conscience. He now says he needs to take care of them. We need to take care of them after Elsa. But Mr. Speaker, our people must be taken care of by any government in office. A government cannot give handouts to everyone. But it is incumbent upon the government to create an enabling environment for those who want to help themselves, they can. Whilst the people who suffered from Elsa may be a handful in relation to those that suffered from COVID-19, the records will reflect, Mr. Speaker, that Barbados, Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis more particularly, all our neighbors, Mr. Speaker, were able to take care of their people using CIP funds. Using CIP funds. But having borrowed over $500 million under the name of COVID, Mr. Speaker, only a mere $7.2 million was distributed to the entire population under the last administration. It is heart-wrenching that you borrow all that money under COVID, but yet you only saw it fitting to give peanuts to our people for their survival. The same sum that this government gave in rent reprieve to the citizens concentrated more in the north. So, Mr. Speaker, isn't that a shame? And today, we are seeking to amend the legislation because that does not appear to be recurrent. It imports subjectivity into the whole dispensation of CIP funds. And the question would remain, who determines what recurrent expenditure is? Because you see, every political directorate may come with different policies. And if it is your policy to establish a new unit for a given venture, that may just become a recurrent expenditure. And so, Mr. Speaker, it was right to bring clarity, make the law more concise, and make it less open to ambiguity. But, Mr. Speaker, under the last administration, he speaks of the CIP being a slush fund. But under the last administration, the entire consolidated fund was a slush fund. The entire consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, we spent $13 million on a bypass road for Tiawa King. Where did the money come from? In the consolidated slush fund. We bought replacement land, $11 million to remove the farmers for Tiawa King. Where did the money come from? In the consolidated slush fund. And you know, Mr. Speaker, doing that for Tiawa King was on top of, Mr. Speaker, permitting him to deposit our CIP monies into a foreign account. Mr. Speaker, which Minister of Finance does that? You create legislation without a conscience. You create legislation that essentially prostitutes your sovereignty to bring relief for your people. It's a hard decision. Ralph Gonzalez has said he's not going down that road. His sovereignty is too important for him. But you create it, you are forced to do it because economic circumstances does not permit you to navigate very well financially. So you do it. You do it with the view of assisting your people. But guess what? You take the money and ask a foreigner to deposit it in a foreign account to which we have no access and which does not redound to the benefit of the people whom it was meant to have benefited. And today you want to come and talk about accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, another one. Mr. Speaker, this government is not a hotelier, and CIP funds have gone into hotels. CIP funds have gone into everything. The consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker, tell me, which Minister of Finance, knowing that the government is not a hotelier, and any property acquired that is in sync with hotel development invariably will end up in private hands? Why are you putting the consolidated fund under that kind of pressure? If a developer comes down here and he wants to invest, he wants to buy a hotel, you give him incentives. But you cannot, Mr. Speaker, as a Minister of Finance, knowing full well that the Constitution is quite clear as to who carries the burden of compensation. Anytime you invoke your powers of compulsory acquisition, the Constitution tells you the burden of compensation is that of the government. So why acquire all those hotels? Why acquire all those lands to build hotels on? Why are we putting our consolidated slush fund under such pressure, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, by way of examples, there is a piece of property, I'm sure all of you all know, right next to the Shock roundabout. It had been on sale for years. C.O. Williams was offered it and they refused it. That's just by the bridge after the Shock roundabout on the left. Everyone who has seen it, they have refused it because of the difficulty in constructing any viable project there. But guess what? The cabinet led by this member from Mickle South, they acquired that land. in a shake and a break. In a shake and a break, guess who was presenting plans for development of that land that cabinet just acquired? His brother-in-law. Days after the acquisition, his brother-in-law is busy putting plans at DCA for approval. And then you want to talk about slush fund and accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, I heard my Prime Minister indicate that we are owing some $60 million on acquisitions. But I don't think that figure is quite correct, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you why. Mr. Speaker, Caribbean Jewel, that hotel in the north, opposite the casino on top of the hill, I have that gazette where that property was acquired. And Mr. Speaker, it was acquired with registered debt. The registered debt alone was 50 million US. Am I jogging your memory, member for Swizzle? Yes, very well. I'm jogging his memory. So he remembers. He remembers they acquired the hotel, Mr. Speaker, with registered debt of 50 million US. It's in the registry. I have the documents. The question is, with that magnitude of registered debt, far less unregistered debt, why is the consolidated slush fund being put into this? Because invariably this hotel will find itself in private hands. So if the person has the money in the first place, let them acquire the property by way of private treaty. Because we, the government, now become responsible for payment of that debt. And you know, Mr. Speaker, at the time of acquisition, the secretary of that company was a company owned by the former chairman of the United Workers' Party. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the member talks about slush funds. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of my Prime Minister. You know, like a phoenix, he has risen from the ashes. And I know he will not make those mistakes. He will understand that we need to prioritize, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why would a Minister of Finance who is equipped with competent staff, go and hire a consultancy firm, Ernst & Young, to assist us in budget preparation? And then he talk about slush fund. Slush fund. Ernst & Young came, and after 3 years, they took over $50 million from us. Over 50 million. When we went broke, he had to resort to the very same civil servants that he had discarded in the first place. This government can never, ever engage in that kind of wastage. So who really treats anything as a slush fund? Who? Who does it? You know, our lands, even our land is slush land. Slush land. 1,000 acres at $1 an acre. Going on. 1,000 acres at $1 an acre. And you know, Mr. Speaker, 2 races were held. 2 races were held after the CIP funds were used to do everything for Tiwa King. 2 races were held, Mr. Speaker, and the payments were made by the taxpayers of this country through the Ministry of Tourism. And you want to talk about slush fund? Before the elections, they brought a consultant down here, Mr. Speaker, a consultant to assist them in attempting to win the next elections. And he was paid for by the Ministry of Tourism, again from the slush fund, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear of the member from Miku South, saying all what he's saying, talking about removing this and removing that, accountability and transparency. Probably the member for Castries North will tell you how much accountability was on the Gozile Road. Mr. Speaker, I remember, you know, the man talks about slush fund. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was in cabinet with my colleague here as Prime Minister, we bought the Diamol. The Diamol was bought, I didn't participate, he can tell you that, stay away. The Diamol was bought, Mr. Speaker, and the interest on the Diamol alone was over $200,000 a month, am I not right? Over just the interest, over $200,000 a month, Mr. Speaker. I was last in government in 2011, so it has to be more than 10 years. At $200,000 a month, Mr. Speaker, that's what, $2.4 million a year in interest. It's over 10 years, so we are well over $25 million in interest. What did this Minister of Finance do? He sold the Diamol. No, this one, the member from Miku South, he sold the Diamol for $13.5 million and in the deed guaranteed the purchaser rental for a 15-year period totaling over $52 million. We paid over $25 million in interest. He sold it for 13.5 and in the deed guarantees the man rental from government of a period that totals in excess of $50 million. And comes here, has the audacity to talk about slush fund and accountability and transparency. You know, Mr. Speaker, our rent, which is a recurrent expenditure, which is what we are trying to avoid there now, because he has now placed us in a financially precarious position. Mr. Speaker, government rental expense was $32 million when this man assumed prime ministership of this country. Right now, 5 years later, we are at $72 million, Mr. Speaker. 72, with a heavy portion of the increased rental expenditure going to his father. Yes, renting a number of offices from his father. But he had to run away, you know, from 32 to $72 million. Mr. Speaker, let me just, I'll close, because I could go on for 3 days. Slush fund, his last misdeed in COVID times, when things are so difficult, things are so rough, he takes $7.3 million and gives to a man who has never been involved in the importation of pharmaceuticals. And guess what? When your humble servant disclosed it, you know what he said? He claimed that it was fake. He said it was fake. Recently, Mr. Speaker, when he was found out, he said it was a joint venture between Barbados and Kitts and wherever else. Barbados almost with immediacy distanced themselves from that kind of financial imprudence. Barbados said, no, we paid zero money up front. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? After the pressure came to bear, the guy who received the monies realized that we would come after him. He has repaid, I think, $2.6 million. And the member from Miku South would open his mouth and tell solutions that we are lucky we are getting the money back. That's what he said on TV. We are lucky we are getting the money back. And this man today wants to stand in this honorable house and speak of transparency and accountability. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? He indicated, shamelessly I must say, that they had done the due diligence before paying the $7.3 million. I challenge him to deny that the man he paid the money to was involved or is still involved in cement importation with his in-laws. That was his due diligence. That was his due diligence. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear an amendment is to give cabinet authority, I just wish that he was surrounded by a team like this. There is cohesion, there is camaraderie, there is everything going for this government, because we understand that we must work together to deliver to the people of this country of ours. But guess what? He was doing everything by himself. Mr. Speaker, I will end here, but I cannot end without reminding us of Loco B. Yes, another one again. Staff at the Ministry of Sports were always the ones who shouldered the responsibility of guiding playing fields and deciding where needs grass, where does not need grass. And the member for Miku South imported a man to tell us where to plant grass, and we paid him artificial, and we paid him almost $32 million. You know, and then you want to talk about slush fund and accountability and transparency. We heard all the allegations from the Minister of Infrastructure, the member for Castries North. Facts rather. One of the facts that he did not disclose was that in preparation for the roundabout, the member for Miku South led a cabinet that acquired his own property. His own property vested in his name, his father's name, and his sister's name. And then this man wants to talk about transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I want to end here by saying this. You know, I can lead you all to midnight, but I don't think it would be justified. Because St. Lucians have heard the stories. They have heard the stories. They have listened to the lies. They listened to the bluffs. And on July 26, Mr. Speaker, they passed judgment. They passed judgment, Mr. Speaker, and they returned their verdict. They heard lies. They heard the 23 islands. They saw it was a no-show. They waited for VG to become an island. That too was a no-show. They waited for the hotel in Miku. That was a no-show. They awaited the exportation of bananas to France. No-show. They awaited the hotel in Sabusha. No-show. They waited they awaited the visas to the US. No-show. They awaited range developers for the hotel in down south. No-show. And they awaited the cruise port in Viewfort. No-show. So guess what the people of this country did, Mr. Speaker? On July 26, they told the member for Miku South, as a Prime Minister, you shall be no-show. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after such a deconstruction of the lies and bluff of the member of Miku South by the member from Castro Central, I must temper myself. And Mr. Speaker, I notice the member from Miku South is re-entering the chamber. I have never seen such a coward in my life. I have never seen such a coward in my life. You said all what you had to say, and when you have been answered, you run outside and hide. If you believe what you said was true, and it had validity, then stay in the chamber and listen to the debate. It says a lot. You came to listen to the minister.
The superior.
No, I'm never superior. You were the superior one. But Mr. Speaker, the disdain and disrespect that the member for Miku South has for the people of St. Lucia is unparalleled. I have never, ever come across an individual who has no respect and no regard for people like him. And he proved it once again today. But worse, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that, and let us acknowledge history in this chamber. It's been many years we've never had a Deputy Speaker presiding over the chamber. And the reason why we've never had a Deputy Speaker is because of the disrespect of the member from Miku South. Because of his disrespect. And I want to, Mr. Deputy Speaker, deal with a couple of issues before I go into the substance of what I have to say. And I will avoid repeating some of what the member from Castro Central said. It is a fact, and he's represented in Hansard, that when the National Economic Bill came to this Parliament, I led the response against the bill. I did. And the member from Strozel is right. I said a lot of very strong things about the bill, which I still believe and I still hold to be true. I did say then that this bill should be repealed. And I said that my advice to the leader of the opposition is that when we get into government, that was 2019 or so, we already knew then that we were going to go into government. And I still believe it should be repealed, member for Strozel Saltibas. But in our discussions, we have an issue we have to deal with immediately, because we are reviewing the CIP, we are reviewing the National Economic Fund, and we know that it has to be rewritten. This cannot hold as is. It just cannot. This was designed to do exactly what the member from Castro Central said. It was designed to serve the interests of certain people. You read it. And Deputy Speaker, today we're not debating the bill, so I will not go and deconstruct it again. So it will be repealed or revoked. It has to be. But we have a matter that we have to deal with immediately. And therefore, we have to make the change. We have to make the change because there are issues before us. And let me be bold and straightforward and say, what has really precipitated our action today has to do in a simple fact, that the Minister of Finance, this Minister of Finance, would write to the National Economic Fund and ask for a grant to do a national cleanup. A grant to do a national cleanup because of the state of this country left behind by the member for Miku South. And they would say to the Minister of Finance, no, they are not granting him the money. I will come to that. They would say to him, no. They would say to him, a national cleanup project is a recurrent expenditure. Why the member from Miku South is persistent in the tales that he tells? He's persistent. It is instinctive to him. I don't think he can help himself. I think it's a psychological, deficiency that exists, that one is always propelled to tell tales. It's unbelievable. I will give him the list of requests that has been made to the National Economic Fund. I will. But we'll take it step by step. So, member from Roselle Saltibus, I have not changed my mind on this. It's one of the worst pieces of legislation ever put before this House. This is. Now, I need to make a couple of points, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Castro Central explained it, but let's just go over it slowly. I want to be slow and deliberate in what I am saying. The CIP legislation established the National Economic Fund. It established it. And it was very specific. And let me repeat what the member had said. And we asked the member from Miku South to read it himself. It says under 43.3, the Minister for Finance shall lay before Parliament every financial year for its approval the purposes for which the funds for the monies will be used for. It had to come to Parliament. So the monies from CIP, when it was going to be used, the minister had to come to Parliament and get approval. He had to. The CIP legislation said so. There was not time to pass the regulations, which would give you details on how the fund would operate. But you had to come to Parliament, the supreme authority, to get approval for the use of monies. That was dispensed with, and the National Economic Fund Act was passed. In it, there is no requirement to come to Parliament for approval. Think about it. The legislation said all the money from CIP for it to be used. Now remember, CIP does not spend money. CIP generates the revenue and it transfers it. And CIP has nothing to do with it anymore. But the legislation said we establish a National Economic Fund to hold that money. But for it to be used, you must come to Parliament for approval. That was removed. And I will read exactly where it says, and this member from Miku South, with all the hypocrisy that he can display, passed a bill that removed, and I'm reading it, Part 4, Section 20, Section 21, Section 33 of the Citizenship by Investment Act number 14 of 2025 is repealed. So he removed the requirement, removed it for Parliament to approve the use of monies. And he puts it in a National Economic Fund where there's no parliamentary oversight. None. But monies went to the Consolidated Fund. Remember, before this act was repealed, he had to come to Parliament for approval. Did he ever come to Parliament for approval? Let me tell you how much money he spent. Let me tell you how much money. National Economic Fund, donations deposited to the Consolidated Fund, $128 million. $128 million. CIP bonds, direct transfers to the Consolidated Fund, $47 million. Excess cash at CIP deposited to the Consolidated Fund, $23 million. Add it. Add it. Let's take out the CIP bonds. Between the donations, 128 million, and the excess cash, which is the operating surpluses, another $23 million, almost $150 million went to the consolidated fund and was spent by the honorable member with no parliamentary oversight. It did not go to the National Economic Fund. It did not go to the National Economic Fund.
Member for Nikuzo, what is the point of order?
I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Hallucination. Members,
Are you yielding? Just a minute. Are you yielding?
I will yield. Because I want to demarty him after.
Okay. Go ahead, member.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, honorable member. Mr. Speaker, we've come to this House on several occasions. The member is confirming that the monies went into the consolidated fund. We all know that in order for monies to come out of the consolidated fund, it has to be approved in the budget. And it's also contained in the estimates. There is no legal way, once monies are put into the consolidated fund, for any individual, which I know that that's what the members are implying, and I want to make it clear, for any individual to control the money. The only way it can come out, and the purpose of putting it into the consolidated fund, so there would be accountability. The reason why he has the numbers is because it went to the consolidated fund. And in order for it to be taken out of the consolidated fund, it has to go through estimates. It means we come to the House and we approve the estimates, and how the money is going to be spent is included in every single estimate. And no matter how many times we try to explain that to the member, and maybe I cannot believe it's because he doesn't understand government accounts. How do you get money out of the consolidated fund without the estimates? I don't understand.
No. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, help me understand this. I mean, the honorable member from Meko South has a problem in understanding. This is elementary. Let me just repeat it again. Let's just go over it again. The legislation says, and I want to repeat it again, the Minister for Finance shall lay before Parliament every financial year for its approval the purposes to which the funds shall be allocated. The law said that you had to come to Parliament and lay before Parliament. So the $150 million, you were supposed to have come to Parliament and say, this is how I will spend the money. That's what the law said. You spend the money. You never came to Parliament. And you saying to us, almost as you're saying, I didn't need to come to Parliament. Once the estimate has CIP in it, then the money, I don't need to come to Parliament. That's not what the law said. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is only because of the pressure the Labour Party put on in this House and persons like the member from Cassis Central did, asking where the money gone, that the honourable member decided, and I'll tell you what he did, but he spent a lot of hours reconciling it. They picked out of the estimates projects, and tally it. And say, oh, you all want to know how we spend the money? Here are those projects, add it up. Because in the budget, in the estimates, for people who know the estimates, there is a source of funding, and there's a code. So near every item, it says source of funding. It's either grant, loan, or revenue. And then you go to the, how you call it, not the appendix. And it will tell you what each code stands for. So when he gave us the list of projects, in my little stupid self, I took it and I went into the estimates and I checked that project was the source of funding for it. It didn't have no CIP. It didn't have no CIP. The cheapest trick in the book. The member is a trickster. He's a trickster. And his tricks did not get him through on July 26, 2021. And your tricks, and you know, Mr. Speaker, the member says to us, when we were in opposition, I want you to listen to this, honorable members. When we were in opposition, he warned us and we would not listen. But we didn't listen and we won the elections. So we should have listened to you? We should have listened to you? We didn't listen to you. You want to chastise us today for not listening to you when we were in opposition. But we did the good thing and the right thing. We didn't listen to you and we won. But he's still not learning. He's saying to us 180 days, and what have you all achieved? What have you all done? 100 days, and where have you been for the 100 days? You're not learning. Where have you been for the 100 days? I won't talk about any counseling or anything like that. Where have you been for the 100 days? So you say to me, the people of St. Lucia, that you miss you? If I were in another chamber, I'll tell you something quite appropriate, but leave it for another time. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you lost the election. You ran away from St. Lucia. You ran away from St. Lucia and for over 100 days. And you want to say to us, where have we been for 100 days? You have the guts to say to us, where have we been for the 100 days? And you have not, I hope you told all your followers outside that you live in the island on Thursday to go back where you came from. Yes. You came for 3 days. Yes. That's the level of respect you have for people. And you want to stand in the house and talk about slush fund. I will come to that one in a bit. So, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member had $150 million that he has spent without parliamentary approval. Without parliamentary approval. Now, I'm not suggesting he used the money for any inappropriate means. I'm not suggesting that. I am saying the law said he had to come to Parliament, and he did not come to Parliament, and that is a fact, Mr. Speaker. It is a fact. So, I am very clear in my mind that the National Economic Fund legislation has to be addressed. And the Prime Minister has said we will do so. When we finish our reviews, we will correct it. But let's go further, Mr. Speaker. I want to share with you the manner in which the fund has been accessed and used by the government. So in addition to $150 million, a sum of money to the equivalent of $47 million has gone to the fund. $47 million has gone to the fund. And the fund is chaired by a board. Now I want you again to go back to what the honorable member from Mako South was saying. Because he's arguing that the change that is being made is going to make cabinet in charge of the fund. Cabinet will be in charge of the fund and it becomes a slush fund. The fund was supposed to advance loans for a government-approved capital project. Listen to this. Approved loans for a government-approved capital project. To provide investment for a government-approved capital project. To reduce government debt. To purchase government bonds. And the last one, which is the one we are amending today, to provide monies for a purpose approved by cabinet that is not considered recurrent in nature. So this tells you that cabinet had to approve it. We're not changing that. Cabinet still has to approve it. We're not changing anything. The only thing we're changing is the requirement that according to this, it has to be recurrent in nature. And the reason why we're doing it is because the interpretation of what is recurrent in nature can be warped in the minds of some persons or deliberately mischievous in the minds of some people. The only change we're making is we're taking out the words that is not recurrent in nature. And I said to you that this Prime Minister had asked that same committee for monies for $4 million to do a national cleanup. And they said no. That this is recurrent. How a national cleanup project is recurrent. Now, if in their mind that is recurrent, we'll always have problems with them because they will define any application as recurrent. So let us take it out. Now, if the Prime Minister was different, he would have given a directive to the committee. Like he would have done like a member from Mako South. But we don't do business that way. We don't do business that way. So if they cannot interpret recurrent in the same way, because we have a simple understanding of recurrent, it means an expenditure that takes place over and over and over and over. Like salaries, like paying your light bill. having a national cleanup project because of the state of the country is not recurrent, but they interpret it as recurrent. They interpreted it as recurrent, and they rejected it. So we'll remove any ambiguity. Once Cabinet has approved it, which was there before, but let me prove to you that in the past, Cabinet was approving. So here it is. Request Cabinet Conclusion 922 of 2020. Cabinet Conclusion 922 of 2020. Kisa sa mean? It means that Cabinet had approved it. Well, it's just a Cabinet Conclusion number. It doesn't have a date. Yeah? So hear what it says. But listen to this. Listen to this. Yeah, but here it is. Here what the money is for. Here what the money is for. A loan request for an investment to secure St. Lucia's interest in the banana trade in the UK. £1.2 million sterling. Now here it is. The same government then that had said we would export bananas to France. And that at the eve of elections they had signed an agreement and that we would be sending bananas to France. They bankrupted the banana industry. They destroyed it. And when the company in England had to be liquidated and there were debts to be settled.
Member for Cashew South.
On this point, I think you will have to.
If the member
for
Miku South, what is the point of order?
Point of correction, Mr. Speaker.
Let's just hold 1 minute. Member for Cashew South, are you yielding?
For what? A point of correction? There's no correction, Mr. Speaker.
Are you yielding, member of Cashew South?
I beg your pardon?
Are you yielding?
No, I'm not. Not on this one. So
the same way he didn't want to rebuttal.
He'll get one.
People against 15.
But it is, Mr. Speaker, it is quite funny. When the literature tell you you've been funny. All of a sudden, the member from Miku South has discovered that he's not Prime Minister anymore. And he has to sit down. No, you can't take my Jeep again. So, Mr. Speaker, you had, anyway, Mr. Speaker, so they bankrupt Winfresh, and then they went to the same committee and got £1.2 million. £1.2 million to pay debt in England. Cabinet Conclusion 922 of 2020. Let me give you another one. Here a very interesting one. Yes, here a very interesting one. All members here want to hear this one. And it is pending. They still not made a final decision on it yet. DSH. Something to do, and it's written very funny. Now, when things are written funny, you know there's a lot behind it. Status of supplementary agreement for payment of 50% of all DSH citizenship by investment recommendations. I don't know what that means. And the amount was that the board is to evaluate the financial implications of this agreement and the method of disbursement to DSH. That was the decision of the board. And I heard they were given a directive to approve it. That same board. So they're still trying to evaluate the financial implications. Let me give you another one. And that one was quite interesting. Cabinet Conclusion 340 of 2021, the blue pipes. Remember the blue pipe? Not a blue wave. The blue pipes. A first start needed pipes for a Northern Road project. You understand? Now they're so smart, it becomes all of a sudden Wasco project. I want someone to go to Wasco and ask me, did Wasco put in any pipes into the roadworks? There's no evidence that Wasco, none, that Wasco or any division in Wasco bought pipes and had pipes and installed pipes into the pipes did not come in the name of Wasco. We know that for a fact. But on the books, The member from Mico South has it as Wasco. But we know it was not done by any division at Wasco. Slush fund. Classic slush fund. Be honest. Be honest. You must learn it someday. You want another one, honorable members? All right. So listen to this one. Yeah. Now here an interesting one. Cabinet Conclusion 595 of 2021. Office of the Prime Minister that made that request. Grant funding to assist with the recovery efforts post-Hurricane Elsa, $10 million, and approved. Now remember, Elsa, what date did Elsa pass? Friday 21st of July? 1st of July. Second? Friday 2nd. Election was announced on Sunday the 4th. Yeah? So Elsa was on the Friday. Election was announced on the Sunday. And then they approved $10 million to the office of the Prime Minister. A few days after. Slush fund for elections. Slush fund. But St. Lucians will think, let me tell you, St. Lucians can make it out. Listen to this. Let me go over the facts. Let's go over the facts. Elsa was on the Friday. The 2nd, right? Government offices closed on Saturday. On Sunday, elections is announced. Elections is announced on the Sunday. After that, the office of the Prime Minister gets $10 million from the National Economic Fund for recovery from Elsa. And you're saying to us that's not slush fund? Now, here the big issue that the Prime Minister...
Member for Castries South, what is the point of order, Member?
35-5, Mr. Speaker.
I know what the point of order is in the standing orders. What is your point of order?
On 35-5, the member is impugning allegations against me, which he cannot provide any form of proof, and he knows himself is incorrect.
What is the allegation?
That there was a slush fund of $10 million to help support elections. The $10 million was approved in order to redo the roofs of the CDC buildings and also to compensate the farmers where we had 95% of the crops that were destroyed in a time in which they were already suffering. And it needed to happen immediately because you yourself would know, Mr. Speaker, that the roof needed to get redone at the CDC buildings. It was not a matter that we could have waited. There was no insurance. And if the member was going to be genuine, I have no difficulties with him highlighting how the money was being spent, but do it accurately. To suggest and leave it out there that the $10 million was certainly sent to the Prime Minister's office for him to spend the way he wanted to is wrong. It's not truthful. And it's impugning untruths onto me and the office of the Prime Minister. So if the member wants to articulate, I have zero difficulties to articulate them. But in fact, do it factually and say what the money was being spent for. There was no $10 million was spent to the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office made the request because of the impact of the hurricane to the CDC buildings, which there is evidence to show, as well as to the farmers. And if he wants to provide the breakdown as to how much money was spent and who dispersed the money, not the Prime Minister's office.
Member for Castries South, the member for Mico South takes exception to your allegation that the 10 million, was it 10 million?
Yes, $10
million.
That was given to the office of the Prime Minister.
Was given to the office of the Prime Minister, was requested as an election slush fund. Can you provide any evidence to member for Castries?
Mr. Speaker, I can probably start providing you with the evidence, but by which time the member from Mico South would have returned to Canada, as he will on Thursday.
But
maybe at his next sitting.
Until
let's move on, Mr. Speaker.
No, hold on, Mr. Member. Until such time, you may want to withdraw the section of the allegation which relates to the slush fund for the election. There are a million other ways you can say what you want to say without making that allegation as strongly as you have.
So, Mr. Speaker, you want me to withdraw a suggestion that there may have been a slush fund from the money, the $10 million?
No, you see, you did not make it a suggestion. You made a statement of fact that it was a slush fund for elections. So as I'm saying to you, there are other ways
If you will feel more comfortable, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw it and move on. I will withdraw it, Mr. Speaker.
If you want to suggest that is your view.
Can I move on, please?
Sure.
Can I move on?
Sure.
So, Mr. Speaker. But I will ask you, Mr. Speaker, and maybe you can help him and answer the question, Mr. Speaker. The next item, Mr. Speaker, 361 of 2021. The Ministry of Commerce asked for monies for housing, let me get it right, grant funding for incentives to the housing construction sector. 4.5 million, but it was not approved. So on one hand, Office of the Prime Minister can get 10 million, he says, to repair the CDCs and to help farmers. But on the same, the Ministry of Commerce requests, I don't know if the member from Saltibus, Srozel, even knew that, but $4.5 million was asked and was rejected. So I am told I cannot describe one in a particular way, but the other one was rejected. But here another one. Here another one. Office of the Prime Minister again. Office of the Prime Minister again. 711 of 2021. Grant funding for the procurement of equipment of the National Printing Corporation, $550,000. CIP monies being used by the Office of the Prime Minister, under which the printery falls, to buy equipment. And the extra machines were not working. The extra machines that are needed to fight COVID were not working, and he didn't have money to repair them. That's, yeah. But $550,000 was used to buy. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member from Castro Central brought into the debate the press release about the accusation by the member from Miku South that we are creating a slush fund with no evidence. With no evidence. It was repeated in here, Mr. Speaker. It was repeated in here. It was repeated in here. But let's proceed. And the member from Castro Central wanted to point out what a real slush fund that the country finances have been for the last 5 years. And the member from Castro East made some points that I want to repeat. I want solutions to appreciate the gravity of the situation, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go back to the presentation made by the member from Castro East. Let's look at St. Jude Hospital. Listen to this, Mr. Speaker. The St. Jude Hospital reconstruction, phase 1, was stopped. Yeah? It was stopped. We were told, and there were studies and all kind of research done, that the buildings cannot be used. Cannot be used. And instead they started a second building. Second building. And the member from Castro East announced that based on the status report, $118 million has been spent. $118 million has been spent. And Mr. Speaker, I went to St. Jude Hospital with my colleagues, and I think the member from Derinoff put it well. There's so much drywall inside there, you could build a bridge to Matnik. You understand? It's a big factory shell. There is no service provision in there, nothing for electrical, nothing for plumbing, just a huge shell, a box. Don't look at me surprised. Did any of my colleagues see any trunking for electrical, for water? Nothing. A huge shell. $118 million. $118 million. Now, isn't that using our consolidated fund as a slush fund? But it gets worse. We have now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
order, member
the member from Microsoft always causes, problems in the House. Before the member from Microsoft had returned for the day, we had a very good parliament, proceeding nicely. But let's come back, Mr. Speaker. So now this government is going back to the same buildings we were told cannot be used for us to commission it. Think about that, Mr. Speaker, and I want St. Lucians to reflect on that. The same buildings we were told cannot be used, we are now going to commission them to move the patients from the stadium over there. So what was the $180 million spent for? Tell me, what was it spent for? The same buildings, we were told. There's a particular member who stood there and gave all kinds of stories, all kinds of reports. Now we are going to use the same buildings and move the patients to those same buildings. Explain that to me. But the one that really frightens me, Mr. Speaker, is Uranura International Airport. What the member from Castries East reported is frightening. Frightening. The member from Castries East explained to us this morning, that the airport redevelopment project is already, and I want to quote the exact words, Mr. Speaker, is already $42 million in cost overruns with the second stage. Think about that, St. Lucia. $42 million already in cost overruns. And they've not even started building the shell yet. Think about that. So what did they do? And we want them in the house, every single one of us, the 6 that were here. So you have a preliminary concept, you costed it at $160 million, an extra 15 for project management and consultancy fees. So you come up with a grand total of $175 million. You get a contract signed between SLASPA and a construction firm, and in that agreement that you paid over $1 million for a lawyer to review. And by the way, that lawyer happens to be the Prime Minister's personal lawyer. Happens to be his personal lawyer. Right. Personal lawyer, but we'll deal with that further another time. And in that agreement, SLASPA agrees to meet all cost overruns. Think about that. Agrees to meet all cost overruns. So then now, when the detailed drawings are done and sent to the contractor, the disparity between the detailed drawings costing and the preliminary costing is about $42 million. So the project is now delayed. It's already behind schedule because it's already $42 million difference between the preliminary costing and the actual costing on the detailed drawings. How do you go about getting a loan, signing an agreement, and you do not yet have detailed drawings? You have no idea of the true cost of the project. And the people of St. Lucia will have to pay that loan. So we cannot start stage 2 because we're already at $42 million in cost overruns. We've not gone to stage 3, 4, and 5 yet. If stage 2 is already $42 million, let's just assume stage 3, 4, and 5 is $10 million each. We already $70 million cost overruns here at Uranura International Airport. And I'm told the terminal was moved because they want arrivals to be able to drive past the racetrack. So the first sighting visitors have of St. Lucia is the racetrack. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine this? I heard these 3 stories because the first story has to be VIP lounges. Can you imagine this? I mean, Mr. Speaker, I want as the earliest for the member from Castries East to table the Uranura International Airport report in this house for us to debate it. Let's debate it. And the same way, the member from Microsoft went to get the Hansard to show what I said for the National Economic Fund. Bring the Hansard to show what all of us said during that debate and how true it is today. How true it is today. This project, which is costed at $175 million, plus the 45 million from the World Bank, making it about 220 million, can easily reach, from what we were told this morning, over 400 million US, almost $1 billion for upgrading an airport terminal, plus a few other items. And you talk about slush fund, that what we're trying to establish, because we're moving forwards of a recurrent nature, that we are trying to create a slush fund. And the member takes a joy and a delight. He has not learnt his lesson. He has not learnt it. And he has a natural, desire to always twist everything. Always twist everything. I am here and you there. I am here and you there. You can point your finger as much as you want. The people of St. Lucia judge you for what you are, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say to St. Lucians, this government tried to get a small grant of $4 million from the CIP for a national cleanup project to clean up the country, to beautify the country, to unblock the drains that have been blocked, to debush in some areas. And the committee said, no, they're not giving it to this Prime Minister. They're not giving it to him. But they gave the last Prime Minister $10 million, $10 million, after election was announced, a few days before elections, and we have a difficulty with this. But they are professionals and we'll respect them. But we're saying to them, if your interpretation of recurrent is so dramatically different to what it ought to be, we will take out the word so there'll be no ambiguity in the future. There'll be no ambiguity in the future. None. And this Prime Minister someday will have to account for how we spend $150 million of CIP money without coming to Parliament for approval. One final point, gentlemen, and I want you, honorable members. In the same National Economic Fund legislation, it says that monies for any capital project has to be an approved project. What is an approved project? A project that has been announced by order and gazetted. All the projects I told you about, that for, not one was gazetted. Let me say that again to you. For a project to be a capital approved project, it has to be gazetted as such. So that committee that denied this Prime Minister approved monies for projects that the law said had to be gazetted, but were never gazetted. I want a member from Microsoft to explain that one. Explain that, and I want to give him the exact clause so he can double check it himself. It had to be gazetted, and they were never gazetted. So how could the committee have approved any loan if the money was not gazetted? And I want to read it for you. So I want it to be entered. Let's look at 4.2. For the purposes of subsection 1, which is to advance loans for government-approved project, to advance investment for government-approved capital project, the minister shall, after consultation with cabinet, by order, publish in the Gazette, declare a government-approved capital project. So the committee was approving monies for capital projects that were never gazetted as such. Never gazetted. Illegality. And the same member from Mico South wants to stand in this house and accuse us. And he talks about accountability and transparency. The member received monies as the Prime Minister for projects that were never declared as government projects. Never declared according to the legislation as government projects. And you want to, and he, the member from Mico South, wants to come into this house and masquerade as a paragon of virtue. Now I understand why you're sitting where you are and why the member from Castries East is sitting where he is. Thank you very much.
The member for Labrie.
Mr. Speaker, given this is a survey of contending views and ideas, I want to add my voice to this very important but minor surgery. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief contribution in support of the bill for the amendment of the St. Lucia National Economic Fund, Act number 18 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, I recall at the time that the aforementioned act was passed in Parliament, there was vigorous debate on the National Economic Fund Act, Mr. Speaker. In this regard, I wish to refer to the Citizenship by Investment Act number 14 of 2015, and in particular to section 33 of that act, which states as follows: the St. Lucia National Economic Fund is established. 2, qualifying investments of cash shall be paid into the St. Lucia National Economic Fund. And 3, the Minister for Finance shall lay before Parliament every financial year for its approval the purposes to which the funds will be allocated. We note, Mr. Speaker, that this section of the Act established the National Economic Fund in section 33. The former administration, in their own wisdom, then passed the St. Lucia National Economic Act number 2018 of 2019, in which section 3 of that act also established a special fund, if I recall, to be known as the St. Lucia National Economic Fund. We had vigorous debate on this matter, and at the end, we did not support the passage of this bill. The St. Lucia National Economic Fund Act outlined functions of the fund and established a governing body for the fund comprising almost wholly of members from the public sector. Notwithstanding the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, the functions of the fund which are stated in section 4.1 of the Act are as follows, and that's where the debate is, Mr. Speaker. The functions of the fund are: 1, to advance loans for government-approved capital project; 2, provide investment for a government-approved capital project; 2, reduce government debt; 2, purchase government bonds; and to provide monies for a purpose approved by cabinet that is not considered recurrent in nature. Mr. Speaker, if there was one moment that I had to choose to support the member for Kaswis East and Prime Minister based on his competence in economics, is dealing with this minor surgery today in this House. You see all the back and forth and all people getting all hot and sweaty, all that lie, it was highly unnecessary. This amendment is simply removing impediments to the most effective use of the fund for St. Lucia's development. Mr. Speaker, We are of the view on this side that 41E is unduly restrictive in that it restricts cabinet's authority in how it can allocate funds, especially at this time where we need to get the country out of its financial coma. Mr. Speaker, the debate on the relative merits of recurrent expenditure versus capital expenditure has been a long-standing one. In the past, recurrent expenditure was regarded as being consumption-oriented, while capital expenditure was regarded as being investment to coincide with the definition of the terms consumption and investment in the national accounts. There was a prevailing dogma, Mr. Speaker, that all investment was good since it contributed to economic development, and that recurrent expenditure was bad in that it reflected consumption of goods and services and did not contribute to future development of this country. We now know, Mr. Speaker, that this debate was futile, as there are bad capital investments which do not contribute to economic development and really represent a waste of resources. These projects are known in the common vernacular, Mr. Speaker, as white elephants. These projects contribute little to economic development and represent an extravagant waste of valuable, scarce taxpayers' resources. There were many projects implemented by the former administration that would fall in this category, Mr. Speaker, including the new building, that monstrosity at Auger, that was built in the name of St. Joe's Hospital, which was totally unnecessary, a pure waste of time. But it said about capital expenditure. Capital can be wasteful. Similarly, the new Wasco building in Newport, Mr. Speaker, was a terrible waste of Wasco's resources. Now we are hearing that they are accumulating debt and are in arrears on the bills, Mr. Speaker. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, there are recurrent expenditures that contribute significantly to development and can be rightly considered as an investment in the future. An example of this, Mr. Speaker, is the wages paid to teachers to educate our students. This expenditure is recurrent in nature, but contributes significantly to the future human capital and development of the country. The amendment would now, Mr. Speaker, allow Cabinet to approve essential expenditure from the fund that are recurrent in nature, but also of significant value to the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore concur that we need to remove the restriction that excludes Cabinet's approval of the funds for a purpose that is not considered recurrent in nature, and therefore give my full support to the bill amending the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Act number 18 of 2019, namely by deleting the words "that is not considered recurrent in nature," Mr. Speaker. Simple debate, simple amendment that has nothing to do with all the arguments advanced by members opposite. The arguments are not even of marginal relevance to the merit of what is established in this honorable House. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe the Prime Minister has shown again his brilliance in allowing resources to be utilized for productive purposes in this country and to uplift this country and to take us out of the financial and economic problems that we are in. Mr. Speaker, once again, I yield the floor.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries North and myself are the longest serving members in this honorable House. I, more than him, understand the pain of defeat. I understand what it means to boast all over the world and all over the country that the opposition cannot make it. They have the worst opposition leader in CARICOM. They have no plans. They have a bunch of guys who do not respect their leader. I understand that. I understand when you create polls that say you've won 15 out of 16 seats, and you have other members who believe that they have won elections already, so they can campaign on the radio with political have or has-beens. So they spend hours on the radio, same old story, castigating people who work on people who work all over the place, castigating 24 hours, just saying things. The member for Choiseul had a bet that I, a 5-star general, will lose my seat. Yes? Yes, you did. He was so confident that the rumor that he was saying that I was in trouble in Castries East, the Prime Minister at the time, he took his entourage and he went into Bagatelle. Big entourage, he up front, he walking. I got a few calls. Bossman, they there. I said, leave him alone, just vote. Let's vote. So I understand, Mr. Speaker. I understand when you leave your job and you run elections and you win, and then you are sure of winning again and you lose. And you I understand. So I understand. So when the member for Choiseul comes in this honorable house and he says that the Labour Party only won 23% of the votes, so I don't know what you say. Mr. Speaker, right now we are in a system of first past the post. If you is 50 plus 1. So if each one of us here had won by 1 vote, we would be here and you would be there. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the illusion. That is the illusion that these guys have. You see, I've lost elections already. I lost in 1992. They beat me badly. You know what I did? I went back on the road. I didn't suffer from illusions and hatred and lies. For the 100 days we have been in power, these guys have lied on radio and Facebook every second in the 100 days. Yeah. Yes, every second. They spill, they are all over the country. They call in. Lying. Wait, relax. It's only 100 days, relax. Your time will come. Relax, take it easy. But no, they can't understand that they have lost the elections. They can't understand it. There was one who sat there. He was every second. You reminded me? There was one who sat there, right there. Every second. You just have to cry. He was larger than life. He opened his shoulder. He laughed at us. He was, man, they were in their glories. He stood there. Boasting. We asked them for all kinds of things. They had the CDP program. They did not do one project in my constituency. Not one project. When the time came
for school support. They gave me $10,000. They gave the person who I beat. They gave the person who I beat. There's no latitude. I'm responding to what you and he spoke about the election results. That's what I'm talking about. It's not no latitude. He said that's why he wanted not to open the door. He opened the door about the electoral process. And I'm saying what the electoral process is about is a first past the post system, and if I win by one vote, I am here and you there. That's what it is. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad he said so. This is the same man, member from Mico North, Mico South, who sat here and was complaining, oh, you're talking about death. There was a short one there. You're using death. Pinpoint of death. 100 days after he was defeated, you come here and you have the audacity to talk about 189 people dying of COVID. You have the audacity because you can't understand that you've lost, and that's why you're there. You are staying. You come and you speak about, you have the audacity to use COVID. 189 people have died, and you come here and you use that for as a political weapon when we're speaking about an amendment to National Economic Fund amendment. You talk about people dying. That is how you feel. That's how you feel, Mr. Speaker. But you will not see that under this Minister of Health, the trending for COVID has been very good. Today, and that is a fact, better than you ever had it under your term, better. And there are only 200 people who in St. Lucia who are suffering or diagnosed with COVID. But that's nothing to boast about. Yes, it's 200. You playing, you are listening? You see, because, Mr. Speaker, so you come here and you use that for a political weapon, but you did not say that somebody was hanged at the respiratory hospital and you committed suicide. Somebody got hanged and you never even called for a serious investigation at what happened there. And it's this Minister of Health who saw the plight of the nurses and the people who see up the stress at the hospital. You came here and you said that the hospital was never as good as it was before. And when there was a picture or video of the leaking roofs, the condition the people were in, you wanted to fire the people who were involved. Because you said that the World Bank had said that the respiratory hospital was the best in the region. And it's this Minister of Health who improved the conditions at the respiratory hospital. And you come here and you speak about COVID, 189 deaths. Mr. Speaker, the amendment we are debating, Mr. Speaker, the member from Mico North speaks, where is? South, my apologies. Speaks about a responsible government will not use the money for recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if recurrent expenditure is for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia, this government that I lead will use it every day and every time. We will not use it for horses, Mr. Speaker. And let's talk about horses, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about horses. You come here, Mr. Speaker, and you talk about a responsible government. You also boasted about a sinking fund. You boasted about a sinking fund, Mr. Speaker. I will put this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, and I want you to say to the people of the country, how did you use the money of the sinking fund? How did you use the money of the sinking fund between the years 2019 and 2020? How did you use the sinking fund investments? And
The Public Finance Management Act speaks, Division 3, Section 20, a withdrawal from the sinking fund is only for repayment of a debt. You know what you use a sinking fund for? DSH. Yes. You use the CHH fund, Mr. Speaker.
Put him in jail.
For the entire amount was transferred to the Department of Irish and Sustainable Development and utilized to close the Viewford Solid Waste Facility, $6.7 million, and to relocate the Bosheju Agriculture Facility to Miku for $5.2 million.
For a race to take place.
That is what the sinking fund was used. The sinking fund that was supposed to reduce debt. And you come here and speak about a responsible government. And you come here and you try to threaten people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did not want to get involved because I thought that after this United Workers' Party had been so sorely beaten at the next general election, they would pull back. They would go and regroup like us. We lost 11-6. We went back and we regrouped and we continued to work. But no, lies, 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 lies. Anything I say and do, lies. I go to speak at COP, lies. Everything I do, lies, lies. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you something further. We are speaking about a simple amendment in the National Economic Fund. The member from Microsoft talks about firing the CEO at CIP. Did the minister forget this? Exactly. This minister fired the CEO at CIP for no reason, because she was a friend or the member from Microsoft at the time. No reason why, except that, Mr. Speaker. This for Castro South. He fired him, Mr. Speaker. He forgot. The same member from Microsoft refused to give the daughter of the father of the nation a job because he said he had the power to do it. And you talk about firing people. You talk about firing people. But you know what? You know what, Mr. Speaker? We are very proud of our record for the 100 days UN government, and we've just started improving, Mr. Speaker, the member from Microsoft speaks about the National Economic Fund, and with a reasonable righteous posture. I'm so good, you're so bad, you're optimistic many things, read all kind of thing about him. Let me tell you about the legislation, Mr. Speaker. He will make you believe that cabinet had nothing to do with the National Economic Fund. That's what he come and tell you to be. Mr. Speaker, Part 2 of the National Economic Fund. Listen to what he's saying, Mr. Speaker. You would believe that the National Economic Fund was a completely independent body. It had nothing to do with cabinet. And this righteous Minister of Finance would just send a project for and say, fund, please. That is the impression that he wants to give you. That he say nothing. The cabinet has nothing to do with it. Nothing. So you guys, you all are so wicked. You want to use the money for recurrent expenditure. The involvement of the cabinet in the Solution National Economic Fund is clear in the legislation. Listen to that. Section 12.3, the board may, after consultation with cabinet, grant or refuse an application made under subsection 1. In this section 4, in deciding the grant or refusal of an application, the board shall, after consultation with cabinet, take into consideration blah 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 blah. Cabinet clearly involved with further. The board may, after consultation with cabinet, grant a loan. And I made a point at the time when I was sitting where you are. I made the point, and I said, if the members, and I repeated it, and you can go and answer it, I said, if the members of the board are people that you appointed, which is most of them are public servants, permanent secretary, director of finance, budget director, chief economist, Ministry of Commerce, Attorney General's office, and 2 independent people. I made the point that if these people who you are the boss, and the kind of boss you are, the kind of boss you were, if you are the boss and they have to consult with you, they will always say yes to you. And I said that. I said so, Mr. Speaker. I said so. But today, because, am I doing anything disorderly? Okay. And Mr. Speaker, and if today, we are saying to you that there is a, and the member for Labi says properly, there is a blow between recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure. Because the money you spend in St. Jude Hospital, $118 million and counting. That money, Mr. Speaker, you call it capital expenditure. But if there is need to take the nurses who are on sessions and the doctors who do not have full-time contracts, and you want to use money from a National Economic Fund to give them a gratuity or raise, you'll call that recurrent expenditure. And that is why it's blood. So we said, remove that ambiguity and give Cabinet the right, as Cabinet has the right to determine money that goes into the consolidated fund after it's passed by its honorable house, give Cabinet the right to advise the National Economic Fund on how to spend the money, the same way it is in Section 12 of this Act. The same way, Mr. Speaker. But because you, the member of Microsoft, is not the one who is in control, because he's not the one who can sit on his bully pulpit and all the people around, Mr. Speaker, because he's not the one, he finds it wrong that this cabinet, the cabinet that he thought could never happen, the cabinet he thought didn't have the capability, because he said we didn't have pedigree, because we would have lost the right to speak when we lost the elections. That's what the cabinet, what you said, that we've lost the right to speak because we lost elections. You think we do not have the caliber or the pedigree to decide how the money must be spent for the people of St. Lucia. That's what you think, that we can't do it, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that for the 100 days we've been in government, we have behaved with decency, with respect, and the people of St. Lucia are satisfied with the way we have run this country for the first 100 days, and they will be satisfied in the future even more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member from Microsoft comes and boasts about what we are doing is what he started. Mr. Speaker, you see, what he's doing is what we started. Or what he said? What we're doing is what he started. Mr. Speaker, you know what we're doing? You don't know how we're doing it? How we have our priorities right. We are reprioritizing some of the work, some of the things that you're doing, Mr. Speaker. And that is why you wanted to spend $1 million to turn the DCA into a statutory board. $1 million for an organization that already exists as a government organization, doing its work properly, with all the rules for it. You wanted to spend $1 million to put your friends in there so that they can give approvals to anything you want. And you found that DCA was holding you back. So you wanted to spend $1 million, $1 million to make it a private entity. And I said, no, these men and women that you think have no pedigree. We said, no, put it for facility fees for the people of the children of St. Lucia. That's what we said, Mr. Speaker. That is how we use, that is how we got what we got done. That's how we did it. And we also said that the people that you are rejoicing because 189 died, we are saying the mental trauma that they went through, this Minister of Health said, no, I give them access to Wi-Fi. So at least in their loneliness, they can speak to their friends and family. That's what we do, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, these men and women that you say have no pedigree, you know what we said? That our children have devices so they can learn during COVID. You know what we said? We said we'll buy 4,000 devices for the children of the people of this country who can't afford devices. That is our pedigree, and that is what we want to use the sinking fund for. That's what you want to use the National Economic Fund for. That's what you want for, Mr. Speaker. And if you want to call it recurrent, you can call it whatever you want. But it's the people that benefit from that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, no amount of threats, no amount of lies, no amount of manipulation of the truth, no amount of wishing bad, no amount of bad talking us all over the world can stop the progress of the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Because our intentions are honorable. All of us, we come from backgrounds that we understand the benefit of hard work. We understand austerity. My father was a policeman. That is why I will always see about members of the St. Lucia Police Force. That is why our youngest member in Parliament is a policeman, Mr. Speaker. Men of all walks of life. So we understand that. We understand that. We understand it. So when you come and you believe that you can grand charge and threaten and use your people on the outside, some of them who are annoyed because they can no longer eat. They can never put their hands in it. Talk for yourself. They can no longer go in the front and eat and eat and eat. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end here. Because I knew that a member of Chozel could not resist falling in the trap. Because he came and he started and he said, I'm not a politician, leave me alone. In and out of this house. He's become just like them. He didn't learn his lesson. And member of Chozel, if you see, you follow them, next election, you'll be in the same trouble. Because the one that was there talked more than you know. He spoke more than you. He was the biggest champion in town. He was the mouthpiece for the Prime Minister. They had one from Soufre. They gave him a long speech to talk about me.
46 minutes.
He came here, and he spoke for 46 minutes and 16 seconds about me. Said all kinds of things about me, things you tell him to say. And you know what I'm to him? His history. Political history, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel very proud. Because the people of St. Lucia have decided that me, you call all kind of names. Me, your people say all kind of things about. Me, you tell the whole world is not capable. I today, with the support of the people of Castries East, and the prayers of my parents, and the assistance and the help of these men and women here, and the St. Lucia Labour Party, today I can stand and say I'm a servant leader and Prime Minister of St. Lucia. And I feel very proud of Mr. Speaker. I feel very proud. And I will work to ensure that the people of St. Lucia benefit, Mr. Speaker. And all the hopes and the aspirations that you have that we fail, it will not happen. Because we all are united in our love for people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Act number 18 of 2019.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 4.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Amendment Bill went through committee without amendments. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the St. Lucia National Economic Fund Amendment Act 2021.
Minister for Youth and Sport. Oh, okay. There's been a change of order. Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment.
Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment.
Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next or a subsequent sitting of the Honorable House.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House be adjourned.
Sinodai.
Sinodai.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
The tourism minister, much earlier in the day, speaking at length on what he referred to as the people approach to areas of tourism and investment. And the infrastructure minister speaking earlier as well, very briefly on addressing policies towards aiding industries such as the bus driving industry in the times of COVID, and also addressed what he referred to as the quite vexing issue of the Queen's chains in terms of its utilization, its development, and sort of trying to find a healthy middle ground with providing the citizenry with access. We also had earlier the Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs lamenting many of the challenges faced in the fight against COVID. And a lot was said during the day on the government of the day's first 100 days in power with this newly formed government. We also had the Prime Minister address something that was very near to his own heart, which was the Youth Economy Initiative, which was announced during the sitting today to be launched in the next coming days. We had several papers to be laid. We had 2 motions that were laid before the House of Assembly. The second one addressing many of the concessions that will be made for the Christmas, such as foodstuffs, toys for children, that sort of thing. And we also came towards the end where we had 2 bills passed through all of its stages. We had the Money Laundering or Prevention Amendment, as well as the St. Lucia National Economic Amendment. And we hope to see the Senate on Thursday. I hope you can stay tuned to the broadcast on Thursday of the Senate and the Upper House of Parliament. This is Jacques Kingston Compton from the Government Information Service. Please stay tuned to the National Television Network as well as the GIS for further programming and content on the governments of St. Lucia's activities and policies of the day. Thank you very much.